All right, guys. Happy 8th anniversary of American Truck Simulator. That's right. Yup. Today is the 8th anniversary of this game. And I just realized that I don't have my face cam on. I'm so used to not having it on because the past couple of streams of this game, I didn't have my face cam on because I was listening to football talking, news, and stuff. Alright. Hey, kitty cutie, how you doing? You are the first one here. Alright, so that's right. It is the 8th anniversary of this game. It's hard to believe this game's 8 years old already. So, because this is a special live stream of this game, I'm going to tell you a little bit of the history of this game, you know, because why not? Since this is a very special day. How about, so yeah, I got some things I want to say before we actually start playing the game. Talk about the history of this game and all that. Oh, yeah, it's also Groundhog Day. Is Groundhog Day always on February 2nd? Groundhog Day. I spelled it wrong. Yeah, that's what I mean. I clicked on that. Okay, whatever. Ah, okay. Wait. Here we go. Let's see. Groundhog Day is a tradition observed in the United States and Canada on February 2nd of every year. Okay, so it's always on February 2nd. Just like when this game came out. Yep. That's right, this game came out on February 2nd, 2016. Exactly 8 years ago. Yep. Yep, the time has come. The time has come. So anyway, this is their official website. Yes, they have their own website, so we can take a look at that. Look at this nice picture. I believe this is Kansas, the state of Kansas, the last DLC state that came out. Look at all the sunflowers. Alright, what is this here? We got a video here? What is this about? Oh. Hopefully this music isn't copyrighted. Sounds really good though. Hopefully the sound is alright. Oh, it's just a little... This must be like a Small teaser trailer, I guess, for this game. Alright. And some news. The latest news, basically, is that they're introducing Missouri. Kansas, the last state that came out of this game. Or for this game, I should say. And then the next state that's coming out will be Nebraska, and then Arkansas, and then Missouri. I hope after Missouri it'll be Louisiana, because that's the state that I live in. Wow, look at this picture. This must be in San Francisco. Look at this famous bridge. What is it called again? What's the name of this bridge? Is it called the Bay Bridge? Yeah, it's the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge. Is this it? Is this the one? I assume this is the one. Wow. I don't know if I ever drove on this bridge in this game. I'll have to take a look at the map. But they do have this bridge in the old version of this game. 18 Wheels of Steel American Long Haul. Yeah, it's such a long bridge. Wow, look at this airplane. It's awesome. Alright, let's see what else they got here. I keep forgetting that they have their own website. I've seen this before, but it's not something that I check very often. Experience the American greatest. Drive the most famous American trucks and deliver various cargoes across the United States. I have this truck on the left. This is this was the first truck that I bought. That's right. Oh wow, you can take a look at all these trucks right here. Let's see here. Explore all of our trucks and experience them in full 360. Wow. Okay, so we gotta click on one and then... Wow, this is awesome. This is very cool. And these are real trucks, by the way. Real trucks in this game. Okay. Freightliner Casada? Or Casadia? You can... Okay, so these are all the colors you can use. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, they got like all kinds of brands here. International Lone Star. Tells you the cabin, the engine, all that stuff. This is okay, this is the same brand, International. This is like a different styled truck. This one looks cool though, not gonna lie. And this is the truck that I bought, the very first one. I bought this over a year ago. I still have it, but it's not drivable because it's damaged too much. So what I need to do is upgrade it, or basically repair it. That's gotta cost some big bucks. But this was the first truck that I bought, and coincidentally, last year, 2023, I used this truck a lot, and it was also the 100th anniversary of Kenworth trucks, which I did not know at the time until I got the news. Wow. I believe this was my dream truck, because when you first make a profile, you choose your dream truck, and I believe this is the one. I can't remember if it was a Kenworth or a Peterbilt. And this is the truck that I currently have. My second truck that I bought, a Mack Anthem. Look at this big boy. Woo! Very nice. I mean, look at the size of this thing. This thing is a monster. You love this truck? I do too. And this is the default color. Yep, I did not change the color because I actually like it, but I might change it tonight. We'll see. Okay, here's the Peterbilt. Oh, I think this is the one. I think this was the dream truck that I chose, but I didn't buy it because I didn't really like the inside of it. I mean, it looks very cool, but you know, the interior is more important, really. I don't know. I might still buy this year. Maybe I'll still buy this from episode 1. Yeah, this was the truck that I really wanted. Changed my mind. Yep, I've seen some Peterbilt's truck dealers in person. Well, I never been to one in person, but you know, driving by it. Oh, here's a Volvo. My very first long drive on video, I was using a Volvo. Yes. I was hauling a log stacker, and it was a total of 48 wheels, I believe. A 48-wheeler. That is ridiculous. Western Star. So yeah, if I buy a third truck, it might be... Maybe I'll buy the one that I picked from the very first episode. My dream truck. I might buy this one just for the heck of it. I mean, I can easily afford it, but... Maybe I should wait until I get $1 million again. That's what I did for my first and second truck. But, yeah. So those are the trucks that you can buy. Wow, look at this picture. Where is this at? I have no idea. Yep, happy Friday. This is the perfect day for this anniversary. Haul through the legendary roads. American Truck Simulator will take you on a journey throughout the vast landscapes full of breathtaking and iconic landmarks of North America. Alright. This is cool. Nebraska. So, yes, I have all these states. That's right, you can travel to all these states here. So let's start off with California, because this was the state that I picked to start in Los Angeles. Yep, we all know California is the most populous U.S. state with 39 million people, and the third largest state in the country. I guess Alaska counts, even though there's no Alaska in this game. Yep, Los Angeles, Hollywood. And then the second state was Nevada. Yeah, when this game first came out, there were only 2 states, California and Nevada. And now there's a whole bunch now. Fast forward 8 years later. Oh, you didn't go to school today? Because you're not feeling good? Sick? Nevada. Of course, we know that Las Vegas is there. And Salt Lake City. No, wait, no, that's Utah. Never mind. Reno's in Nevada. Yeah. Of course, I got some screenshots you can take a look at. Wow, look at this paint job. That's perfect for like the 4th of July. Man, isn't this awesome? I love the pictures. Yeah, you can tell how much how much great detail they put in. Oh, you see this thing on the left side of the picture? I hauled that last night. It's called a mobile barrier, I think. Look how long it is. Yep, that cargo on the left side of the picture, that's what I hauled the other night. Which I've never done before, and it actually turned out to be a great delivery. Yes. Oh, you weren't feeling well? Dang. That's unfortunate. The Legend of Bigfoot. Oh my gosh. Where the heck is this at? Is this in Nevada? Yes, it is. Well, here's, what do you call this? Caesar's Palace, I think? Look, there's an Eiffel Tower. Not the one from Paris. I don't remember if I've driven here in this game. Maybe I did. Not very often, though. Ah, look at this place. Look at that hotel. Man, they've done an amazing job. There's a limousine right there. Taxi. Dumpster truck. Las Vegas. And we know, if you're a football fan, you know the Super Bowl is going to be in Las Vegas. That's not too far away. The Money City. Yep. Wow. Look at these trees, man. This is awesome. Oversized load. Oh, I think this is the one. Yeah, this. If you count all the wheels, the truck and the cargo combined, it's like 48 wheels total. And my very first long drive, long delivery, I was hauling this long cargo. But it was a log stacker. I don't know what you call this machinery, but it was the same cargo. A total of 48 wheels. Yeah. Maybe I'll do that again one of these days. Oh, you got into a bleeding accident? Dang. I hope you're doing alright. Man, I love this paint job. I might have to get this. Or maybe this is only for this Western Star truck. Oh, look at that airplane. So yeah, after Nevada, it was Arizona, I believe. And this was a free DLC. Yeah, because I got this for free. This came out only a few months after the game itself came out. Arizona. The desert. The Southwest. Oh my gosh. That's the Grand Canyon, right? Look at that. That is, man, can you imagine seeing this in person? Woo! I know one of my Steam friends lives in the state of Arizona. His name is Landon. Sometimes he tunes into my streams. Landon, the Union Pacific Rail Fanner, I believe. It's got a long YouTube name. So I guess this is all Arizona. right. I believe after Arizona, the next state came out was New Mexico, I think. Hey, how you doing, Acer? Yep, it is beautiful. New Mexico. Albuquerque, yep. I think that's the biggest city in New Mexico. It's a weird spelling. Let's see here. So New Mexico was the 4th state that came out. Oh, hold on. If you look closely where my cursor is at, it says iFlop. Instead of IHOP, it's iFlop. That's funny. iFlop. Wow, look at this train. It's a rail runner. Man. I know, Acer, you, one time you asked me if I can play Train Simulator. And there is Train Simulator on Steam. I just haven't bought it yet, but I would like to play that game sometime. Yeah, I used to be a pretty big fan of trains. Not as much now. It's just kind of a thing when you were a kid. You're a big fan of this, but then when you start growing up and get older, you're not really interested in it as much. I mean, that happened to me, but I mean, I still like trains, but I used to watch like a bunch of train videos, just not as much anymore. Wow, look at that. That's crazy. So this is New Mexico. Oh, look at this train. BFSN. I forgot what that stands for. Oh no, you got a sore throat again. Dang. Sorry to hear that. Hope you can recover. Instead of General Mills, it's Global Mills. Ah, yes, look at this big junction. I believe this is Interstate 40 and Interstate 25 together. I think it's called... Let me see here. Let me just look up... Yeah, let's see here. This is so cool. You can look up a certain highway on Wikipedia. It'll tell you everything about it, the history. Where is... What am I looking for? This is New Mexico. Oh yeah, you're still in the trains. Yeah, I remember I watched your big vlog of you at that train show you premiered. That was very cool. Oh, here it is. This is what it's called. Big I? Big One? Is that a 1 or a I? I assume that's an I. Oh yeah, it's got to be an I. Oh yeah, a major interchange with Interstate 40 is named the Big I. Yep, this is a famous freeway interchange in this game. I mean, look how big it is. Good lord. Woo! Alright. And you can find this on Google Maps. You can... Oh, wait. If I click on this, I think this is... Yeah, this is to... No, this is not Google Maps. This is part of Wikipedia. Well, there it is. On there. Oh, they won't close. Okay, whatever. Just close the tab. Just close the tab. Alright, we're back here. Alright, I think we've seen enough of that. Then I believe after New Mexico it was Oregon. Way up there in the northwest. Oh wow, look at this. I have a friend that has traveled to some of the states that are in this game in real life. Yeah, I think he's been to Oregon, Idaho, Colorado, Wyoming. Yeah, those states. Those states are in this game. His name is Alec. You've probably seen him in some of my videos. Oh boy. Yep. Bicycles, yeah. He likes to ride bicycles. That's his thing. Yeah, Oregon's a pretty nice state. Oh my goodness, what is the name of this bridge? Look at this bridge. Wow. I don't know if I've driven on this bridge in this game. Maybe I have, I just don't remember. Seven features. Wow, you can haul a bunch of logs in the state of Oregon. Okay, we already seen this. Okay. And after Oregon, it was Washington State. Boat. I actually hauled a boat. It's very nice looking. Oversized load, but it's not that bad. Oh yes, look at all of this. What do you call these things? These are like to go on ships and stuff because they're right on the ocean. Yep. Yeah, I actually drove to this big area where I had to deliver something. I forgot what I was hauling, but I think I driven on this bridge. What's the name of this bridge? I have no idea. I wish it can tell me at the bottom. Add a little caption to the pictures. Man. Look, wow, a truck is hauling some trucks. That's funny. Oh, if you look closely where my cursor is pointing at, I believe this is the Seattle Seahawks and the Seattle Mariners stadiums. Yeah, because they're next to each other. Yeah, very nice stadiums. Vancouver, British Columbia, but they don't have that in this game. There's no Canada. We need a Canadian truck simulator. I'm down for that. That'd be awesome if you can drive in Canada and it's snowing like crazy. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, look at this church. Whoa, look at these airplanes. I assume there's a game called Airplane Simulator. I'll just play all the simulators. Yep. Train Simulator, Airplane Simulator, Farming Simulator. Well, that's a very popular one. Oh, wow, look at this bridge. It opens up to let ships go underneath it. Or go through it. Wow. Oh my god. Whoa, this is a road? That looks pretty crazy. Welcome to the Aberdeen Gateway to the Olympics. Oh, I didn't notice that's a bridge. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're just taking a look at all the pictures for all the states here. They're all great. Oh my gosh, look at that mountain. Look at that mountain. Wow. Jeez, that is so big. Oh man. Got a tunnel right there. Vancouver, British Columbia. That's not too far away. But it is in Canada. But the old version of this game, 18 Wheels of Steel, American Long Haul, they have Canada and Mexico. I'll have to do some videos and streams of that old game, because that's the game that I grew up playing before this game came out. Okay, after Washington, I believe it's... I guess it's Utah. Salt Lake City, yep. Salt Lake City had the Winter Olympics there back in 2002. Yeah, wow, look at that. Jeez. It would be awesome to drive somewhere in the Rocky Mountains in real life. That would be very cool, just to experience it. Oh, man. Yes, that paint job for my Mack truck. Maybe I'll use this one for the 4th of July. Yeah. Perfect. Wow, can you imagine living in this house? I'm sure the price isn't that bad. The rent. I don't know. It's different in every state, you know? Uncle Joe's? Is that even a real place? That'd be funny if it is. Uncle Joe's Stop and Go store. Wow. So yeah, guys, I'm basically just showing and talking about the history of this game, you know? The evolution, I guess. Because every year they add more DLCs and stuff. Because, you know, when this game first came out, there wasn't really much. I mean, there was quite a bit to do, but unlike now, where it's a crazy amount of states. Wow, look at this bridge. How high is this bridge? That is ridiculously high. Bus, yeah. Let's play Bus Simulator. I played the old version called Bus Driver. Yep. That game is also on Steam as well. Wow, Utah is very nice. Beautiful blue skies and the Rocky Mountains. What the heck is this thing? What the... Is that real? I don't know. Alright, we've seen enough of Utah. Let's move on. The next state, I believe, is Idaho. Idaho. Idaho potatoes, right? Who doesn't like potatoes? Any kind. Yeah, I have this this paint job that has a Idaho potato on it. Like the logo, the mascot. It's kind of silly. Look, it's a potato shape of a heart. I love Idaho. Local, fresh, tasty potatoes. Yep. Oh my gosh. Man, they've done a great job with this game. Big shout out to the SCS software. Doing an amazing job. Because this is what it looks like in real life, you know? They know what they're doing. So that's great. Alright, after Idaho, I believe it's Colorado? I don't know, I'm just guessing. Colorado. And Colorado is also, you know, I have a second profile in this game basically for my friends, and the headquarters is in Colorado. I think it's Fort Collins, Colorado. So the next time my friends come over, we'll have to if we play this game, we'll have to finally buy a truck for them. They can decide what truck they want to buy. And you can buy a used truck. If you don't have the money to buy a brand new one, you can buy a used one. But you got to be careful when you buy a used one. You know, it's like buying a used car, you know. But, yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh, man, I think you actually, like, drive into that thing and deliver it. Wow, that's sick. That's so cool. Okay. Wyoming, I guess, is next. Which I barely... Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I barely explored Wyoming. I only explored like 5% of Wyoming. And I think, yeah, Wyoming is like the least populated state, right? Yeah, out of all the states, Wyoming is the least populated state in the United States. I don't know if that's still true, but I think it is. Which is a little surprising to me. But yeah, I barely explored the state of Wyoming. The next state is Montana, and I have never explored the state of Montana. Yes, I have the DLC, but I just never drove in that state in this game. Look how big it is. It's a huge state. But there's not really much to do there, you know. There's not really any big cities in Montana. Let's see here. Montana is home to extraordinary experiences and moments that will leave you in... How do you pronounce that word? AWE? This northern U.S. state is untamed, wild, and natural. Montana is a getaway to Glacier and Yellowstones, two crown jewels of the national park system, and is home to glistening glacial lakes, snow-capped mountain peaks, blue ribbon trout streams, and mighty Missouri, Yellowstone, and Flathead rivers. Okay. Let's see what it looks like, because I've never been to Montana. Ooh, it's a bunch of land. Yeah, it's a bunch of land. You can Montana, you can turn this into a farming simulator. Yep. And train simulator. Oh, what the heck? Taco Kingdom. I guess instead of Taco Bell, it's Taco Kingdom. Yeah. But that's when you don't have the... That's what you'll get when you don't have the real company mods and advertisements, so luckily I have that to make it more realistic, you know? Okay, there's Montana. And I think after that is the state of Texas. Yep. This was a huge hit. Seriously. Howdy, partners. Hope y'all will like your visit in the Lone Star State, Texas. This place ain't full of cowboys anymore, but the spirit lives on, especially in ranches you can find all around. We also got a lot of cattle and other livestock, so your trucking adventures will be lively. We also love music, like really love music. Just look at Austin, the live music capital of the world. Party on. Look plumb over yonder and you'll see the city, which got the message about the problem. Sure enough, we're talking about Houston, so enjoy the drive. Get your lasso ready and catch all the news hitting by on Steam button. This probably ain't your first rodeo. Why did I just talk like that? Well, that's normal, I guess. Yep. Texas was also the first state where I did the World of Trucks event, the Texas cruising event. Yep. Did a lot of streams at the time when this came out. And not too long after this came out, they had the Christmas Winterland event, so I did even more streams. Yep. Texas, they got everything. The only state in this game that I've been to in real life. Yep. I've been to Houston and Galveston for vacation. Alright, Oklahoma is next, I believe. And yes, I did the Oklahoma cruising event, where you have to do deliveries to or from all the cities in Oklahoma, which has to be at least 100 miles. Yep. Boomer Sooner. The Oklahoma Sooners. Yeah. Oh, there's my truck. Yep, that's the truck that I bought. A Mack Anthem. Same color, too. Maybe that really is my truck. Ah, the traffic lights are sideways, or horizontal in Oklahoma. Didn't know that. I know in Texas, pretty much the Southwest is like that. Yeah. Okay, Kansas, the latest state that came out. I know Kansas has a bunch of land. It's the sunflower state, right? Yeah, Kansas is the sunflower state. And if you completed the Kansas cruising event, then you'll get a special paint job of sunflowers. Yeah, that's very nice. Maybe I'll use that in the summertime. Alright, and then they got next state coming out will be Nebraska. We don't know when this will come out. I assume it'll come out later this year, because they've already announced this like a couple of months ago. So, the Great Plains. Okay. Here's some screenshots of what Nebraska looks like. All the states look really good. Oh yeah, look at that sunset. So whenever this comes out, I assume they'll be having the Nebraska cruising event, part of the World of Trucks events, which means I'll be doing that. Yeah, because I like doing those events, they're fun. Okay, we're done with that. Then after that, it's Arkansas. It should be called Arkansas. Why isn't it pronounced Arkansas? I know, it's kind of weird, right? But it is what it is. So this state will come out after Missouri, or excuse me, after Nebraska, and then Missouri, after Arkansas. Oh wow, look at all those big logs right there. Oh, wow, look at that bridge. My brothers have been to Arkansas, so maybe I can show them these pictures. Do you remember any of these? Have you seen any of these in real life? But they went there for an Arkansas football game. Yeah, they went to their stadium. Taco Kingdom. That's right. You can't go wrong with tacos. Someone would say, the preferred food for truck drivers. Okay, and then Missouri. You know, this is going to be great when Missouri comes out. Oh, yeah, St. Louis. Mainly St. Louis. That's St. Louis right there. The big arch. Yep, that's in St. Louis. Did you guys know that Kansas City is actually in Missouri? I didn't know that. When I was younger, I didn't know. I thought it was only in Kansas, but no, it's in Missouri. Kansas City is in Missouri. So why isn't it called Missouri City? It's another good question to ask, you know. Alright. So that's it for that. Ooh. Become king of the road. Sit in the seat of a driver for hire who's doing jobs for local companies. Take your first steps and set forth on the long journey, establishing one of the largest transportation companies in the United States. Wow, can I buy this hat? Do they sell that hat? I would buy it. Start your career. As a freelance driver, look around the freight market for quick jobs with easy deliveries. That way you can earn enough money to buy your own big wheeler. Well, if you were watching the beginning of my series of this game, yes, that's what I did. I didn't have my own truck back then. Get a dream truck. Buy your first truck. It opens up with opportunities. Now you're able to take jobs from the freight market on your own, which means that more money will go into your pockets with each delivery. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Expand to other cities. To make even more profit, You have to not just expand your garage, but buy new one in other major cities. This allows you to hold more trucks and finally lets you hire drivers to work for you. Pick the right candidates and give them the best trucks available to benefit your business the most. It's time to hire. Oh yeah. Yep, I upgraded my garage to 3 slots so I can buy one more truck until I have to upgrade it again. And last but not least, become the trucking king. As your company grows, you have to expand your fleet and workforce to enable your profits to increase with the size of your empire. By working hard and making the right decisions, you have the chance to become the one and only trucking king. Whoa, I like the sound of that. Look at this guy. He's wearing a jacket, a suit jacket with some jeans and some brown shoes. Wow. Can you imagine if I dress up like this guy? Hey guys, I'm driving. I'm a trucker tonight. Yep. I'm sure a lot of people in Texas dress up like that. Welcome to California. Alright. Well. Keep on trucking. Yep, trucking never stops, folks. That's what they do in the real world. If you're on a road trip, you're going to see a whole bunch of truckers. Follow us on X. Yeah, it's not Twitter anymore. World of Trucks. Alright, awesome. So, yeah, guys, that's some of the history of this, with some pictures and stuff. I want to show you, let's see, this is so cool, this website. Let me show you the official trailer of this game. Here we go. Let's watch and listen.
6 a.m. Leaving home. You know, I love this feeling. Smell of the road in the morning. Color of the dust cloud behind my trail. The deep voice of the mighty beast I'm driving. All that weight and responsibility I got hanging behind me. This is what we are. What you are. It's sunny side up on the shaky side. Easy over in Dago. Get yourself an omelet in Bay City. It's all scrambled in neon in Dice City. Huevos Rancheros in Los Angeles. Catch you on the flip-flop. You got a copy? Still on the road? I'm lost in the city of angels. Still on the road? Man. Thousands of deliveries. Millions of tons. Every day, night, rain or shine. I tell you something. We must not stop. We must not slow down.
Right. That's right. It's not driving, it's trucking. Yep. So that was the official trailer. So cool. Hearing that voice and that music. Yep. Alright, one more thing before we get to the game. That's right. They have a Wikipedia article of this game here. It says, American Truck Simulator is a truck simulator game developed and published by the SCS Software. It was announced as being in development in September 2013 and unveiled at the E3 2015. It was released on February 2nd, 2016, exactly 8 years ago. This game is parallel sequel to Euro Truck Simulator 2 and the spiritual successor of 18 Wheels of Steel and the 5th installment in the Truck Simulator games. This game is set in a condensed depiction of the United States, featuring American conventional semi-trucks in various locations across the U.S., where players pick up a variety of cargoes and deliver them to their destinations. Since its release, this game has sold over 2 million copies on Steam. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a cover of a Peterbilt 579. Wow. Yep. Real trucking company. All right. So at the beginning, the player will be directed to found a truck driving business and select a home city from which to operate that business. So for me, I chose Los Angeles, and my headquarters has been there ever since. Upon selecting the home city, the player will own the pre-placed truck garage located in that city, which will operate as the player's home base. During gameplay, the player will select from a menu of currently available goods, delivery routes, to drive one of several models of trailer hook truck and deliver the selected load to a designated location within a fixed amount of time. By making such deliveries, the player earns money for the player's company and experience points for the player themselves. By delivering the selected cargo to its designation within the allotted time and with the least damage to the goods, the player will maximize the amount of money and experience points earned. Late deliveries or deliveries with damage will result in the player earning reduced cash and experience points. The amount of money and experience points earned are commensurate to the length of the delivery and distance and travel and type of goods being transported. A beginning player will own a garage but no trucks or trailers. The player will begin completing quick jobs, which are goods deliveries that utilize an in-game company's trucks and trailers. Once the player has earned enough money, the player may then begin purchasing one or more trucks, but the player may continue making quick jobs deliveries if desired. After purchasing the truck, the player may elect to use the purchased truck for deliveries or go back to performing quick job deliveries. So yeah, when you buy your own truck, man, it's like freedom, you know? As the player completes deliveries, the player will unlock skills by spending experience points to purchase particular skills upgrades, and I've had upgraded all the skills. Every skill I have. These upgrade categories include fuel efficiency, route delivery distance, carrying heavy cargo, carrying dangerous goods, carrying fragile cargoes, or making urgent deliveries. The money earned by the player's company will automatically be used to pay back any company loans the player obtains for the company or to pay any fines incurred in the course of the player's gameplay. The money is also needed to pay for fuel and maintenance on any vehicles or trailers owned by the player's company. Okay, yes. When performing quick job deliveries using an in-game's company truck, repairs and other costs are paid by that in-game company and not from the funds of the player's company. The player may also use the company's money to purchase additional trucks and trailers, which are held in designated slots in the garage. The player may use funds to hire NPC drivers. What is NPC? Oh, non-player character. And pay their associated expenses, who are placed in additional driver slots in the garage. Once the player has earned sufficient money, the player may also purchase garages in other cities and hire more drivers to drive from those garages as well. I've never done that before. Basically, you can hire drivers that will work for you. I'll have to try that out. Yeah, recruitment agency, that's what it's called. The longer a driver is employed by the company, the more experience points they will earn, thus increasing the amount of money that driver earns from each delivery. Much like the player's experience points, the player may direct the focus on each hired driver's experience points, thereby ensuring that particular hired drivers become experts in particular skill areas, such as hauling dangerous goods or performing long-haul deliveries. Company money may be used to upgrade garages, which will allow the garages to hold additional trucks, trailers, and drivers, as well as place a reduced cost fueling station at the garage. The company money may be used to upgrade a company's trucks and trailers, specifically by upgrading their associated aesthetic, mechanical, and structural upgrades. While driving routes, the game will direct the player to stop at a designated weigh station to determine the weight of the cargo before being permitted to proceed, though the game may occasionally allow the driver to bypass such stations. That's a weigh station. Weigh station, if you don't know what that is, it's a checkpoint along a highway to inspect vehicular weights and safety compliance criteria. Usually trucks and commercial vehicles are subject to the inspection. So yeah, most of the time in this game you stop at the weigh stations, but a lot of times you don't have to. Hey, how you doing, William? Oh, you got done drawing Luigi from the Super Mario movie? That's awesome. I would like to see that. Alright, the trucks. Here's all of the brands: Freightliner, International, Kenworth, Mack, Peterbilt, Volvo, and Western Star. So the two trucks that I own, the first one I bought was a Kenworth T680 2014, and the second truck that I recently purchased, it's a Mack Anthem. Next truck I might buy is a Peterbilt, because originally I chose that truck to be my dream truck before I bought my own. So I don't know, maybe I'll buy that one just for the heck of it. Alright, I don't have to read this part. And yep, these are all the states. At launch, the game started off with the U.S. states of California and Nevada. Arizona was released in June 2016 as a free update to all players. A number of other states have now been added as a paid DLC, downloadable content. Yep. But man, look, this game has almost half the country. Almost half the country is in this game. That's crazy. Yep, this game just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and better. And here are all the states. It tells you when it first came out. So of course California and Nevada are the first two states, followed by Arizona. And then over a year later they added New Mexico, and then almost a year later after that Oregon came out. And then two states came out in 2019, Washington and Utah. Two states came out in 2020 during the COVID year, Idaho and Colorado. Wyoming came out in 2021. Two states came out in 2022. The two of the biggest states in the country, Montana and Texas. Yes, that was a big hit. Two states came out last year in 2023. So we don't know when Nebraska, Arkansas, and Missouri will come out. Maybe they'll all come out this year. I don't know. But we know Nebraska's next, then Arkansas, then Missouri. All right. Reception. Let's see here. This game has received mostly positive reviews from critics, scoring 76 out of 100 on Metacritic. I've never heard of that. What's Metacritic? It's a website that aggregates reviews of films, television shows, music, albums, video games, and formerly books. Okay. James Cunningham of Hardcore Gamer gave the game a 4 out of 5, saying, while a little more realism would make American Truck Simulator more fun, paradoxical as they may sound, there's no escaping how fantastically playable it is. Laura Dale from Polygon rated the game a 8 out of 10, saying, as someone who's sunk countless hours in Euro Truck Simulator 2, a fresh coat of paint, an unfamiliar set of sights, and the challenge of driving in the wrong opposite side of the road left me confident that I'll be sinking just as many hours into American Truck Simulator. Yes, because if you played Euro Truck Simulator 2, you drive on the other side of the road. You drive on the left side of the road. In America, you drive on the right side of the road. So, and yes, I bought Euro Truck Simulator 2 over a month ago when Steam had the winter sale. I'll have to do some videos and streams of that game. It's going to be weird driving on the other side of the road, the opposite side. Yeah. And the driver is driving on the right side of the vehicle, you know? Instead of the left side of the vehicle. Yeah, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Andy Kelly of PC Gamer commended that the game and noted that it shared the strengths and shortcomings of its predecessor due to the two games' similarities, though advised that it was not finished on launch and urged more cautious gamers to wait until it was more completed before purchasing the game. American Truck Simulator won Best Technological Solution at the 2016 Czech Game of the Year Awards, and it was also nominated for the Best Game, Best PC/Console Game, and Best Audio. Wow. Yeah, SGL Software is from the Czech Republic. That's in Europe. That's probably why they made Euro Truck Simulator 2 first. That game is over 10 years old. Yeah, Euro Truck Simulator 2 came out 2012. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, there you have it. There is some of the history of this fantastic game. Yup. And here we are on Steam. Look at this. Playtime, 392 hours. That's a lot. Whew. Ooh. Alright. William says, I'm good, bro, and yes, I even finished Colored Luigi in. I just got done with the rest of them. You did complete 4 characters of the movie. Wow. Amazing. It's already been a month since from the New Year's Day. Yes. Yes, that's right. 1 month has gone by in 2024. Leap year. Yep. That's right. We got a February 29th this year. Oh boy. Less than 4 weeks until we get to that date. Leap day. Let's see here. Look at all these achievements here. These are all my achievements in this game. It tells you what I achieved and when I achieved it. I can go back all the way to the very beginning. Is this sorted by the date, or... I don't know. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, it is. Never mind. Okay. Okay, let's go back to when I first started playing this game, which was June of 2019. This is when I first played this game. Yep. We are... in a few months, it'll be 5 years since I first played this game. I bought this game on my own, because that's when I just turned 18 at the time. So, this was the first game that I really wanted. And at the time, I had a laptop. I didn't have this computer, gaming PC, and microphone, and all this good stuff. So I was playing it on my laptop, and it was alright, but then eventually my laptop couldn't handle it. So I need to buy like an actual gaming computer, which I have right now. And I got that in the fall of 2021, and then that's when I started finally doing videos and live streams of this game. And yes, I've used the same profile since I first played this game back in 2019. Yeah, I decided not to make a new profile because there was just no need to, really. There was just no need to. Plus, I didn't really play much of it in 2019 and 2020. But, yeah, just want to tell you when I first started playing this game. I guess the first achievement that I unlocked was a gas guzzler. Using a gas station, unlocked on June 9th, 2019 at 4:38 a.m. Yep. This was back when I stayed up all night, literally every night during my summer break. Yep. Yeah, I was still in high school at the time. Using a way station. Yes. Drive by the Billy the Kid Museum. This requires the New Mexico DLC. Earn $100,000 delivering cargoes. Wow. Huh, this was a few days after New Year's of 2020. Successfully park a trailer at the delivery point. Drive 10,000 miles during deliveries. Oh, and this was unlocked on October 18th, 2021. This was 12 days before my very first episode of this game. Yep. Like a boss. Successfully park a trailer at the hard delivery point. Wow, this was early in the morning. I think I actually stayed up until that early in the morning. Yep. I don't do that anymore. Drive through both Seattle tunnels. Requires the Washington DLC. High five. Complete a perfect delivery. No damage, no fines, in time, for a job that's at least 600 miles. Yeah, it's hard to go perfect. It is hard to go perfect. Oh, I unlocked this on Christmas Eve. Oh, I think I was live streaming. Yeah, I was live streaming at the time. Before the Santa tracker took off. $1 Million Highway. Drive along this famously scenic and thrilling section of the US 550 in Colorado. Requires the Colorado DLC. Perform deliveries for at least 15 different companies. Okay. Oh, I unlocked this part of my 10th anniversary on YouTube. Yep. And later this month will be my 12th anniversary on YouTube. Yep. Sunday, February 18th to be exact. That'll be my 12th anniversary on YouTube. Yeah. Crazy. I have not really decided what I'll be doing yet on that date, but I'll think of something. What if I don't do anything? Yeah, I'm not going to do anything. Finish 50 deliveries. Drive through the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel, the highest point on the U.S. interstate highway system, in both directions. Requires the Colorado DLC. Wow. Must be a very famous tunnel. Deliver a cargo to both port terminals in Washington. Okay, that's what it's called. A port terminal where they put those goods in the ships. Yep. That requires the Washington DLC. Uplifting travel across the New Youngs Bay Bridge requires the Oregon DLC. Rigmaster, buy your own truck. Yep, I bought my own truck on November 1st, 2022. Pimp my truck. Buy and apply a custom paint job. Keep sailing. Deliver a boat to a Marina? I don't know how you pronounce it, in Washington. Requires Washington DLC. Yep, I delivered a boat on July 11th, 2023. The Sooner State. Discover every city in Oklahoma. And that's when I was doing the Oklahoma cruising event. View cutscenes from all viewpoints in Oklahoma. Wow, I did that as well. And the last achievement, I discover every city in Kansas, the Sunflower State. This was part of the Kansas cruising event, where you have to do deliveries to or from all 10 cities in the state of Kansas. So there you have it. Locked achievements here. Okay. There's so many achievements in this game, it's ridiculous. Yep. It's already past 10 p.m. for you, William. You're in Eastern Time. I'm in Central Time, so I'm an hour behind you. I wonder if there's going to be... Let's see if there's any achievements that I can achieve tonight. Possibly. Oh, the parking challenge. Complete 20 deliveries choosing the trailer delivery option, which requires reversing. This is like the expert mode for delivering your cargo. I have 8 more of those to do. Some of them are not that bad. Some of them they just look challenging. Ooh. Discover every city in New Mexico. There's one city that I have not discovered in New Mexico yet. I wonder what that'll be. We'll take a look at the world map once I get to the game here. The Beaver State. Discover every city in Oregon. I have 3 more that I have not discovered yet. 1, 2, 3. Breathe. Successfully deliver an air conditioning complex transport DLC mission with no damage and on time. Wow. Drive through the forest road to timber harvest in Bellingham. Start your engine. Get on the start of the truck racing circuit. Wait, what? Where is this at? You can race with other truckers? That'd be funny if you can. Get to the chopper. Successfully deliver a helicopter special transport DLC mission with no damage and on time. Complete a perfect delivery, no damage, no fines, in time of at least 3 forest machinery DLC jobs, golly. Beehive State. Discover every city in Utah. There's 2 cities that I have yet to discover. The Evergreen State, discover every state in Washington. There's 3 states that I have not discovered yet. How heavy am I? Use the truck scale or weigh station with gross vehicle weight of at least 175,000 pounds. Wow. The Gem State, discover every city in Idaho. I have 3 more cities that I have not discovered yet. Discover the Sentinel State. Discover every city in Colorado. I have 4 more cities. The Equality State. Discover every city in Wyoming, and I only discovered 2. Yeah, I barely drove in Wyoming. I only explored like 5% of that state. And the state of Montana, 0%. I have not been to Montana yet. The Four Corners. Oh, this is the visit the famous Four Corners monument that marks where the states of Colorado, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah meet. So they do have that in this game. Very nice. Had the last best place, Montana. Yeah, there's so many achievements. Part of me doesn't really care about achieving these, but it just shows you how much you can explore in this game. Go big or go home. The Lone Star State. Discover every city in Texas, and I only have 3 more. The biggest state in the game. Find a sign that says nothing. Oh my gosh. The one thing that they don't have in this game is Route 66. How do they not have Route 66 in this game? It's like the most famous road in the country. Yeah, no. It's weird that they don't have that. Global achievements, okay. Wow, you can see the percentage of all the players. Is this like for everyone? Everyone that has officially played this game before? Oh, hey Acer, you're back. I thought you left. Okay. But yeah, look at all this. My goodness. Okay. And then there's I see that you can compare to. Oh, you can compare this to all of my friends that play this game. So I have 5 Steam friends that play this game. I assume none of them are currently watching. So let's see here. This person, 5Tayer. This is cool. You can see if they achieve the same stuff that you did. Oh, he's so close to getting the Sooner State. William says, oh, so yours is at 9 p.m.? Okay, it's good. And if you're wondering to ask that you forgot how old you was, you're 23 years old. Oh yeah, I remember. Yup, that's when you had your birthday. Back in October. Yup. Yeah, I'll be turning 23 in a couple of months. 3.5 months will be my birthday. And every year I do like some birthday streams and stuff. That'll basically kick off the summer season. Yep. Acer says the people who forgot certain row pads in this game are assholes. Okay. Oh, we talk about Route 66? That I said that there isn't a Route 66 in this game? Yeah, it's weird that they don't have that. Do you know how long that road is? It goes all the way to Chicago, I think. Yeah, that's how long that route is. 66, yep. Ah, 5Tayer bought his own truck the day after Christmas of last year. So anyway, guys, that's basically it that's basically my announcements. I know I've been talking for like an hour and a half before I started playing this game, but that's okay. This is a different kind of stream celebrating 8 years of this game. Here's another person, Bartonistic YT. He lives in Oklahoma. And, yes, he discovered every state or every city in Oklahoma. Oh, wow, he did that like less than 3 hours ahead of me. Yep. I achieved this about nearly 3 hours later than after him. William says, yeah, looking forward to a birthday soon. Yep. It'll come up pretty quick. Every year it gets faster and faster and faster. Oh, he bought his own truck on May 22nd of last year. And I think he showed me what his truck looks like. I'll have to take a look at that. I think he took a screenshot or a picture of it. Alright, let's see here. ChaseCat45619. Sometimes he tunes into my live streams. Did he achieve anything? He did. He achieved this. Successfully park a trailer at a delivery point. Alright. What about this person? French Fry Gamer. He used to be like one of my long-time subscribers. But he lives in the state of Texas. And then Landon, the Union Pacific Rail Fanner, he lives in the state of Arizona, and I believe he also bought his own truck. Yep. March 6th of last year, almost a whole year ago. Alright. Let me see if I can see what their trucks look like. If I can. Acer says, like, there are famous roads that are not included in this game. The programmers are assholes. How the F could you forget about certain roads? Yeah, I mean, that's like the only road I can think of that isn't in this. I don't know if they'll ever add that road. I mean, there's just so many roads you can add in this game, I guess. Let's see. Oh, here's my latest screenshot. This is what I did a few nights ago, hauling this knuckle boom loader. That's what it's called. It's a big machinery. It's an oversized load with my Mac Anthem truck. No problem. My Mac Anthem was still going pretty fast. Oh, wait. Yeah, get out of that. Alright. Let's see. This is from... Okay, this is like from other people. Okay. Discussions? No. I don't look at this stuff. Guides. Workshop. Oh, is this where you can like add mods and stuff? Because I haven't done that in a while. I'll probably do that off video. Let's see, market. I don't know what this is, but it's loading. Oh. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Support. I support this game. Oh, this is like if you have any problems, I guess. I purchased this on June 8th, 2019. Yep. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Huh, I can view my friend's stats. This is cool. Let's check out... Look at his profile picture on Steam. What the heck? Is he... Oh, he's online. Oh, wait, we already looked at the achievements. I want to see what his truck looks like. Because I know he took a picture of it, and I think he sent it to me. William says it's going to be almost a year since I've met you for the first time at the streams from last year. Oh, you're right. When did you first tune in? What video or stream was it? Was it... It was February of 2023, right? I know you were here when I did the Mario Kart Wii series in April. So, yeah. Oh, wait, I think there's another way what I can do. Let's see. Ah, yes, screenshots. Here we go. Let's see his screenshots, if he has any. Oh, okay, so this is his truck. Whoa, look at that. I comment. I said, awesome. Look at... Oh, man, look at this. Look at this paint job. That's sick. And look where he's at, the Rocky Mountains. I don't know what brand this is. You can't really see the logo. What about this one? Which one's this one? If I have to guess, it might be... Actually, I can look on their website. Yeah, because they have a list of all the trucks. Let's see. What does that truck look like? I'm just guessing here. Does it look like this one? Nope, it's not that one. It's not a Kenworth. Is it a Volvo? Oh, it is. It is a Volvo. I'm pretty sure it is. Yep, it's a Volvo. Okay. So that's Landon's truck. Let's see. Let's see if this person has any screenshots. Oh, he does. Oh my gosh, look at this background. Look at his background. 5 tear. Well, this is his truck, I think. Oh my gosh. You damaged it. He damaged it 100%. Is this his own truck? This is also a Volvo. Oh boy. What happened? Let me comment. Oh no. What happened? I just now saw this. There we go. William says, yes, it was February 19th from last year of my 11th anniversary part 3. It's only of the live chat I met you. Oh, okay. So it was my 11th anniversary on YouTube, part 3. I assume that was the Nintendo games that I was doing. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's great. That's great to know. And we are approaching a whole year later. This year will be my 12th anniversary. I don't really know what I'll be doing this year. Maybe something different for a change. I don't know. I'll have to think. What is this picture? Oh, the Bay Bridge. Oh, the Golden Gate Bridge, that's the name. Yep, when you go from San Francisco to Oakland. Ooh, what happened here? Traffic backup. Yep, that's what happens when there's construction on the road. You know, on my way to work, it's a 2-lane road, so there's 2 lanes on each side of the road, and then you got the left turn lane in the middle. Well, it's now 1 lane on each side because they're working on the middle of the road. I don't know what they're doing, but it's probably going to take a while until it's back to 2 lanes on each side. So, yeah, it is what it is. I'm not too upset about that. Let's see here. Anyone else has any screenshots? This guy, he only played Truck Simulator for like 29 minutes. So I assume he doesn't... Golly! How do you have this many games on Steam? That's a ton. That's a ton. Oh, okay, it was the Nintendo games. I guess it was the Wii and Wii U games. Because I don't think I did Nintendo Switch games at the time. This person... no achievements? Oh, he left a review. Let's see what his review says. He says, Bartonistic YT says, his review, very fun game, and they are adding Oklahoma, which makes it really more fun for you. You know why he said that? Because he lives in the state of Oklahoma. Yep. Which makes sense. Alright. I think that's it. We can finally get to the game now. So yeah, I apologize if I was talking so much, but you know, this is the 8th anniversary of this game. So yeah, I got the old version of, you know, 18 Wheels of Steel's American Long Haul and Haulin'. These are the two games that I grew up playing. I also grew up playing this game, Bus Driver. Yeah, these games were also made from the SCS software, and this one as well. This is a hunting game. I also grew up playing this one. And of course, Euro Truck Simulator 2. This takes quite a bit of big gigabytes of your space. So yeah. Alright. I think any latest news? Not really. Alright. Let's see what I'll be doing tonight after talking for an hour and 45 minutes. Giving you the history and stuff. I'm probably not going to do that again for next year's anniversary date, but that's okay. I'm glad the stream is going well so far, because I have it on my phone in the chat and it's not buffering for me, so that's great. All right. So here's the launch pad. Let's see. You can edit your profile, which I hardly did that. So this is me. Heh. Yes, when you first play this game, you have to make a profile in order to continue. Yep, I chose this guy. I might look like this guy in like 20 years. This is what I'll look like when I'm in my 40s. But yeah, look at all these people. Are these real people? They look real people to me. What are their names? Like, golly, there's like hundreds of people you can choose from. Jeez. Yeah, look at these people. Which one looks like you? It's like, you know, creating a me. Except it's already created for you. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. He looks mean. He means business. This dude right here. Are all these people truckers in real life? Maybe they are. Ah, this is my friend's picture. He chose this one. Ah, hashtag ATS for American Truck Simulator. Huh, look at this guy's hat. Oh, look at this old guy. He's got sunglasses. Like a freaking boss. This guy looks like he's wearing a Philadelphia Eagles hat. Because it's green. That looks like the logo, the shape of it. What? Oh, look at this guy's hat. What the heck? What is this? What is this face he's making? Look at this face this dude's making. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. Let me turn on my webcam. Because I have yet to turn it on. Can I turn it on? Is it on now? Yes, it's on. How you doing, guys? Hi there. And look, I'm wearing the shirt. I'm wearing the shirt. And the other night, I bought 2 more shirts of, you know, this game. So they'll be coming like next week. And I'll have to do an unboxing video to show you what the shirts look like. I should have done that. I should have ordered them last week, but I just didn't thought about it. It just popped into my head the other day saying, hey, you should order another truck shirt. Why not? And I did. I ordered 2 more. Okay? So I don't want to show you what it looks like until I do the video. But anyway, look at this dude. Why is he making this face? What, what the heck? Some of these people have weird faces. Look at this guy. He's a professor. Wearing a suit. These do look like real people, by the way. Oh my gosh, look at this dude with the long hair and sunglasses. Why does he look like... He looks like Bret the Hitman Hart. The old days of wrestling. And look at this guy. He's like... Yeah, I got you, bro. Yep. Oh, look, this dude has a truck simulator hat. Oh, gosh. Look at this guy. He's a mess. This dude's a... Look at his face. Bro, what happened to you? It's like his face is all burnt. Oh, look at this guy's mustache. Wow, that's the fanciest mustache I've ever seen. Ah, look at this dude. Wearing a suit and some shades. William says, and yes, it's been a throwback since in April. Or Mario Kart Wii part. Yep, that was when I did the Mario Kart Wii series at the time, because the game hit its 15th anniversary. Jeez. Hello, people. I wonder if this is the same picture when they... This is their truck license picture. That's what it is. Oh gosh, look at this dude's hair. Yeah, you see my face now? Hi, hello. Yep, I finally turned on my webcam. Wow, this looks like one of my friends in real life. In the future. Landon. Yeah, you've seen him in some of my videos. Whoa, look at this face. Why is his eyes like that? What the heck? I have to take off my glasses so you can see my eyes better, because you can see my computer screen reflecting off my glasses. Oh man, look at this guy's hair. This guy has his eyes shut. Dang, look at this dude. Why is this guy looks like he's laughing. Oh boy, look at this guy. Dude. What the See? Some of these people they smile weird. They look funny. But there's a bunch you can choose from. Really, I like this picture. I like this guy. He looks like he's ready to rock and roll. And look, you can change it to females. Yep, they got females. Yeah, there's female truckers. Yep. Can you imagine if I get a female to play this game? I'll be saying, hello, come choose you. Choose one that looks like you. Hey, someday that might happen. You never know. I never got to look at these pictures of these women. Hello, female truckers. Oh, she's got the shades. She's got the shades. These people look real. Huh. How you doing, ladies? How you doing? Who means business the most? God, oh, dang, look at the color of her hair in this one. Huh. Look at this smile. Dang, this woman has chubby cheeks. Okay, enough with that. Okay, preferred truck design. So when I first played this game, the truck that I chose first was this one, I believe. Oh, this was a Kenworth. Okay. Because they look similar to a Peterbilt. This one is a Peterbilt. Okay. I mean, I could change this. Well, you know, no. Let's change it to this one. This is my current truck that I'm using, a Mack Anthem. Company logo. Yeah. Paper airplane. No, let's do the American Eagle. I like that one. Mother Trucker is my company name. Apply. There we go. Oh, I didn't select my picture. Wait, if I choose a female, will it be a female driver? Let's see. I'm curious to know. Okay, guys, I'm a female now. So instead of Eric, you can call me Erica. My name is Erica. Let's see here. Okay, these are the other profiles. Here's some of the stats. Mod manager, I think we're good on this. Yep, these are all the mods, and you can get more. You can get as many as you want, as long as they're good enough for the games. Yep. Erica. What if I date a girl that's Erica? It's Eric and Erica. That would be kind of weird, to be honest. Yep. Yeah, I got a bunch of mods activated. Some of them I don't really use, but a lot of them I do use a lot of times. Especially like the real advertisements, the real American gas stations, companies, billboards, all that good stuff. And I can get more. I'll have to, if I want to get more, I'll do that off video. Okay. What's the about? Is this like the credits? That's the credits. We'll take a look at that later. We'll do that when I'm ending the stream. Right? Because the credits come last. That'd be funny if you watch a movie and then the credits are the first thing you see in the movie. Like, no. You don't want to see the credits first. You want to see the film itself, and then credits after. Alright guys, well, I'm gonna see what I'll be doing for this special edition tonight. It's funny, whenever the game is loading, my face cam is like freezing up on my computer, but it's not frozen on the stream. That's kind of weird. Oh well. It doesn't really bother me. I guess it's loading up everything. Ah, this female stole my truck. 18 wheels of skill, level 37. I kind of already looked at all this in the last stream the other night. Oh, look, I'm almost back up to 900,000. Okay, wait, let's hit drive. because I want to see something. Let's see here if it's different. Oh, that's from ETS2. It's hard to see. I can't see the driver. That's okay. Oh, and I just rest. I don't have to rest again for another 12 hours. Alright, that's fine. We'll wait and see if it gets daylight so we can see if the figure in the truck is a female or not. So, I am currently all the way at the bottom of Brownsville, Texas. Yes. Okay. So, I did a live stream last year, a whole year ago, of the 7th anniversary of this game. And what I did was I did the longest drive possible, which was from Brownsville all the way to Bellingham, Washington. So if I do that, which I did last year, the trip distance will take 2,555 miles, nearly 45 hours in game time, and that's without resting. And normally you have to rest like every 13 to 14 hours, so you would have to rest like 3 or 4 times. And I didn't do a delivery. I just went without delivering anything with my Kenworth truck. So yeah, I checked to see what did I do last year for the 7th anniversary, and that's what I did. I drove my Kenworth truck without delivering anything. I did the longest drive possible. So yeah, you can drive from Bellingham, Washington all the way to Brownsville. So I'm currently in Brownsville, and I'm thinking maybe I should do the longest delivery possible, which I did, but it's not the longest one ever, but it's the longest one I've ever done, and that is, you can sort it out by distance. This is the one. Yep, Knuckle Boom Loader. I mentioned that earlier. This was the longest trip with this cargo. I went from Seattle to Galveston. That's pretty far. 2,550 miles. So, it's actually one of the longest deliveries ever that you can do. Unfortunately, I did this delivery in 3 different streams because the stream stopped on its own twice. Yeah, it stopped on its own twice, so I'm like, well, when the stream stops on its own, I didn't do another one the same night. I decided to wait until the next night, you know? Let's see if I can do another one like that. Let's do... So, quick job. You can still do this, but you won't be able to use your truck, so... This is where you use other people's trucks. So I sorted out by the longest, or the most income, boom lift from Bellingham, Washington, all the way to Colorado Springs. What about the longest length? Empty bottles from Eugene, Oregon to Brownsville, Texas. Okay. What about freight market? Actually, no. External contracts. This is part of the World of Trucks. And yes, the World of Trucks events. They still have the Christmas Winterland event and the Cruising Kansas event. And they were supposed to end a couple of weeks ago in mid-January, but they extended it. And it'll finally end on Monday, the 5th of February. So in a few days, it'll finally end. But as you can see, I completed them. But I can still do deliveries using external contracts. So the longest one I can do is a wheel loader. Wow. From Brownsville to Newport, Oregon. That's pretty long. Yeah. Oh, and it's that very long cargo with a whole bunch of wheels. So if I combine them with my truck itself, it's a total of like 48 wheels, I believe. Whoa, look at this little thing, a pump jack. Huh, look how little this trailer is. This one is slightly shorter. This one's from Brownsville all the way to Sandpoint, Idaho. Oh, and if I do this one, I'll be finally traveling to the state of Montana. Yep, I've never been to Montana in this game, and I barely explored Wyoming, so if I do this one, I'll have to go through Wyoming and through Montana. William says, I'm about to draw Donkey Kong next, and after that, you'll be doing Bowser. Wow. Nice. I forgot that Donkey Kong was in that movie. Alright, you're drawing the big characters next. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're basically doing all the main characters. That's awesome. Alright, let's see. Price. The highest price is this one. Chlorine from Brownsville, Texas to Oxnard, California. This one is not that long, but will get more income. Okay, let's see. Freight market. Ooh, look at that. Boom lift from Bellingham, Washington to Colorado Springs. But here's the thing. If I do this delivery, you see where I'm at? I'm currently in Brownsville, Texas. I have to drive all the way to Bellingham, Washington just to get the cargo, and then drive to Colorado Springs. That's a lot of driving. Here's the thing. Any deliveries that I can do from Brownsville? Yes. I can do a yard truck. A yard truck? Wow. This is from Brownsville to Tucson, Arizona. What about the longest distance length? Brownsville to Olympia, Washington. Ooh, this is a long delivery. It's not quite the longest, but it is one of the longest. I can do this one. This one will give you over $66,000. Wow, you're doing all 8 characters, man. And it looks just... And man, let me tell you, it looks just like from the movie. You know, not... You know, it's not like from the video games, it's from the actual movie. That's what's very impressive. Yup. This one I can do. This is a short cargo. It's a Sam's Club. So yeah, I completely forgot that a whole year ago I did the longest drive possible from Brownsville all the way to Bellingham, Washington. Let's see here. Wait, let me check my career delivery log. So, tires from Carlsbad to Port Angeles. Port Angeles is in Washington, right? Yep. Up there. Where is Carlsbad? Where's that at? Is that in Texas? Excuse me. Let me type it in. Nope. They don't have one. Plus, if I look for it on here, where is Carlsbad? Actually, look, I can just look it up on Google. Just look it up on your phone. It's that easy. Oh, it's in. Oh, it's called Carlsbad, not Carlsbad. I misread that. Ah, Carlsbad. Okay, so that's in California. Is it? Let me check. Yep, it's near Los Angeles. Okay, in between Los Angeles and San Diego. Okay, so that was kind of a long delivery. And yes, I got all the skills. I mentioned this earlier that I upgraded all the skills from all the categories. Okay. Lufkin to Seattle. Where's that at? Lufkin. Lufkin. I wish it tells you the state on here, but it doesn't. Lufkin's in Texas. Okay. Lufkin. It's right here. Okay, Lufkin. Wow. Oh, what is this city? Huh. Texarkana. Man. Then I went from Seattle to Galveston. Okay. And now I'm currently in Brownsville. Because like I said, I didn't remember until I checked the stream from a whole year ago, the 7th anniversary. I did the longest drive possible from Brownsville all the way to Bellingham, Washington, and I didn't deliver anything. I just went solo. And I think on Wikipedia, I don't think I read this part on the Wikipedia page. So let me pull this up again, because it says it mentions the settings and stuff and the states. Okay. Okay, it says, currently, the player may travel as far north as Bellingham, Washington, as far south as Brownsville, Texas, as far west as Eureka, California, and as far east as Beaumont, Texas. So maybe I should do, instead of going from south to north, I can do from east to west or west to east. Eureka all the way to Beaumont, Texas. Well, since I'm in Brownsville, I might as well drive to Beaumont first and then do a delivery to Eureka. I never been to Eureka, California. How about we try that one? Let me see if they have any. See if they have any in Beaumont. Beaumont. Yes, they have some, but they don't have any to Eureka, California. This is kind of a long one anyways. Scrapped cars, whoa. You can, yeah, and you can like search up anything. I once hauled trucks, Kenworth trucks. Oh, they don't have one. Alright, do I need to type Kenworth? Nope, I don't. They don't have that. Oh wait, oh, I gotta get out of the... How do you get out of... Let me get out of the map and go back in. Alright, let's try again here. Yes. Okay, truck. You can haul Kenworth trucks. From Seattle to Houston. Wow. Yard trucks. Western Star truck. Peterbilt trucks. What about Mack trucks? Do they have that? Mack trucks? Nope, no Mack trucks. But they got Kenworth. I did haul this before. It was kind of tricky delivering it. It was. Nope, they don't have any of that in Beaumont, Texas. Oops. Oh, okay, I got all of it. Alright. Price. Yard truck from Astoria to San Antonio. That's with the most income. How about maybe we should try and hit $1 million tonight. Maybe we should try and do that. Go for $1 million. I mean, yeah, you just got to do a delivery that's over 110,000 without damaging it or being late, you know. This one's an urgent delivery, which I'm fine with that. I'm up to the challenge. Yep. Huh. Refresh. Interesting. Let me check something out here. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. Oops. Oh, I almost forgot. The music. The great music in this game. Yep. Just like in the trailer. Yep. Yeah, I never purchased a trailer. Oh, look at that. Australia. Customized configuration. What am I going to be doing now? I still haven't decided yet. I'll do something. Look at this trailer. Australia Day. Yeah, that wasn't too long ago. I've never bought a trailer. Oh wow, you can do a double cargo. Dang. Jeez, this is like a train now. Road train. It's crazy. Triple road train. Oh, you can change it to any type of paint job. Yep. Maybe I'll do that when I go back to my headquarters. No, well, I was just checking out the paint jobs of the cargos, or the trailers. See, you can change it. You can change the colors. Ah, then you got these crazy looking ones. Yep. And you can change the color on that too. Ooh, look at this one. Very nice. Now this is something that I should do later this year. I'm sure, yeah, my Mac Anthem's great. New images available for upload. Ha! Yes, these are... I took a lot of screenshots, I just never got to show it to you guys. Yeah, you can kind of like... Here's some of the screenshots that I took. Huh? I took a screenshot of this, because look how close I was to leveling up to level 34. That close. Yep. I can upload this to World of Trucks. Took a picture of the look at the close-up of the people. Look, there's my former truck, Kenworth T680. Yep, these people are just chilling outside. Ah, that's weird. Double Walmart cargo. The first one is a long one, the second one's a lot shorter. And at the back it says long load. Thank you, William. Yeah, wish me luck on whatever I'll be doing next in this here. Ah, yeah, see? A Kenworth truck hauling Kenworth trucks. That's perfect. Oh my gosh, look at that. Is that a rocket ship? It is, I think. Yeah, I took a lot of screenshots from the past couple of years. I guess I can take an unlimited amount. I I like that billboard. Explore Texas. Hot dog. See, look. This is a male. This is a male in that truck. I want to know if there's a female in there, because I changed my picture to a female. I wonder if they'll have a female driver in there. But right now it's dark, so we'll have to wait until it gets daylight. So yeah, I still have this truck, but I need to, like, repair it, because it's damaged too much. I've been hitting it too much. What time is it for me? It is 10:26 p.m. already. I might go live again tomorrow for this game again. We'll see. It's not a guaranteed, but possibility. Ah! These two trucks are hauling the same thing, side by side. Ah, ExxonMobil, ExxonMobil. And this is before I bought my first truck, so I was using other people's trucks, renting them. Late. 2 minutes late. A penalty fine of $7. Not bad, actually. Look at this guy. Security guard. Lay's. Oh, this is the big I. The big interchange of Interstate 25 and 40. The Home Depot. Oh, look at that old car. Man. Hole in the rock. The big scale. School bus. And a McDonald's. And a KFC. Oh, this one. Oh, this was a Mack truck. So I have used this truck before. Kind of wish it tells me when I took these pictures, these screenshots. IHOP. And a McDonald's. Tesla. That's the thing now. It's funny, I have not looked at these pretty much since I took these pictures. Road work ahead. More like road work right in front of you. Yup. Yeah, it's already like 11:30 for you now. I've been streaming for like 2.5 hours already. And I haven't even played the game yet. That's okay though. This is just like a special edition. Yup. It's getting late. And it's only 8:30 Pacific time. This game says 8:36 p.m. in that picture. Motel 6 and a donut shop. Ah. This big area. ExxonMobil. Oh, did I? I must have hauled this before. A knuckle boom loader. That's what this thing is. And look at that. They block half the road, so we have to share the same lane. That's why they have a traffic light, so they can take turns. I've never experienced that in real life. Hey, look, a McDonald's advertisement. Yeah, real advertisements. Phillips. Oh yeah, knuckle boom loader. Donut shop. Ray's hamburgers. Oh, this must be Las Vegas. Yeah, I took a picture of the city. Casino. Fire truck right there. Maybe I should... Let me try and find this one on my career. Once I'm done looking at all these pictures. Oversized load. Angry Whopper from Burger King. That was popular back in the day. Freight train right there. Satisfactory. I damaged it. 4.8%, lost over $13,300. Oh, this is back when I was at level 11. A workhorse. Okay. Ooh, look at this bridge. Oh, this is one of these bridges that opens up, I think. That's why there's traffic lights there. Man, maybe I should, like, post some of these pictures. Maybe people can see them. Perhaps. I don't know. Bum 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 bum. They used this music for the trailer that we were watching earlier. Oh, that's it. Okay, we're done. William says, alright, I need to get going now. We'll chat again soon. It was a good stream of how you're doing well here, so have a great rest of your night, Eric. See you around. Alright, William, thank you for tuning in. It's nice to see you. And it's nice that the stream went well. That's great. Oh, wait, I can, like, rewatch these? Wait, I can, like, rewatch the viewpoints? I don't have to, like, drive to them? Huh. Let's see. I never got to look at it this way. There's Burger King with the old logo. Classic. Oh, you can. But the music's not playing. Add more, but I'm still gonna be in Brownsville, right? Am I? Let's see. Yeah, I'm still in Brownsville. Okay. That's what I thought. photo mode. You can take a picture of your truck, but it's too dark, so I'm not going to do that. Huh, you can, like, walk around. Kind of. How far can I go? Can I go as far as I can? Zoom in on that big boy. Super heavy starship. I took a picture. Oh, nice. I took a picture of this super heavy starship. Oops. Wait. What does this do? We'll see. See what that does. Oh, man. Oh, it's playing the cutscene music. Wow. I like this music. Bum bum bum. It starts over. Okay. Well then, you can check out any city from any state. Well, let's do Los Angeles, where my headquarters is at. Yes. Yep, this is where it all began for me. Los Angeles, Hollywood. Very nice. Let's see here. We'll do Las Vegas. Kind of wish the game doesn't have to load every time, but oh well. Las Vegas. It's so weird that there's no traffic on the road. Huh. Okay. Let's see. Let's do Albuquerque next. Oh, I picked the wrong one. Can I go back? No, I can't. Oh well. Oh. Right. I meant to pick this one. Subway. Eat fresh. Well, there it is, the big I. Interstate 40 and 45 and 20, I think. Or is it 25 and 40? It's one of those two. Look at that. You know, this truck looks like the one that I chose in this game. Kenworth, to be exact. Yep. Let's do Seattle next. I've been there before. Not in real life, but in this game. Oh look, there is the Seattle Stadium, the football stadium, home of the Seahawks. Yep. There it is. And next to it is the baseball stadium for the Seattle Mariners. Yeah. All right. Wyoming. I barely went to Wyoming, so let's check this one out. Pizza, Asian seafood. subway again. Downtown? Yeah, I have a subway downtown. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that buffalo statue. Jeez. Okay. Now, Montana, I can't do any of these because I've never been to Montana in this game. But Texas, look at all these cities in Texas. Let's see. Let's do the big cities. Actually, yeah, we'll do Austin first. That's the capital city. Nope, this one. There we go. No, this one. Oh, you can't. You don't click on them. You just highlight them and enter. Ah, I didn't even realize that. Because at one time I accidentally picked the wrong one. Target. So Austin is the capital city of Texas. Here's Austin. It's a really big city too. BP, open 24 hours. Gas station. Oops. That's a nice hotel up there. Alright. Let's see Beaumont, because that is the farthest as you can go east in this game. Beaumont, Texas. Look at that bridge. Twin Falls in Idaho. Dang, that is so high up. Man, how did they build that bridge? That's crazy. Look at that. I'll have to find that on Google Maps. Twin Falls, Idaho. This is Beaumont, Texas. A nice ship up there, over there. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Okay, let's see, Dallas. Let's see what they got to show here. Look at that bridge. Oh, that's the Montana Highway 24. Fort Peck. Here's Dallas. Oh, there's a Dr. Pepper billboard down there. Alright. Houston. And I've been to Houston in real life. Yep. A few times for our vacation. I did some videos there 2016 and 2017. I went there again in 2019, but that was in the fall for like 2 days just to see a concert. Look, there's Minute Maid Park, home of the Houston Astros. It looks just like Minute Maid Park. Oh my gosh, there's a close-up of it. Look at that. Dude, that is so cool. It looks just like the ballpark. And I've been there before. I went inside. I saw a couple of games there. It's very nice. Interstate 10, right there. Man. See, this makes me... I can't wait until Louisiana comes. Let's look at this one more time. There's downtown. There's the ballpark. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, hey Acer, you're still here. or maybe you just tuned in again. Same it. What? I don't know how to pronounce that. Did you misspell that word? I don't know what you're trying to say, but okay. San Antonio. It's another big city. Oh, what the heck is that? Looks like a face. Here is San Antonio. Oh, look at that. Never been to San Antonio, but that would be nice to go there. The Alamo Dome. Yes, I completely forgot. The San Antonio Alamo Dome. That is a famous venue, convention center. Yep. Explore Kansas. Let's take a look at the Alamo Dome one more time. There it is. Wow, it looks just like it. They've done an awesome job. A lot of hotels. It's all quiet. It's like COVID. It's like the COVID year again, 2020. Everything's all quiet. Okay. Wait. No, okay. Oklahoma. Kansas. Okay, okay, that's it. World of Trucks Gallery. Okay. And the music starts up again. Yes. Oh boy, look at all these Kenworth trucks. Western Star, Peterbilt. Wow. Let's go to Beaumont, Texas. Guess I'll stop here, I guess. If I do this, this will take over 500 miles, 8.5 hours. So last year I did the longest drive from Brownsville, Texas, all the way to Bellingham, from north or south to north. This year I'm thinking to do the longest drive from west to east, coast to coast, I guess, from Beaumont, Texas, all the way to Eureka, California, because on Wikipedia it says this is the farthest west you can travel, to Eureka, California, and Beaumont is the farthest east you can travel. So I don't know, I might not deliver anything, so let's just enjoy the ride for now. And yeah, so I'm gonna go to Beaumont, Texas first, and then do maybe I'll do that long drive after that. However, there is a way where you can just teleport to Beaumont. Let's confirm quick travel just to save some time. It's about to be 11 p.m. for me. I wonder, does it change the time and date? Oh, I guess it's gonna Saturday, 1:12 a.m. I think that's the same day and time. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, where am I at? I am at I'm at the service. Okay. Does Brownsville have a service too? Yes, it does. Okay, I think all the towns have one. Yeah. Okay, I'm currently in Beaumont, Texas. Well, I'm not quite in the city, but I'm kind of close. I can drive. Maybe I can do some deliveries. We'll see. Oh, what? It's going back to the loading screen again. So yeah, let's see what I'll be doing here. Maybe I should change my paint job since I'm already at a service station. I forgot it's playing the music, the truck shop music, or the truck service music. Hello, JROC. How you doing? I've never seen you here before. Welcome to the live stream of the 8th anniversary of this game. So this is my truck. It's a Mac Anthem 70-inch sleeper. Steering left hand, because I'm left-handed. 284 gallons this big boy can hold. Mileage over 8,900 miles. The condition, 5 stars. And if I want to like request total restoration, look at that, it's going to cost that much money. Return your vehicle to pristine condition by requesting a complete disassembly and restoration of all worn components. It possesses a greater challenge than constructing an entirely new vehicle. You can buy a new truck with that kind of money, so I'm not doing that. But I might do that with my former truck, my Kenworth. It needs a restoration. JROC says, good, I was here, I think, once before. Where are you going? Oh, okay. Where am I going? I have not decided yet still. I know, I've been live for 3 hours and I'm just now playing the game. Because earlier I was talking about the history of this game and all that. That's okay. Let's see. So yeah, when I bought this truck, this was the default color. Graffiti gray. Oh, let me check something here. I got IG. What's IG? Is that Instagram? Yeah, look at all the colors. Look at all the colors you can pick. Some of the trucks, they have their own paint jobs. So like, I think this is only for the Mac trucks, this one. Yeah, I do have Instagram, but I don't post anything. No pictures on there. These look nice. This one looks cool. Oh, hello, Gale V Gamer. How you doing? It's been quite some time since I've seen you, but I do remember you. What time is it for you guys? It's already past 11 p.m. for me. Look at this one. This looks awesome. This looks sick. The Cold Fire. Oh, oh yes. Oh, you're a trucker? Nice. Okay, I'll tell you. I would like to see your truck. Alright, let me type it in. There. That's my Instagram. I'll have to take a look at that later. This looks like a cool one. Horned lizard, sunflower sunset. This is the one that I got after the completing the cruising Kansas event. I like this one, Palm Beach. Digital camo. Tentacle. Oh my gosh. Oh, perfect for the 4th of July. That one. I'll have to use this one. Look, Red Mac from Cars. Remember the Disney Pixar movie Cars? Mac is a red truck. I could do that one. You know, I can always go back to gray, white, black. Yep, that's the one. My profile picture's a Roblox. Just some random profile picture I picked. Yeah. Wait, so do you play this game? Or are you a trucker in real life? Because these trucks they have these in real life too. I don't know if I should change the color or not. I really do like this gray. This is a silver, gray, divided. And you can change the color of that. This looks sick. Oh my gosh, we got 7 people watching? This late? I'm surprised. How you guys doing? Welcome to the 8th anniversary of this game. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I was just checking something. Oh, you are? Wow, you are a trucker in real life. Alright, I'll check that out. I'll check out that picture. You just got back from Maine. Wow, the state of Maine all the way up northeast. Wow. Alright. Hold on, let me go back to the home menu. Let me show you what my former truck looks like. I'm not going to buy it again, but it is... Oh wait, I think I can just... How do I go to... No... Truck managers, yeah. Here we go. This is my first truck that I bought, Kenworth. And some of these paint jobs the Mack truck doesn't have. Huh, Coca-Cola. Pepsi. Which one, what was the default color? Was it the red? Was it red? Might have been. I think I chose this one first, because this one looks cool. Actually, I can go back to my launch pad and see. Okay. Yeah, the Kenworth and the Peterbilt trucks, they look very similar. JROC says, yep, live in Pittsburgh, but you travel anywhere from Utah, Florida, etc. Wow, so you're, you travel far. Wow, that's crazy. Let's see if there's any that I can do. Beaumont. Another weird thing is that if you go to a truck dealer, I think it's gonna like advance time, because right now it's at 1 a.m. and the truck dealers they're not open in the middle of the night. Oh, music stopped. Oh, it's at the truck shop theme. Okay. So, the Kenworth. Yep, I bought this one. This is the one that I bought. Cost $170,000. Let's see, is it still up? Now it's Saturday, 8 in the morning. Okay, but I'm still in Beaumont, so let's see if any of these are different now. Where am I from? I'm from Louisiana, the state next to Texas. Yep. Ooh, we can do this one, maybe. Hmm. JROC says, oh sweet, went New Orleans in the summer for vacation, drove, got pulled over there, cops are crazy and mean. Oh no. Wait, were you driving your truck? Or wait, no, you said vacation, so I assume you're just driving your regular car? Yeah. Oh, so you went to New Orleans. Wow. But you got pulled over there by the cops and they're mean? Oh. That's a bummer. Yeah, pretty soon South Louisiana has this holiday called Mardi Gras. That's coming up. And that's a day before Valentine's Day. Yeah. It's early this year. So, a year ago, for the 7th anniversary, I did the longest drive from Brownsville to Bellingham, Brownsville, Texas to Bellingham, Washington. You know, from south to east, the farthest south and the farthest north. This year I might do the farthest east to the farthest west, from Beaumont all the way to Eureka, California. But if I do that, then I won't be hauling anything, but I guess that's okay. That's fine. If I do that, we're basically traveling across Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and pretty much all of California. It's like we're going. It's like this on the map, you know. It's like a. It's like you're going west and you're going up north. Yeah, that's basically what that is. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just do that since it's already getting late at night. This will take 2,279 miles, 41 hours and 11 minutes. Yeah. This will take a couple of hours, which I'm okay with that. So we might as well start now. Saturday morning. Let's see if I know we just time traveled. Do I need a rest? Because I just had a rest in the last stream, so we'll see if I still need a rest or not. Oh no, I don't have to. Okay. That's good to know. But I do need some gas pretty soon. So here it is. My regular horn and my air horn. Here he is. Here we go. Is it a female driver? It is a female driver. Yeah, because I changed my profile picture to a female just to see if it'll have a female trucker in there. Wow. That's funny. Well, if that's the case, we gotta change it. Let's change the paint job. Look at this one. Oh, I use this one for my other truck. Hold on. I know I can change it to any color. It'd be fun if I change it to pink, because a female is driving it. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh man, that looks so weird. Even purple looks kind of weird too. Yellow. Okay, it changes back. That's good to know. Alright. What if I change this one to pink? Just everything pink. Yeah, because we got a female driver. Oh my gosh. Oh, hi kitty, you're back. Welcome back to the stream. I'm thinking to do this one, honestly. Since we're driving to California, pretty much all of California, you know, there's a bunch of palm trees anyway, especially Southern California. This one looks weird. Oh. Oh wow, even this one you can change it. Okay. This one you can't. That one you can. And that one. This one kind of looks similar to this one a little bit. Oh, you're still here, Acer. I thought you already left, but okay. Have a good night. I really like this one. This will go well with the female driver. How much does this cost? 27,000. All right. Confirm order. I just look at my truck now. Yep. Oh yeah. Look. There's a female in there. We got a female driver driving this bad boy. Yep. Mm-hmm. She means business. Oop, I didn't mean to hit that. Alright, let's do a long drive for fun, I guess. Last year we drove from the most south city to the most north city. This year we'll do the most east city to the most west city. See? I'm pretty much almost farthest east, going all the way to the farthest west, Eureka, California. Which I've never been there. Anyway, let's start driving after 3.5 hours, right? I'm finally doing a trip. Yeah, I knew this would be a long stream anyways, so off we go. Oh, here's my interior for those of you that never seen it before or forgot. Look at that, American Truck Simulator, whatever you call that thing. Actually, I can go see it. I can go see what it's called. What's the name of that thing? And I can change it too. Yeah, this thing. This is air freshener. Yeah. Dashboard sets. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to put that there. There we go. I like that. Truck simulator cap. Ooh, I can put a coffee mug. Sure, let's do that. Oh, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. There's my truck simulator coffee mug and my regular coffee right there. I got some water bottles, some burgers. On the back, I got some stickers. Some shoes. Weekend bag. What the heck? Laundry basket. Back here, I got my laptop, American Truck Simulator pillow, a hat. I can change it to this hat, but I'll keep this one. This female is taking over my truck. And I can put something at the very back. American flag. Hockey stick. Guitar. Fishing bag. Oh, okay. Let's add the guitar again. I had this on my other truck too, so. Alright, we're ready to go finally. And I'm actually getting kinda hungry. Yeah, as soon as I start, I'm getting hungry. After this, I will end the stream. So yeah, we're gonna do a free ride. We're gonna let this female driver take over. How you doing? You can kind of see her in there. I wish I could have a passenger in there. That'd be kind of fun. Oh my gosh. I don't think this female knows how to drive this thing. She has never operated a truck like this. Okay, that side is cleared. This side... it's about to be. Oh. You're gonna let me in? Okay, thank you, fellow trucker. I appreciate it. He has no idea that I'm a female. So we're going from Beaumont, Texas, all the way to Eureka, California. This is weird. They had a stop sign instead of a traffic light. That's a little strange. How about, you know what, let's get gas right now. Let's get gas right now before we get on the highway. Hey! Oh wait, I guess they stopped first. Never mind. Let me go, I'm a truck, okay? I'm a female trucker, yeah. Before we get gas, you can check how much your truck weighs. Ah, yes. There we go. Alright, let's get gas real quick, and then we'll be off. It's a little low. Let's see how much this will take. Hold on. Pull up. Hot dog. My truck holds about 284 gallons, so I assume it'll take... okay. Not quite 200. Oop, didn't mean to hit that. There we go. Let me adjust... let me adjust my seat, because you can do that. I think that's better. There we go. Oops. Sorry, sir. Oh, you look ugly. Are you a male or a female? I can't tell. I cannot tell. I think this is good anyways. Oh yeah, there's my truck simulator mug right there. Let's hope it doesn't fall. Is there any coffee in there? Let's go to IHOP. Oh, no trucks allowed. No trucks allowed in IHOP. Alright, we're full of gas now, so let's get on the highway. And we're off. Our free trucking adventure begins, I guess. We're not hauling anything. I was going to haul something, but I just couldn't find anything. Oh well. We'll do a free long ride adventure, shall we? Why not? We'll see how long this takes. Probably like 2 to 3 hours. This stream is already over 3 hours, so this might be over 5.5 hours. So yeah, folks, enjoy the ride. Look at, you see my pets on the dashboard? They're like shaking their heads. And yes, you can go pretty fast without a trailer. My truck is pretty powerful. The engine. So that's great. Alright, set the cruise control and enjoy the ride. So we're basically traveling the southwest to North California. Yep. I was sort of thinking to do that delivery where I have to go through Wyoming and Montana, because I barely went to Wyoming. I barely explored Wyoming, and I never explored Montana. But then I decided, well, why not do from east to west, the longest trip from east to west, and that's what I'm doing. Even though I'm not delivering anything, that's okay. We got nothing to worry about. Oh, speed limit went down to 60. Hey, JROC, I don't know if you're still here or not, but have you ever played this game before? Because you mentioned that the cops are mean in New Orleans. Sometimes the cops can be jerks in this game. Like, you'll easily get fined. Sometimes you'll get fined $1,000 for speeding. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'm going westbound, so mostly I'm gonna be on Interstate 10. And then Interstate 5, because that's in California. So yeah, just follow the highway signs. Oh, hello, Cuddly Bunny, or Cuddly Bundy Boy? Hi there, I've never seen you here before. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I've started my long trip from Beaumont, Texas, all the way to Eureka, California. Where do I go? Okay, San Antonio. Yep. And then El Paso. Yep. Because I remember playing 18 Wheels of Steel American Long Haul, the game that I grew up playing, and yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Except, you know, the graphics were a lot different. That game is over 16 years old. So you can tell the big difference between the two. But I remember I used to do like the longest drive in that game, which was like from Vancouver, British Columbia, all the way to Miami, Florida. Yeah. But they don't have those two cities in this game, so... yeah. We'll see how I do here tonight. I'm kind of glad we're starting off in the morning. Yeah. That's good. I like driving in the daytime better than the nighttime. Because sometimes it's hard to see at night. It is. Honk the horn for 10 seconds? Okay. Hold on. Let me speed up real quick. Speed limit went back up. Oh, we got some construction up ahead. 55 miles per hour. And I like, whenever the road is straight like this, I like to use... uh-oh. What is that thing? Okay. I like to use this camera view. Yeah, whenever the road is straight like this. You want to hear my horn? There's my horn. Now here's my air horn, my loud horn. Sounds like a train. I'm gonna do both. Both horns at the same time like a freaking boss. Woo! Alright. We don't have... yeah, we're not hauling anything, so we don't have to go to the way station. That's great. So we can stay on the fast lane. Wonder what they're doing here on this highway. Alright. Hello, fellow trucker. I'm a female driver in this. Female trucker. Oh, speed limit's back up to 75. There's an ambulance on the right side. We need to get over. Change lanes. Oh, it looks like we're not going to go to... we're not going to be on Interstate 10 for a little bit. We're going to go on this Texas Highway 71. I never really got to look at the whole distance on where we're going, but here's a quick view. Okay, we'll be going back on Interstate 10, going westbound, pretty much for the rest of the southwest. Yep, going past El Paso, and then into Mexico, or New Mexico, for a little bit, then Arizona. Going through Phoenix. And then Southern California. It's so nice to be driving in this part of the state. And then past Los Angeles, my truck headquarters. I could stop there. Well, nah, there's no need to stop there. I might do that on the way back, but I'll save that for a different stream. Oh, this is weird. Look at that. That's weird looking. Okay, yep, Interstate 5, going up northbound. I knew it. Sacramento. And then we'll get off here and get on this other highway, this 299. This one has a lot of curves. It's a lot of curves. Look at that. Whoop, 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 whoop. And there we are. So, now we're back. Okay, cruise control at 81 miles an hour. Hopefully we won't get a speeding ticket. There's the ambulance, but the ambulance doesn't have its sirens on. You like the horn? Cuddly buddy Bundy boy. Beep beep. Oh, we got some more construction up ahead. Oh. The right lane is gonna be ending. Yeah, we gotta slow down here. This is some serious construction business on the right lane. Look at that. You know, this kind of reminds me when I go to work every day. Lately, I'm on this 2-lane road. It's not really a highway because there's traffic lights, but speed limit's 45, but you know, they block the left lane, so we have to be on the right lane on both sides of the road. I know, it's weird, but it is what it is. But that doesn't bother me. Traffic's not that bad, so that's good. Okay, cruise control at 80 again. Yeah, this truck can go pretty fast. The other night when I was hauling that mobile barrier, it was so long. It was an oversized load. I can still go pretty fast with that long load. So I'm thinking maybe in the future, if I do a delivery of a very long cargo with a whole bunch of wheels, like my very first long delivery from episode 6 on my playlist of this game, if you combine the truck and the cargo, the trailer itself, if you combine them together, it's a total of 48 wheels. That's crazy. So I might do that again with this truck, because I didn't have this truck back then. But on this special stream celebrating 8 years of this game, we'll be doing a free ride. No delivery. That's okay. The only difference is that we're using a different truck, and we got a female driver. And a Budweiser truck right there. Beer. The preferred drink for truck drivers. Wait, but you can't drink and drive. You cannot drink alcohol and drive. It doesn't work like that. Okay, look at this big interchange. Okay, we're going past Austin, Texas, the capital city. Yup. I need a drink of water. Speed. Uh-oh. Drop my water bottle. That's alright. Oh, it's dropped to 40. Oh, I gotta change lanes here. I forgot we're not on the interstate anymore. We're on this Texas highway. I forgot. Okay, the speed limit dropped because we just went past some town, but now it's back up to 60. Cruise control at 66 miles per hour. If I can do this whole trip without getting any fines or not hitting anything, that would be amazing. But too bad we won't be delivering anything, because I think I was once looking at my achievements. If you do a long delivery where you don't damage it, and if you arrive on time, then you get an award achievement on Steam. But there's so many achievements you can get on Steam. I don't really care if I don't get them all. Speed limit dropped down to 60 again from 75. Looks like we're gonna be, yeah, we're going across some town, some small town. 290. All right. Then speed limit will bump right back up. Nope, it's gonna drop to 50. Okay, never mind then. We're still in this town. You know, I'm kind of glad that I looked at everything in this game. Oh, it went down to 40. Oh my goodness. Oh, red light. Oh, it's green now. So yeah, this might take, I don't know, 2.5 hours in real time. I mean, I might take some breaks because I'm actually getting kind of hungry. Oh my gosh, we're slowing down. But, you know, I ate a couple of hours ago before I started this stream. I had chicken wings and macaroni and cheese, so obviously I didn't want to go live while I'm eating, you know? I don't want to eat while I'm talking. Or talk while I'm eating, and plus playing the game, sticky fingers, not a good idea. It's not good for your keyboard anyway. So yeah, we're basically doing something pretty similar that we did from last year's anniversary stream, the 7th anniversary of this game. Last year, I was using my first truck that I bought, Kenworth 2680, I believe, the model. And yeah, we weren't delivering anything, we just went on a free ride. So we're doing the same thing with this one, except it's my second truck, this Mack Anthem. I like this truck even more, to be honest. But yeah, I'll have to... Maybe whenever I go back to my garage, I might repair my Kenworth truck to make it like brand new again, since I damaged it so much. Okay, we're going slow on the fast lane. This trucker is catching up to us. Speed limit's 75, but there is some traffic ahead of us. So yeah, we're going from east to west, the longest trip from east to west. So yeah, something different. Even though we kind of, I've already went to, you know, Southern California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. You know, the whole Southwest. But I do like traveling in that portion of the map. I've never been there in real life, but it would be nice to go there in real life. Okay, I gotta rest in 6.5 hours. So that basically, that's when it gets dark, so that's good. We're not gonna be driving much in the dark. So when we sleep, it's usually 10 hours and it'll be morning time again, so that's good. Okay, we're back on Interstate 10. I'm gonna change lanes. Get past this cement truck. Oh look, the speed limit bump up to 80. Whoa! Okay, that was that car's fault. I thought he was gonna stop and wait, but I guess not. Well, unfortunately, our perfect run has come to an end. Because I said earlier, not too long ago, what if I do this whole drive without getting hit? Well, that's unfortunate. I should have changed lanes. I don't know why I didn't thought of doing that. Oh, I'm about to do it now. Oh well. It's only what? Oh, it's not even 1% damaged. It's just a penalty fine. Cruise control at 85. Excuse me. Oops. I did a lot of talking. Yep. Because this stream is almost... It's about to hit 4 hours already. We got a long ways to go on this special edition of American Truck Simulator. Yeah, I didn't put an episode number. I didn't put an episode number in this stream because this is a special edition, you know. That's okay. Once in a while, I'll have special editions, special streams of this game, such as, you know, like last year or the year before, I did 2 streams as part of this game, part of my 10th anniversary. And I did one part of my birthday stream, part of the Halloween stream, you know. I didn't even put the episode number because they're like special editions. So the last episode was 72, I believe. Yeah, 72. I don't know, maybe somehow we'll reach episode 100. I don't think we will. I don't think we'll hit episode 100 this year. But we'll definitely, if not this year, then definitely next year. Look, the road is straight again, so I like to use this view with my horns. Alright. Look at those dogs on the dashboard, moving their heads like crazy. Can you imagine if you get those for your truck? Yeah. Yeah, the past couple of streams of this game, I didn't really do much commentary, and I didn't have my face cam on, because, if you read the title, I was listening to football podcasts, which I'll probably do again tonight after my next rest stop. Because I've done a lot of talking. Plus, I'm getting kind of hungry. I might take a little break here when I get to my next rest stop. I know I can just easily pause the game and make something to eat, but no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pretend this is real. And if you hear that noise in the background, that's actually my mini fan. It's like right here. It's basically my air condition in this game. Yes, because it is... The past couple of weeks, it's been super warm in my room because the heater's on. So I have no choice but to turn on my fan. Speaking of a fan, I'm getting a new ceiling fan. Yep, I'm getting a new ceiling fan. And it's actually installed, but we haven't installed the fan blades yet because we're going to wait until my brother comes next weekend. I think he will come next weekend. So he knows how to do that stuff. And then I'll have a brand new ceiling fan, and I'll have to do a video and show you what it looks like. So yeah, that's a change in this room. But, you know, it's about time I get a new ceiling fan. Yeah. And this fan has 5 blades. It's a very nice fan. We got it from Lowe's. Lowe's? More like highs. Because I got Lowe's cargos in this game. Yeah. Okay, I gotta rest in about under 5 hours. I don't know why this car is going slower. So we're passing him because the speed limit's 80. And yes, you get some XP points for 100 miles of free roam. It's really good. Alright, now we're back on the fast lane. Yeah, we got a woman driver. Woman driver, she's not messing around. Look at her. Yep. She's all business with her palm tree paint job. That looks really cool. That'll be perfect when we go to the Southern California where there's a bunch of palm trees and stuff. Woo! BP. I don't know what that stands for, but that's a gas station brand. Oh no, we got two trucks side by side. Yep. You have to slow down a little bit. Oh look, that's a Tesla car right in front of me. A Tesla car. Wow, I've seen some of those in real life too. I don't know anyone that has one. Most of my friends, they don't have their own car yet. I guess it's because most of them are kind of, most of them, they're like, most of my friends, my close friends, they're like a year or two younger than me. But, you know, they're adults too, so... But, you know, they can drive. They just don't have their own car. But they have their license, so that's good. Yeah, some of my friends, my close friends, they have played this game on stream. So, the next time they come over here, we might do that. Which will most likely be in the spring. They have, like, their spring break and stuff. I don't know if it depends on when Easter falls. Easter is early this year. It's actually on March 31st. Yeah, in our holiday in South Louisiana, we get Mardi Gras, and that's early. So if Mardi Gras is early, then Easter's early. If Mardi Gras is in March, then Easter is late in April. So that's the trick. I don't know how they determine what date Mardi Gras and Easter is. Because next year it's going to be... Mardi Gras is going to be in March next year. It's weird. And this year, leap year. We have a February 29th. That's right. I'll have to do something special on that day. Well, I got to turn on my interior lights. I didn't realize they weren't on. And my headlights. There we go. Yep. It's getting dark early because it's still part of the winter season. I have this mod where it gets dark early. And during the summer, I won't have this mod on, which means it'll get dark late, like past 8:30 p.m. Okay, I need to rest in about 3.5 hours, so like 9 p.m. the latest. Hey, look, Ashley's Furniture Home Store. Oh, thank you for changing lanes, Jeep, so I can pass you. Because this female driver is not messing around. The beautiful sunset. Oh yeah. So far, not too bad, guys. Getting kind of hungry, though. Yep, it's past midnight. The stream is over 4 hours now. I know I'm doing this kind of late, but oh well. I was going to go live. I started at 8 p.m. Central, and I didn't thought I would do all this talking. I didn't thought I would do all this talking for like 2 hours or so, but it is what it is. You know, if I do this anniversary stream next year, most likely, I won't be doing all that talking again. I'll have to tell you guys, hey, if you want to know more history about this game, me telling you stories and stuff, go watch some of last year's anniversary stream. So that way I don't have to say all that stuff again. I'm sure you guys wouldn't mind doing that, or hearing that. Yeah. But it's fun. It's a Friday night. I don't have work tomorrow. So yeah, just take it easy. I wonder if we're gonna go the whole trip without getting gas. I mean, we did get gas at the very beginning, but I wonder if we'll get gas again for the rest of the trip. It's a possibility. I think we will, because we still have over 1,645 miles to go. That's okay, though. Alright, El Paso, yep. We're still in Texas. That shows you how big the state of Texas really is. Can you imagine driving from West Texas to East Texas? How long will that take? In real time, I don't know. Speed limit's 80. We go fast in Texas. That's right. I love this truck. I'm glad I bought this truck. Even though I spent like over 2 hours deciding which truck do I want. So I'm thinking for my third truck for my garage, I don't know what I'll get. Maybe a Peterbilt this time, so that way I have 3 different brands. I think those are the 3 most popular truck brands: Kenworth, Mack, and a Peterbilt. Which brand is this truck on my shirt? It doesn't say. It's a fake truck. It's not real. What? I know. But yeah, earlier I said that I ordered some shirts, some truck simulation shirts. They'll be coming in a few days, and I'll have to do an unboxing video of that. And then I'll have to wear those on my future streams of this game. Yeah, I should have ordered those shirts a week ago, but I didn't thought of doing that. It just popped in my mind the other day. My mind was telling me, hey, you should order more truck simulation shirts. So I did that. Let's see. Oh, we're cutting through, folks. We're cutting through. Oh boy, I wouldn't be doing this in real life, but I'm doing it. Okay, we got 2 hours until we need a rest. Is the yawning the same sound effect for the female? Because it sounds like this. The yawn. That's what it sounds like. Is it gonna have a female yawning sound effect, or is it gonna be the same male yawning sound effect? I assume it's going to be the same male yawning sound effect. We'll have to wait. It's coming up pretty soon. Let me turn up my volume just in case if I haven't heard it yet. Maybe you guys already heard it. I just didn't hear it, but I'm sure I'll hear it again. Yep, I gotta go back to this view when we're doing curves. Hour and a half to go until I need a rest. Well, the latest I can go without resting. I haven't heard the yawning yet. What if it is a different sound effect? I'm trying to hear carefully here, so I'm not going to do much talking until we get to the Rest stop. Let me look at the map here. Here's the next rest stops. Oh wow, this one has a bunch of rest stops. If we don't go to this one, then we can go to that one. Or we can go to this one. Oh, let's go to this one. This one has a viewpoint. Let's go to that one. We'll check out that viewpoint. Let's see if I can make it in time. I think I can. I think I just heard the sound effect of her yawning. I'm gonna mute my mic so I can turn up my speakers. Okay, that's weird. That was weird. You can't like change the. Well, you can. You can change the cam. I finally heard the yawn as soon as I unmute my mic. Okay. Alright, whatever. Let's rest now. The game is forcing me to rest. Okay, now it's 7 in the morning, Sunday. Where are we at? We are at the very end of Texas. Just barely in Texas now, so got a long ways to go, but that's okay. I'm gonna take a break, eat something. So, while I do that, I'm going to start playing some more football news on my playlist that I made. And yeah, so I'm gonna listen to it on my phone. I got the stream on my phone, so more football news right now, and I'm gonna mute my mic until we're done with this trip. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Where am I heading? Are you talking about the in the game? Like the trip? I'm going to, what's the name of it? I'm going to Eureka, California. Yep. All the way there. Yeah, I'm doing the longest drive from west to east. Last year I did the longest drive from south Brownsville all the way to north Bellingham. So this one's just as long. It's just from west to east. Basically, I'm traveling across the southwest. So, yeah. No deliveries. Got about 27 hours left. 1,417 miles to go. Actually, before I start playing the, before I start playing the football news, let's go to that viewpoint real quick. Let's go to that viewpoint. Huh, for some reason it won't let me go to that certain camera view that I like. Oh well. Look at this female trucker. What do we got here? This is the gateway to Texas. I've never seen this viewpoint. The gateway to Texas. Morning time. Yep, I'm not a morning person. As you can tell. If I was, then I would be sleeping right now, right? It's past midnight for me. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, a truck wash? You can wash your truck? Huh. Like a car wash, but it's a truck wash. Anthony, Texas, gateway to Texas. Bud Light. The preferred drink for truck drivers. Not really, because you can't drink and drive. That doesn't go together. Yeah, I love watching these viewpoints. It's so great. The detail, the graphics, everything. Big shout out to the SCS software. McDonald's, KFC, There's a bunch of those off the highway, right? Gas stations. Of course. For some reason, that camera view won't work. Oh well. We'll just do this for now. So anyway, I'll be back in a little bit. Time to take a break. So I'm going to start playing the football news, finishing my playlist, and mute my mic. So yeah, I'll be right back in just a little bit. I've been sitting down for like over 5 hours straight. That's not good. You got to get up and stretch, you know? It's the 7th inning stretch. Wow. Yep. Alright. If you got anything, if you guys have anything to say in the chat, feel free to say what you want, and I'll respond back to you by typing my message in the chat. So instead of talking, I'll type my response. Sometimes you might have to be a little patient with me, because it's hard to type my response while I'm driving. I know I can just pause the game and do that, but I don't really want to, because I try to pretend that it's like real life. But of course, I will never drive with the phone in my hand. That's just not safe, especially when you're going super fast and if there's a lot of traffic. But anyway, that's it for now. That's all I gotta say. I've talked too much, so it's time to take a break and eat something and get back on the road. But until then, I'm gonna start listening to the football news and mute my mic for the rest of the trip right now. So I'll be back in just a little bit.
Okay, everybody. Ian Rappaport just tweeted out moments ago. Bill Belichick will have a second interview with the Atlanta Falcons this weekend.
I saw that this morning.
Now, let me tell you this. You don't call Bill Belichick in for a second interview to tell him
Yeah, we're going a different direction.
we're going in a different direction.
You don't call it different.
You know what I mean?
We found a better.
Hey, Bill, thanks. Appreciate the time.
All this time,
resume's
you
not that
go
good.
down this road only to say we're going with Jim Harbaugh. We're going with just, and I don't want to use another name because it would just sound disrespectful
Right.
to the other name, because the other name can turn into Bill Belichick. I pointed out, again, Raheem Morris, once upon a time, at age 32, got a coaching gig. Won 10 games in his second of 3 seasons with Tampa. And it was the only 10-win season for Tampa between 2006 and Tom Brady. And everyone looks at it, that potential hire as being less than, because he ain't Bill, he's not Harbaugh, he's not even Vrabel. He doesn't have a Coach of the Year award in the last 3 like Vrabel. I'm just saying, Pete Carroll had a shot first with the Jets and the Patriots, and then 14 terrific seasons with Seattle. Mike Shanahan was a Raiders head coach before he became a 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach for the Denver Broncos. Belichick had his run in Cleveland, then look at it. So I'm not denigrating when I say you don't tell Bill Belichick, let's talk for another time. We have some follow-up questions for you, Bill.
Can we see your resume?
And again, you weren't here, Mike, the other day because you were too busy working faders on Alcorn State or whatever you were doing.
We ran those jokes
And
already.
so,
I'm sorry.
No, by the way, it's one big mad lib. I'm just gonna, I guess it's,
Alcorn?
I don't know.
Ball State?
So, TJ, you said a
Halliburton.
well, what you say the meeting, a coach's interview with Bill Belichick goes with. Like what?
Like,
again?
you know, Halliburton briefcase,
Yes.
much like when you popped open Marcellus Wallace's
Yeah.
briefcase, the light beams out and he's got, and I said 6, but I didn't even count the 2 he has in the assistant. So 8 rings.
Right.
That's the name of the boat.
Right.
And that's his resume. And that's my job interview. boom, open.
So
it
then
up,
what's
show-
the second interview with Belichick?
Maybe he
like?
forgot the other 2 rings. Is the first.
Yeah.
thing.
Bring them all?
The boat
we
is
want to
8
see
rings.
them all?
Yeah.
So at first I said 6, but he's like, oh yeah, I do have these
just brought the
assistants.
page.
Well, Ian also said Rich McKay and Terry Fontenot are going to be in the meeting also.
Because
So
this
it's a
means
meeting with everybody.
now we're talking staffing. Now we're talking what does the rest of everything look like if the team president, which I think is McKay's still still his title,
Yeah.
and then the general managers going to be brought in.
Yeah. Front office personnel.
Because
How's
he's
this
not
go-
going to
how's this gonna
Dallas.
go?
He's not going to Dallas. I thought that was a great part of what the football with Susie and Amy this week, where Amy's like, "Hey, listen, I know Jerry Jones. 2 of them can work together, Jerry and Bill." Well, Jerry's like, "I'm not gonna go down that road." He decided that with McCarthy, he's staying put. Does Dallas play Atlanta next year?
Oh, great question.
Because I mean,
I don't.
this is the sliding door moment. Because I started the show saying, Because
Oh, they do.
"Oh boy."
At Atlanta.
Oh boy! Because,
Oh,
dude,
amazing.
I'm telling everyone, because I'm seeing McCarthy get eviscerated everywhere, and I understand why. Because you can't win 12 games in the NFL, only to lose in the playoffs where you can't get a damn snap off. Because it appears you don't know you've got to give the ball to the umpire to spot. And you can't then get back to the playoffs with a 12-win season and lose by having a final play for Ezekiel Elliott's career in Dallas look like that. And then you
we
can't
bring
then
that
follow that up with a 12-win season and lose at home after you haven't lost a home game in 16 games to the youngest team in the history of the playoffs and give up the most points you've ever given up in your franchise history in the playoffs and then keep your job, can you? Well, the answer is apparently yes. Apparently it is yes, because Jerry doesn't want to go down the road of hiring someone else and changing everything. Certainly on the offensive side of the ball where everything worked. Because you'd have to go through a hiring process just to get to Belichick. And if Belichick's having a second interview with Atlanta right now, you're too late. What, Bill's going to wait? He's going to pump the brakes, tell Arthur Blank, "I'm not coming because I got to talk to Jerry"? That's dicey. So, that's the sliding door here for a lot of Cowboys fans. But if Bill's going for a second interview, this sounds like to me like, okay, so how will everything work?
Yep.
And if those pieces land, who are you bring your staff? If that wasn't somehow covered in the first meeting, I don't know why it wouldn't, but that's kind of one of the first questions. If I'm an owner and I'm talking to Bill, like, who's your staff? This is the way we do things here. Are you comfortable with that?
Yep.
Because these are sort of the lines I don't really want to change here. These work for me. I'm a successful man. You understand? As another successful man, this is the way I want to do it. Now we're just going to bring everyone in so everyone's on the same page, so we're completely collaborative how it's going to work.
Absolutely.
Soup to nuts, from PR to community outreach to draft to rostering to day of game situation to analytics to who's making the smoothies around here, you know, like all of it. Smoothies are huge.
Oh, so good.
It's a big deal.
So
Yeah.
you don't just have a second interview to say,
No,
no thanks?
And bring in the president and GM and
President. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
this
Dude.
this is happening.
And so Dallas will come in to Atlanta and it'll be like, you could have had him. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern for free.
And I hate to bring this up because I'm a fan of this guy. And if I say this, it's going to be giving some type of
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Can I tweet this out? Hold on a second. Let me
it's going to
get
give
this ready.
validity to what a whole lot of people that I probably don't agree with have to say. But why is it that in the national media today, we're all up in arms that the Dallas Cowboys are retaining Mike McCarthy, and yet on the flip side, everyone's okay with Mike Tomlin staying with the Steelers? Like, what is the difference in these two stories? everything that the Steelers fans have been complaining about seems to maybe have some warrant to it. But like, is it because we like Mike? We're okay with that, but now we're going to.
Well, which Mike you're referring to? Tomlin?
Tomlin, yeah. But because it's the Dallas Cowboys and all of these things, we're going to take down our pants and crap on what they're doing.
The two things. First of all, just real quick, the Steelers have been in the AFC Championship game since 1995. Two, they've won a championship since 1995 with two different head coaches.
I've heard 95 was a long time ago.
And then, no, I'm giving you the whole point of this. Three is the Steelers haven't had as good a roster as Dallas. Honestly, Steeler fans would kill to have, one of the offensive games that they won by 20 just going away with one hand tied behind their back this year instead of what Matt Canada was putting out there for way too long. But I understand your point. They're two, Tiffany franchises that have had a lot of problems.
I'm just saying it.
I get it.
Kind of popped into my head last night.
No, and I totally understand it. But you also can't complain about the heat on the franchise when you come on the air with your grease board every week.
I mean, Rich, you bring up things like a grease board. It is a dry erase board. That
okay,
says
sorry.
About
My
these
bad.
Cowboys, which I
Pardon me. A dry erase board.
Which I
So
hold
if you
up,
want to
which I hold up
here,
in victory and defeat. I don't just hold this up on the games they win.
Well,
on
you
games
have
that
to
they
understand this is the Dallas Cowboys. It's the only franchise.
But of all the things that we talk about, me holding a dry erase board seems to be very little as to why someone at home would go, "Oh my God, I hate the Cowboys."
No,
outrageous. It's all the talking heads that come consistently start every show.
But it's
with
indicative of the Dallas Cowboys are talked about win or lose, and it is the only franchise when they lose, the entire media doesn't wait for the coach to talk. The entire media waits for the owner to talk.
But who's
the only franchise, and that's the heat that's being brought on by Jerry because of the way that he operates, and that's because of the Dallas Cowboy fans. You're everywhere.
Steeler fans are everywhere.
They are.
It's also expectation level, okay? Steelers have won 12-win season since 2012. Dallas has 5 since 2014.
Maybe you should switch coaches. McCarthy used to be a toll taker in Western PA.
I'm just saying.
And Tomlin might want to change of pace with another owner who's very patient.
That would be great.
Just swap roles.
I love it.
There you go. Boom. RES Consulting.
Fixed.
Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Ken Stabler and Terry Bradshaw met in the playoffs every year. That was football. Raiders, Steelers, AFC Championship game. They hated each other. Stabler and Bradshaw, such different personalities. Awesome. The rivalries would continue. The next one that we spotlighted this morning on TV was Steve Young against Brett Favre. Every year they met in the playoffs, year after year. That was definition. It was pro football at that time. Then for the last 20 years or so, certainly Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, their rivalry, meeting in the playoffs year after year, that defined football. And it is my hypothesis that as of this coming Sunday, that rivalry for this generation is going to be Patrick Mahomes against Josh Allen. Now, to be clear, Mahomes is the face of the sport right now. He's the unquestioned best quarterback in football. And there are 3 contenders to be his chief rival. Of those 3, frankly, Josh Allen has the least actual stake to it, the least legitimate case to be made. Lamar Jackson's case to be the chief rival to Mahomes is much more legitimate. He's going to be a 2-time MVP in a few weeks, and he's right now quarterbacking the best team. He may wind up winning the Super Bowl. If Lamar Jackson wins the MVP and the Super Bowl in the next month, then this will be an irrelevant conversation. It'll clearly be him and Mahomes. Before he does that, it is currently Burrow and Mahomes. Burrow has gone into Kansas City and beaten Mahomes in the playoffs. He's gone into Buffalo and beaten Allen in the playoffs. He has been in a Super Bowl and damn near won it. So as of this moment, if you were going to choose a chief rival to Mahomes, I think you'd have to say Burrow. But I'm a believer in Josh Allen. The only thing that those of us who are supporting Josh Allen in this argument can say is, I think he's capable of it. But he has to prove it. The best and most famous game Josh Allen ever played, he lost. He threw 4 touchdowns to Gabe Davis in the divisional round in Kansas City, walked off the field with 13 seconds left in the lead. And we all know what happened from there. So it's not his fault he lost, but he lost. He's got to beat him. He's 0-2 against Mahomes in the playoffs. He's finally got him in his own building this weekend. He's got him at a time where his team is hot and the Chiefs look more vulnerable than they have at probably any point since their run began. This is it for Josh Allen, Hembo. So that's why when I say he has more at stake than anybody else, what I mean is he vaults himself into the immortal discussion if he wins this weekend.
There is no question about it. It's funny to me how history repeats itself, because from 01 to 2018, it was Brady, Manning, Roethlisberger, and then Phillip Rivers was the one that wasn't able to ever get there. Mm-hmm. And I think Josh Allen is a far superior talent to Phillip Rivers, but that's who he is so far. I mean, Brady got to 9, Manning to 4, Big Ben to 3, Flacco got to 1. Rich Gannon got to 1 during that time, but Rivers never did. So to me, like the big 4, if you will, in the AFC right now, the names we all know and love, it's Mahomes on a different plane. And I think you're 100% right in this is Josh Allen's opportunity to capture some of that skin.
Yeah. Right now, I think you'd have to give it to Burrow because of his playoff wins. You would have to give it to Lamar in terms of his general spectacular career and 2 MVPs, which is more than Burrow and Allen have combined. Mm-hmm. But he's got to win a big game. And he's got an excellent chance to do it. He has the best team right now. Let's see if he can do it. We did 2 nonstop hours of Cowboys coverage after they lost on Monday. We did not deviate. We did not do anything else. I know there were people who were upset with it, and I get it. But our job is to put a show on television that the largest number of people want to watch. Monday was the highest rated show in the 5.5-year history of Get Up. More people watched us Monday than any other day. It surpassed our previous high, which had been the day after Damar Hamlin almost died on a football field. That's who the Dallas Cowboys are. And Jerry Jones has made them that, and he has profited greatly by that. And if that's his priority, that's fine. And I fully can appreciate that he can't come out and say that. He can't get up there and say, the most important thing for me is that we remain as relevant as we are. I get it. But he's not trying to win a championship if he's keeping Mike McCarthy. You can just see it. How much would you bet right now, Hembo, that Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys will not win a Super Bowl championship together? What would someone have to offer you as odds for you to take that bet? If they didn't get it done this year, if they couldn't even get out of that game this year against a team, by the way, that is about to lap them, against a team that just lost one of the 10 greatest quarterbacks that ever lived, and a year later is way ahead of the Cowboys in terms of proximity to winning a championship. What odds would I have to give you that you would say, yeah, I'll risk some of my hard-earned money betting that the Cowboys are going to win a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy?
I think it is exceedingly unlikely, and that is because the 3 best teams the Cowboys could ever have under Mike McCarthy are the last 3 teams. I did a little research on this because you've been mentioning this on Get Up. So if you look at the top of the market right now, when it comes to the futures of Dak, Micah Parsons, and CD Lamb, right now the top of the quarterback market is Joe Burrow. He earns $55 million annually. Number 1 for edge rushers is Nick Bosa. He earns $34 million annually. And number 1 among wide receivers is Tyreek Hill. He earns $30 million annually. You add up those 3 salaries, it's about $120 million. The cap next year is expected to be about $240 million. You do the math. That is not to say that the Cowboys can't remain super competitive, but it's mathematically impossible for their roster to be as good as it's been. Micah and CD Lamb have been on their rookie contracts, and Dak's, by quarterback standards, at $40 million a year, has actually been pretty affordable. So it's almost not possible that the Cowboys could remain as good in the future, if only because of the math.
Yes, this was their shot. Everything lined up for them. Everything fell into place. The Eagles collapsed inexplicably when the division seemed out of hand. When they were about to lose that game to Detroit, the officials inexplicably decided that someone who had very obviously reported actually had not. Everything was falling their way. This was finally their year, and then it wasn't. And it's not because Stephen A. Smith, what he always says, it's not because something always goes wrong. You know why something always goes wrong? When you're not prepared. Mike McCarthy is a good coach. He's not a great one. Bill Belichick is a great coach. If Jerry Jones didn't try to get Bill Belichick to coach his team, then he didn't do everything he could to win a championship. Bill Belichick, the old legend about Bear Bryant was he could take your players and beat his, and he could take his players and beat yours. You give Bill Belichick that team, they would have been my pick to win the Super Bowl next year, and they would have been a lot of people's. Now they are stuck with, as you just described, 3 players they have no choice but to sign, who are going to take up 50% of the projected salary cap.
What about Mike Tomlin? Boy, I can't believe we're talking about this again. But the Steelers went into the playoffs, and Tomlin did get another winning season in a row, but Pittsburgh got bounced in the playoffs for a 7th time without winning in it. I mean, it's kind of wild how long it's been for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I have the facts right here in front of me. Haven't won a playoff game since 2016 divisional round at Kansas City. 7-season drought without a playoff win is the longest by Pittsburgh since 1970.
Hey.
Now, the Steelers used to be, as you folks don't maybe remember, they used to be down and out and downtrodden up until the point where Franco Harris plucked the ball off a shoe top. Steelers are 0-4 in the playoffs since 2017. They've allowed 41.5 points per game. That's a minus 48-point differential and minus 8 turnover differential. That ranks dead last in the NFL since 2017. Over their last 5 playoff games, it's even been worse, a minus 68-point differential. The only one that was really close is the one that cuts deepest, a divisional round game against Blake Bortles and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Remember that one? Where they couldn't stop him on defense.
Blake Bortles. 45-42.
Hey, and brother, Blake almost beat your Patriots the next week.
He did.
We all thought that was going to be a given, Steelers and Patriots in the AFC Championship game. A given.
Stephon Gilmore.
Especially because, if you remember, Blake and the Jaguars, if I'm not mistaken, beat Mike Hoskins' Bills in the wild card round in a punt fest. And it looked terrible.
Very bad game.
And you're like, okay, so they're going to go into Pittsburgh and get wiped out, and they put 45 on the Steelers. So I understand. I'm reading all this out because I have been accused of being a Tomlin honk. So Tomlin and the Steelers, I thought they put a little bit of a scare in the Buffalo Bills. A lot of folks, you thought it wasn't even close, but it got there. But they fell too deep in a hole, which is, again, the Steelers fans saying, they're not prepared. Tomlin doesn't have them prepared. And yeah, there were some moments in the season where Tomlin, I think, was a little too stubborn. Offensive coordinator with Mitch Trubisky instead of Mason Rudolph. Remember after Trubisky lost that game against the Patriots on that Thursday night? Did you ever think about putting Mason Rudolph in? No. And then he did with seconds to go in Indianapolis when the game was already done the next week. I was sitting there. I'm like, wow, we're going to put Mason Rudolph in now after Trubisky threw a terrible interception. And the Colts are like, that's twice now. That's happened to us. In Germany, Bill pulled Mac Jones after a terrible interception and handed Bailey Zappi,
like 2
not a
minutes
mop,
left.
but this was like, you go win the game. Fake spike interception. Oh, God. One of the many reasons why Gerard Mayo is there now. But this is what Mike Tomlin had to say today after he was asked about his contract. Last we saw Tomlin, who was exiting stage left. He was asked about his contract.
Bye-bye.
And this was after the loss to the Bills. He made a little light of that when he started his press conference today.
Good afternoon. In a little better mood today, man. Anybody got any contract questions?
You tend to be back, disregard the rumors that were floating out there. You expect to get an extension this year?
Yes, I expect to be back, and I would imagine that those contract things are going to run their course, man. Art and I have a really good, transparent relationship. We communicate continually, often. I don't imagine it's going to be an issue, and I imagine it's going to get done in a timely manner at the appropriate time. But, you know, my mindset is to coach this football team, certainly.
So,
All right.
The question was about an extension, which Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk came on 2 days ago and pointed out historically, Tomlin has already signed one by now, that he doesn't go into final years of contracts. They always extend. Keep adding, you know, train tracks as the train's about to be the end. I mean, I always think of Mickey Mouse's Clubhouse. That's always, you know, they were always in that train, and at the end of the track, the train would put more track down. Again, best stat ever. So that's normally what they do. And right now, the question was about an extension. He didn't answer that, did he? He says, I expect to be back. Well, he's under contract this year. And that's what Florio was pointing out. He may not want to sign a contract extension. That blows Steelers. Some of this people who want Tomlin out, that blows their mind. Oh, so we're going to let him dictate terms? Yeah. Same way Cowboys fans, it blows their mind. You're going to keep Mike McCarthy? Yeah, they don't want to go through a coaching change. Now, the question for Tomlin is, what about the quarterback and the offense? The Steelers' defense, I believe, have a lot of guys on it who understand the Steeler way, if you will, from Watt to Hayward to Fitzpatrick, just to name three. And Joey Porter Jr., those are, I think that side of the ball, despite the way, you know, they started in Buffalo this weekend, I think that's good. The offense has obviously got a bunch of playmakers on it, and who's dialing it up and who's throwing the ball? Those are the questions for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's the difference between, yeah, we're going to win another season with winning records and all that business, to we're going to win playoff games. We're going to threaten for the AFC Championship. We're going to win the AFC North. We're going to beat the Ravens, who are now obviously champions of the division and might be champions of the conference when it's all said and done in a couple Sundays. That's the difference. So Tomlin was asked about the quarterback. He said Pickett is going to be the starter, but I guess with some guardrails around it.
Can he resume his QB1 status?
You know, he will, but obviously there will be competition. There's always competition in this thing. We don't anoint anyone. Man, I'm appreciative of his efforts and where he is, and excited about continuing to work with him. But certainly, he will be challenged from a competition perspective moving forward. Competition brings the best out in all of us.
See, now that's what a lot of Steeler fans, if I can give them voice, it drives them a little crazy. They've heard this for 17 years. Yeah, competition brings out the best in all of us. And these are Tomlinisms that I love, but Steeler fans are growing tired of because the results do not wind up with banners and trophies. So I understand when I say this as well. He doesn't ask my opinion. But my 2 cents for Mike Tomlin, if I may. I don't know if he knows who George Costanza is. Okay.
Brothers don't watch Seinfeld.
That's what Stuart Scott famously told me in a commercial break. Once upon a time, when I made a Seinfeld reference going to break, everyone in the room laughed, and I felt really proud of myself. And Stuart Scott, I felt the heat coming from, you know, from my side, from the right side, because Stuart always liked the left chair. He had tenure. He always chose the left chair. That's why I was always on camera right. So, at any rate, I felt the heat coming from there, and Stuart said to me, what was that joke? And I said, Seinfeld. Brothers don't watch Seinfeld. So let me just say this. George Costanza once famously turned his life around by doing the opposite. And Jim Harbaugh turned Michigan around because he started doing the opposite. he got some guys on the staff who did the opposite of what he was thinking about or what he thought was right or what was right. Honestly, they said today in the press conference they're going to hire an offensive coordinator from outside the organization. So I don't believe the guys who are currently calling the plays are going to be the ones. Which is another reason why Dallas didn't want to fire Mike McCarthy, because everybody's in the business for an offensive coordinator. The Bears just fired their whole staff on that side of the ball. The Steelers are looking for one. Name it. There's a ton of other teams that are looking for OCs when they hire a new coach. I'm sure that's the first question that Arthur Blank's going to re-ask Bill Belichick or McKay will when they have a second interview is, who's going to be calling the plays for you, Bill? And I bet you the answer won't be Joe Judge.
Better not be.
Okay. Well, so what I'm saying is, I don't know. Some hot shot with a billion new ideas that you would never think the Pittsburgh Steelers would ever run in a million years. Get that person. Try it out. Certainly, if he's not going to sign a contract extension there for another year, give it a whirl. Do the opposite. Those are my 2 cents for Mike. That's exactly what I would go ahead and do. I mean, this is just going to be, 2024 is going to be just lit already. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. All right, TJ, you're the Cowboy fan. You just heard, that's a ton of 411 you just got right there.
That's a lot of info.
So what do you think of when you hear this? That they love the way that McCarthy cares for them, and they love the way that McCarthy takes care of them. They certainly didn't take care of the coach, putting him on the griddle like this.
They didn't. But from the outside looking in, everyone's going to have an opinion. But we're not in the locker room. We're not at the facility.
But so you've heard the players say that. And again, look, Dan Quinn is DQ, and the DC had trouble with motion, right? I mean, why are we having trouble with motion?
Look,
People
man,
are going to motion you.
This is an all, as you say, an all 22 type discussion, which I'm not that.
All right, so
go person.
Let's talk gut and feel. Because I know you've cauterized your wound.
Oh, yeah.
Since Sunday. Like, you're like, what am I going to do? You coming on? So what do you feel when you hear McCarthy's coming back? Did you want to make a change?
We talked about this morning.
I'm asking you again now that you're hearing everything.
What you said is true. What you make a change at the head coach, then you have to bring in a new OC, which means a whole new game plan for these players to understand and kind of buy and believe in. Essentially, you're scrapping everything.
You are that.
So and I'm sure half the fan base would be perfectly fine with that. Let's tear it down to the frame and then rebuild it. And the other half will be like, look, I don't want to have to sit here and go through 5-win seasons. Me personally, I fall into the former category, the latter. I guess I don't want to sit there and watch this team win 6 games. I'd rather win 12, 13 games and take my chances in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, making a change, though, to Belichick or Vrabel or Harbaugh wouldn't be. Why would you say 6? Why would that be a 6-win team?
It kind of goes back to when we were talking about Sean Payton. And I brought up on this show, what has Sean Payton done any differently from Mike McCarthy? Like, what makes him so much better of a coach than Mike McCarthy? I would say the same thing about Mike Vrabel. Like, why? What would make you think that Mike Vrabel would be the guy to come in and turn everything around?
I don't know, just because he would be an antithesis to McCarthy. That yes, keeping everything the same, not upsetting the apple cart, not ripping it down, not going into the market for a new head coach like, what is it, 8 other teams right now? 7 other teams? Something like that. And every single one of those coaches is being asked, who are you bringing in as an offensive coordinator? And on top of it, the Chicago Bears need an offensive coordinator. The Pittsburgh Steelers just said they're going to go outside of the building to get an offensive coordinator. And that's a tough one, although
kind of
Todd Bowles found one who'd never called a play before, and Dave Canales has this team in the divisional round with Baker Mayfield. So it's possible. Now, the alternative is you bring in Vrabel, who's the antithesis of that, and you shake everything up, because a lot of these guys who are like, I do like sleeping in my bed at home instead of a hotel room before a home game.
Now you make them
and
go
I
to
do,
a
and
hotel.
I do kind of like the way that my coach cares for me, as if Vrabel's going to turn his back on him. You know, maybe some of these guys need to be shaken up. That's what they're saying in the Metroplex.
I don't know.
But so you like McCarthy sticking?
I feel it's probably for the best right now.
Okay, there you go. I was looking for that answer. I finally drilled down to it.
I mean, I gave it.
I mean, it's not like I asked you your age.
I gave it to you multiple times. Well, we know you're
Well,
54.
you haven't said. You have said. I hear what you're saying. When I came on the air and talked about how you're ripping everything out root and branch, you haven't said, I think it's best that we keep McCarthy. You haven't said those words until I finally dragged it out of you.
There you go.
Okay. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Despite 3 12-win seasons but only 1 playoff win, Mike McCarthy's coming back as the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. His owner, Jerry Jones, made that official yesterday. McCarthy's status was up in the air after the blowout wildcard loss to the Packers. I mean, looking at Jerry during the game in the suite, we thought he wouldn't make it through the game.
No.
But again, he is in the last year of his contract, but he will be sticking around. And look, on paper, McCarthy's pretty good, but the Cowboys went 6-10 in his first season, and then 36 wins over the following 3-year span. That's the most ever by a team that failed to make a single conference championship in that time. Ed Werder has more from the scene in Frisco.
Mike McCarthy's won a lot of games, just not the most important ones. He's 1-3 in the postseason with the Cowboys, including 2 first-round losses at home, the most recent to the inexperienced Packers that ranks among the worst in franchise history. That prompted a Wednesday meeting between McCarthy and owner Jerry Jones that lasted more than 3 hours and ended with Jones committing to the coach for the final year of his contract. While McCarthy won his only Super Bowl in his 5th year with the Packers, the decision to effectively run it back with McCarthy has been met with intense criticism.
We have an unbelievable fan base, and they should be frustrated. We're extremely disappointed for them, disappointed in our performance. But my message would be this: we have established a championship program. It's just not the world championship yet. We know how to win. We know how to train to win. We have the right people, but we have not crossed the threshold of winning playoff games. And it's extremely disappointing to be sitting here talking about it. But I know how to win, and we will get over that threshold. I have total confidence in it, and that's why I'm standing here today. I came here to win a championship. I didn't come here to get another contract or anything other than that. I came to Dallas to win the world championship, and that's why I'm standing here, and buy into us.
It undoubtedly benefited McCarthy that he increased his value by becoming the offensive play caller, especially with the Cowboys finishing with the highest scoring offense in the NFL and Dak Prescott elevating his performance. McCarthy made it abundantly clear he possesses the same amount of confidence in Prescott as he does in himself. The next big decision for Jones, whether to extend Prescott's contract or lower his 2024 cap charge of $59.4 million, second highest in the league. Despite Prescott's 2-5 postseason record, McCarthy said he believes in the quarterback, describing him as clearly the answer and the solution going forward.
For more on the Cowboys running it back, we bring in our NFL analyst, Dan Orlovsky. In retaining McCarthy, Jerry noted his postseason success. That's all in Green Bay. So what changes have to happen for him to match that same success in Dallas?
Yeah, I think on the defensive side of the football, whether it's Dan Quinn back as their defensive coordinator or not, they have to become a defense that is built to be more than just takeaways. When they get takeaways, they're great. But when you play against well-coached teams that are prepared to minimize that, they run the football on them and they try to control the game and they don't give you the game. So they got to build a defense through the spine, defensive tackle and linebacker that has to be better and not solely dependent on takeaways, but more of a suffocating style on defense. And then for their offense, Dak Prescott was tremendous this season, MVP level football. But they have to figure out a way to play offense when it's not utopia. When everything's perfect for their offense, they could go and they could do whatever they want. But again, when you get into those playoff games, defenses are going to take away the things that you want to do. And so can you play in what we call the storm, when it's not necessarily ideal or perfect? They have to get an offense that's way more capable of how do you want us to play and what is going to be necessary for us to win this game. It can't just be the same drop back traditional pass plays, because so many of the plays that Dallas ran on offense last week, it was obvious that Green Bay knew more often than not what they were doing. That's why the coverage was tighter. That's why some of the interceptions had happened. And that's why Dak looked so hesitant and resistant or reckless with the football. And I think that's going to be a schematic change and a philosophical change that has to happen in Dallas.
Philosophical changes, schematic changes. There's a lot that Mike McCarthy has to do. You mentioned Dan Quinn. He's interviewing with 5 teams. Maybe he has to replace his DC. And there's 16 players set to become unrestricted free agents. And then, of course, the fact that your quarterback could hit almost $60 million against the cap.
Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons are going to cost them a ton of money.
We'll see how they make it all work. Dan Orlovsky just standing by literally all show.
The Underdogs available for streaming next week, Friday, January 26th, exclusively on Prime Video. We're now back with the Rich Eisen Show radio audience. We just saw a clip of The Underdogs again. Is available for streaming next week, Friday, January 26th, exclusively on Prime Video, which is, of course, available on Roku, the television home of our show, to which our friend Snoop Dogg has returned after a multiple-year absence. It's great to see you, Snoop. It really is.
Great to be back here. What's up, Radio World?
It's great to have you, man. And so I don't know which way to go to start this interview, but let's start with the film again as well. You're playing a youth coach in this movie, and you play a youth coach in real life. I mean, you are a youth football coach. And how long has the Snoop Youth Football League been running?
We've been up since 2005. That's when we were established. So we're 18 years and running. Proud of my league, proud of what it's produced, and, you know, it's still going.
I remember you coming on NFL Network and NFL Total Access in 05. We had you split screen with Paul Tagliabue, the commissioner at the time.
And the commissioner gave me permission via my homegirl, Constant Sports, to use any NFL logo on any team in my football league. So we started patenting our kids after NFL teams.
And that's how, before he was a Texan and before he was a Buckeye, C.J. Stroud was a Steeler.
Yes, sir. A Pomona Steeler.
A Pomona Steeler.
Yes, sir.
And there, look at that kid on the screen right there. Look at that fresh-faced. Was he 13 at the time? Is that what he was?
11, 12, 13, he played in my league.
As a Steeler.
Yes, sir. You know we the Steelers, baby.
I know that.
Come on, man.
Now, that's the question. Like, did you put a kid that you saw he's got the chops, you put him in a Steeler uniform, Snoop?
Come on, Rich, you know that's what I was coaching the Steelers. I made my program and my organization the Steelers, the Pomona Steelers, because I'm such a diehard Steeler fan. But it was multiple teams in my league that were outstanding, that produced some great kids. The Compton Vikings produced Lenore and Keyshawn Mixon. The LA Demos produced Romeo Dobbs. So it's a bunch of kids that came out of my league that played for multiple programs.
And how about this weekend for both of them? Obviously, Stroud and Dobbs.
I'm so excited watching these games now. I don't even watch for the win of it all. I watch for the thrill to see that these kids have turned into grown men, and they playing big roles on these teams. And they used to these bright lights because they were put in these positions as kids. So now when they get to the NFL in these bright light games, it's not a surprise that they're having these big games because they was brought up in these situations.
You know, and I, again, knowing you, Snoop, like, obviously you want these kids to succeed, but you also know it's important to see them on stages like this so your youth league can, you know, continue and keep on giving the opportunity to a bunch of kids that are out there. What is it like for you to sit there wherever you're watching these games and see Stroud be the clear stud that he is, and Dobbs coming up with a game that, you know, the Packers haven't seen since Devontae Adams was doing it for them?
This is it's like a proud father, you know, because every kid that plays in my league is considered my baby, because more than likely they come in as babies and they leave as men. So they may outgrow my lap, but they'll never outgrow my heart. So they're going to remain babies to me. So when I see them, watching them doing their thing, I'm just so proud, so happy. The fact that they stayed true to it, that they stuck to it, that they got good at it, that they studied, that they became great at their craft and not just took it for granted. And shout out to them for being on their job and doing their job.
Well, they're certainly doing that. Do you reach out to Stroud every now and then? Do you speak to him?
I seen CJ when I was in Houston. I had a show and he came to see me. Mm-hmm. And this was like in the preseason when they had lost a couple of preseason games. But I could just tell that he was so, laser focused on what he was doing. And he's such a spiritual kid. He's so positive. That's what I like about him, is that he's pushing a different narrative than a lot of these other guys in the league. He's pushing a real narrative of spirit, love, and just being a voice of positivity.
Well, in terms of his personal life as well, I mean, a lot of folks might not know the story about him and his dad. And was that something going on when he was part of the Snoop Youth Football League?
Yes, sir. My guy, Coach Superfly, stepped in and became like his coach, role model, to assist with his mom and assist with his family. So, in my league, it takes a village to raise one kid. And the beautiful thing is we have so many great coaches and mentors and people who value these kids' time and put time into them. So when we see these guys successful, it's a group effort. It's a lot of people that put in that time and effort. And we just proud to be connected to these kids.
Yeah, and again, it's just, when I speak to Kurt Warner and speak to him about Stroud, he doesn't talk about how he's great as a rookie. He's talking about how he's great as good as a veteran quarterback in the NFL right now. Like the stuff that he's doing, that he's putting on tape, that he's putting on the scoreboard, is stuff that some of the other veteran quarterbacks in the league are not doing right now. It truly is unbelievable.
Shout out to the Snoop Youth Football League for coaching these kids up, man. They said we was a league that was ghetto in the beginning. Now they know we really be coaching. So shout out to all of the coaches out there. Great work. Keep it up.
And Prime was also in on the Snoop League for a while
me and Prime,
at the start.
Prime, we've been doing this for a long time. He's moved up to the collegiate level. I stayed down on the lower level. But Prime has always been my friend. He's always been involved with kids. He's always helped me as far as coaching. We've coached against each other. We've coached each other's kids. That's what we do as men. We try to bring the best out of these babies because we both love being there for those kids.
We were just talking off air, but might as well bring it on air right now. Snoop Dogg here on the Rich Eisen Show. The Underdog's available for streaming next week, next Friday, exclusively on Prime Video, which you can see right here on Roku. I tell the story a lot about how Dion loves coaching and loves being there for kids. Talk about it all the time. And the story I tell all the time is that he, on the night that it was announced he was going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, was not there at the announcement itself because he wouldn't show up until he was done with his practice that he was running for his youth team at the time, because he would not, even for the ultimate personal moment and achievement, give an ounce or a whiff to the kids that his personal moment was more important than their team moment collectively. And I tell that story all the time, and how the NFL Network's like, we'll send you a car, we'll send you this. And he was pissed on the night that he was getting his ultimate achievement coming. And he showed up with his whistle on and his coaching gear on, just like, and we had to settle him in when he finally showed up to get through being angry about going. And he was practicing to take on
the Snoop Dogg All-Stars.
And you were at this practice as well?
I was at my practice with my team. He was at practice with his team. And this was like, I believe, the day before the game. So he was intense because in his mind, he was coaching against a great coach and a great team. But he had the advantage because he'd been doing this longer and he'd seen my team and I hadn't seen his. And when he got back from that thing with y'all, he called me and he was like, man, they tried to mess my game up, DOW. They tried to throw me off.
But it was a Hall of Fame announcement.
He thought y'all tried to throw his game off of me. I'm like, Prime, that's the ultimate award. I mean, you got to go get that. But you know how I'm the same way. When I'm coaching my babies, it's been many times that I've turned down millions of dollars, big events, things that people would say, oh, my God, how did you turn that down? Mm-hmm. When I'm coaching them kids, I'm locked in with them. And I understand what Dion felt. You don't want to break the attention away from them when you're giving them attention to show that it's about you. It's always about them. So when the game starts, they'll play for you.
But I hadn't heard that part about the story until now. He thought it was a competitive disadvantage?
Yes, because... yes.
Wow. I hadn't heard that part. He wants to win, right?
Dion is a winner, man.
I've noticed. Now, were you at the Colorado State game this year? When did you go?
I didn't go to no games
You
this
didn't
year.
go? Okay.
I supported from at home because it was just too much. When I'm coaching, I don't like all of that around me, and I just wanted to respect Prime and let him get his coaching on as opposed to being in the way and pictures and all of that. It's a game that you guys are playing right now. I didn't want the kids to be unfocused as well because the celebrities that was there, they cool, but I'm a little different. I'm like a coach. I'm personal with them, so I feel like I would have been a distraction.
So who do you reach out to? Do you ever reach out to Tomlin for coaching thoughts, advice, conversation?
Honestly, you wouldn't even believe what coach that I talked to the most.
Who was that?
Pete Carroll.
Okay.
I talked to Pete the most.
Well, I mean, is that the USC connection?
It's the USC connection, and just the way he recruited when he was here. I took a lot of my spirit from him as far as being up close and personal with the parents when you're dealing with the kids. Like, I love that process that he had when he was at SC. He would always get a relationship with the parents and then the kids. So that's what I do when I coach football. So that way, in case the kids are having difficulties in school or having some problems, I can step in and assist the parent with my voice, but using their message to be the reason.
Huh. So can you let us in on what is the conversation like with Pete and Snoop? What is that like?
We talk X's and O's. We talk life. We talk family. Pete just come to a lot of my shows too whenever I was in the Seattle area. Like, he's a real down-to-earth type of, like, care about you person. Like, he really care. Like, a lot of these guys that I have relationships with, we high and by, but Pete checks in, and, you know, the day that they let him go, we FaceTime. Because I just wanted to check his spirit to make sure he was good.
How was he?
Upbeat, hoping that another team called, was telling me about certain places he wouldn't mind being, so he's still in the mood to coach. And that's what I love to hear, is that he's still in the spirit of, this is what we do. Once a coach, always a coach. Once you start affecting these kids and these young men, it becomes a part of your life to be a mentor.
Yeah, I've noticed that so much about all the coaches that I've been around. It's tough to get out of their blood. You know, I just saw Mariucci. Obviously, I've known him for almost 20 years. And whenever I see him on the field, whenever he's on the field, he'll go up to refs, you know, hit him in the hip, just talk about what plays are. And it's tough to get it out of the blood.
I watch him in those all-star games with them high school students.
Yeah, he loves that.
He's crazy out there. He really think he's still coaching.
That. And he talks about when those kids go on to the next level, he talks about them like you talk about.
Because he became attached to them.
Right.
So now he feels like he's a part of their journey. That's what it is with coaching. Like, once you sit down and become engaged with one of those players or those kids and they grow, you're so happy for their growth. That's what it's supposed to be. You celebrate that.
Mm-hmm. And now Stroud is doing what he's going into Baltimore this weekend. Look out. Right? I mean.
Well, the Steelers beat Baltimore twice this year. I don't care Lamar wasn't there the last game. We beat them twice.
You look in the score. You look in the scorebook. I see it. I know. I hear you. So, I mean, that'll be a rough one. But before we get to talking a little bit of football, let's talk about your movie. So how long is we talked about it briefly about 10 some odd minutes ago, but let's hit it again for the full audience here. The Underdogs, how did this come about?
The Underdogs came about for me having a meeting with some beautiful people up at MGM, and then converting it into some great writers and putting a team around it that understood the story. So the story is Jason Jennings is an ex-NFL star who is top 5 wide receiver of all time in his mind, and he's not playing anymore. This is like his second or third year not playing, and he's on the hunt or the search for some sort of thing other than football, like what you're doing, like analysis and
paparazzi.
No, speaking, like talking and sports and the things that athletes do when they're finished. They get on the microphone and they broadcast and tell the game. So he's looking for that, but that doesn't happen. His agent and him have some sort of misunderstanding. Some things happen. He goes to court and he gets sent back to Long Beach to coach a youth football team. And it's a lesson that he learns as well as a lesson that he's teaching.
And I don't want to give anything away about how the movie goes. Do you like the character, like the acting, you like the whole business of it, Snoop?
I love the fact that it's not me, but it's a world that I come from, and it's connected to me. And if you know anything about football, if you know anything about life, this is a great story for you to see that these two worlds come together and how football is so important with teaching camaraderie, teaching teamwork, teaching unity, teaching how to work with others and to play your position, to play your role, and then the life skills and the life things that you learn outside of football. We incorporated all of that in this movie. This movie is, like I say, it's so much to add to it to just say it's just a football movie. It's like a love story, a football movie, a lesson story. And I had so much fun doing it because I could play an NFL star that I never was. And then I could play a youth football coach, in which I was, but the style of coaching is not the style that I coach with.
Yes.
You see
Well,
what I'm saying?
I'll say this. I hope not.
No, it's not my style at all. So that's what was fun about it, Rich. I could dive into this role and say, okay, this is something that I've never done before. So let me be all I can be in this, Bobby Knight style of coaching.
Yeah, everything but the chair throwing. I get it. And Mike Epps, George Lopez in this as well. Great cast.
Great ensemble, man. Great comedians, great actors who played their parts to make it easy on me. Like, I love being with great actors because they make my job easy.
Sure, of course, like a team.
Yes,
right?
sir.
No doubt about that. And again, The Underdog's available on Prime Video, available on Roku, starting next Friday. Check it out, and again, right here on the Roku platform for sure. So, all right, let's get into some football conversation. I have been talking about Mike Tomlin from here, and I got a little bit in the hot water with folks in Western Pennsylvania.
They don't like when you talk about Mike.
Well, I said that they'd be out of their, the words I used was out of their friggin' minds if they wanted Tomlin gone. And then, unfortunately for me, caping for Tomlin, they lost back-to-back games to 2-win teams at home, in a span of 5 days. So it didn't really help back my play a little bit, to be straight up with you. But and now here is a conversation about his status is an open question in Pittsburgh. What are your 2 cents on that?
Well, I've been a Pittsburgh Steelers fan since 1975, Rich, and I've only seen 3 coaches. I've seen Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and now Mike Tomlin. So with that being said, our organization ain't like others. We don't do all that flip-flopping. And we've had terrible seasons up under Chuck Noll and up under Bill Cowher. This man has not had one terrible season. And it's just a matter of the staff, if you ask me. It's not him, it's the staff.
Well, he's the one who chooses the staff.
So maybe it should be a general manager or somebody that steps in and does some assisting and say, well, we're going to pick the D coordinator and the O coordinator, and you oversee it all, coach, because we ain't been to the thing in a long time. Like, we just keep sliding in or backing in, and it's cool, but I want it all. We used to win around here, so I feel like it should be some sort of adjustment with the staff, because the teams that are winning, it's the staff that picks the right players and then coaches the best players and then put them in the best positions to win. And then the style of offense, like our offense has to be 2025, not 1984. Like, we got to move it around and get it doing what it's supposed to do. Defense, I'm not unhappy with it all. I love the way our defense fly around. But as far as like our offensive look, I think it could be a lot better. When you think about the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens,
Lions,
the Lions, yeah, just the way like they're moving Amon St. Brown around, like use your players and move them around. We got too many good players not to move them around.
So that's what I was saying before. We're kind of like of the like mind here, because T.J. Watt was like, Coach T. He even said,
I quit if he ain't here.
He basically said that. He said it was part of his contract talks.
He went to a little kid on him. If he's not coaching, I quit.
That's what it sounded like.
I was like, dang.
Yeah.
I love that's dedication and devotion. That means that this coach is more than a coach. If I don't want to play for anyone else.
Right. And so maybe doing the exact opposite on the offensive side of the ball.
Yes.
Because, the narrative, and we always talk about narratives at my alma mater at Michigan, is Harbaugh around 2021 decided, all right, I'm going to get a whole bunch of new younger coaches in here that are more plugged into what I guess is newfangled or is, as you said, 2025.
Yeah.
I noticed you didn't say 2024.
Yes, sir.
You're already looking 1 year down the road. And it helped change things. There's no doubt about it. It helped change things.
The way those coaches thought for Michigan this year and the past couple of years, you could just see.
Yeah.
They took advantage of what was on the other side. Some coaches just coach to call plays. A great coach is going to coach to outdo what's on the other side. Like, if we can outrun y'all, we bigger than y'all, we stronger than y'all, we're going to run the ball 37 times.
Yeah, right.
If y'all don't have no DBs, then we're going to throw on y'all. But it's not going to be, we just going to be throwing to try to look good when we can actually run and get 28 points and be up by 21 with 2 minutes left. Like, smart coaches, like, I look at a smart coach like this, too. When it's third down or when you down, are you trying to win or are you just trying to throw the ball in front of the chains or behind the chains? Yeah. I look at that a whole lot. When they third down and then you throwing the ball, it's 3rd and 6 and you throwing the ball 4 yards. If it's 3rd and 6, you need to be throwing at least 7 yards.
That drives me nuts.
I hate that.
Throwing behind the 6, throwing behind the line of scrimmage when you got to get to the sticks.
You ought to hear me cussing the TV out. I hate that. You throwing it behind
the line scrimmage, even not just behind the sticks. You're throwing it sometimes behind the line of scrimmage and saying, let's block and try and get 7 yards from 2 yards back. I also don't like, I mean, while we're going there, I mean, I'm more old school. I don't like going in shotgun when you need a half inch.
Why not getting a...
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I know that. I'm the same way.
We're back 4 yards now. What if he misses the ball? That's 8 yards.
That drives me insane, too. So, what are your 2 cents on Caleb Williams? What do you know of him and what you can tell folks about him at the next level, best you can tell?
Well, I'm a friend of Caleb's. I love him on and off the field. I feel like he's a young version of Patrick Mahomes. I don't know why, but I just feel like when I'm watching him, he just feel like Patrick Mahomes. But the key to Patrick Mahomes is he's got a great coach, great system, great play calling, and players to assist that. That's what's going to be the kick to Caleb. Where does he go? Who's the coach? What's the system? And who are the players he's throwing to? Because look at Bryce. Amazing player. Went to the Panthers. No bad coaching, bad system. Players not at the par. He looks bad. Look at CJ. Good coach, good system, nice receivers. He looks like top 5 quarterback. So all of that is important. And I think back to Elway, Manning, not Peyton, but Eli. How they was like, oh, I ain't going there.
Right.
I remember that clear. They were like, I'm not going there. Nope. You got to trade me. So maybe that's in the clause. Like he may want to go to a team that has at least a chance.
Well, the Bears just welcomed in for an interview for offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury.
The SC coach?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. That's a package deal.
That's what it sounds like to me.
I wouldn't be mad at that. I would leave that defensive coordinator on the side.
They're going to leave the coach?
He balled out.
Right, he did.
He balled out.
By the way, have you noticed that Snoop and I have had the same opinions on everything over this last, not just 20 minutes, but for the last 3 hours? That's what I was saying. The idea is keep Eberflus.
He's got him looking right.
And if they bring in Kingsbury, maybe the Bears know what they're doing.
As long as he stay over there and he stay over there. Like,
and the two shall not meet.
Yeah, do not meet up.
So then what do you say? Because the red flag will be as well, how will Caleb handle adversity? Because this year he didn't get the Heisman.
No.
This year was not remotely close to a successful year, and it's a team game and all that. The conversation that you hear about him, and I'm bringing it up, not that I advocate for when he went and hopped in the stands and he found his mom and he started crying on her shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I found that to be a human moment.
I find that to be a mama's boy. And what's wrong with being a mama's boy? That's what I am.
Hey, listen, but that's what he's going to hear. He's going to start hearing those red flags, and then obviously adversity is going to hit in Chicago or the NFL. How do you think he will handle it?
He's a tough kid. He's a tough kid. Like, come on, man. This kid is tough. Like, certain kids are made for this, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's built for that. You know what I mean? I think he's built for anything that you're going to put in front of him, because you didn't think that he was going to win the Heisman when he got to SC that year. Nobody did. We just thought he was going to be cool. But when he did all them things he did, but then after you do that, then there's expectations.
Mm-hmm.
So now there's no expectations. So all you got to do is go out and ball and do what you're supposed to do.
One of the funniest things I've seen you do in recent years was doing the Olympics with Kevin Hart. Is one and you and Kevin reacting to, what was that, the dressage, the horse?
Yes, sir.
Would you say the horse was pimp walking?
He was crip walking.
Is one of the funniest things, you and Kevin reacting to the did you guys see this?
I think it was Sarah's idea.
Was it Sarah? Are you serious?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Sarah Tiano was
she was one of the writers on that, and I think she came up with
What
that.
up, Sarah?
So you reacting to some of these, because some of these Olympic sports are just, I don't know who created these. It's out of sheer boredom, right? Like let's have this and call it a competition, you know. So what sport would you want to call if you could call any sport?
What sport would I want to call if I could call it? NASCAR.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the cars be going so fast. It's like fast paced, and I'm so laid back and so in pocket. I wonder if I would get high intensity if I would turn up rather than stay in pocket.
Okay.
So it'd be a different version of me.
Oh, just a different version of you, just to...
Then the adrenaline, the voice, the attitude.
And the races last a while, though, so you can, you know...
Be popping for a while.
I think NASCAR just got on it right now.
Right?
For sure.
Well, there's an event at the Coliseum in a couple weeks.
Before we go any further, shout out to the Michigan Wolverines. I know you're a diehard Wolverine. I hadn't seen you since y'all won it all. I've seen many seasons with y'all almost doing it, getting close to it. Y'all finally got over the hump. Congratulations. I know that made you feel good.
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. All the guys here on the set, TJ in particular, behind you, has been telling me I need to say it with my chest a little bit more.
I mean, come on, man. When the Lakers win, I'm just gonna leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to do something, man. You gotta let it be known.
Oh,
M tattoo right here, Rich. Come on, quit playing.
Yes.
Harbaugh says he's going to get a tattoo.
You gotta match him. Come on, dog. You've been down with the program just as long. Don't play with me. Do not play with me.
Well, I mean, I use my voice rather than my skin.
I need to see it on your arm right there when you pop up. When you say, "Hey, Rich, what school you?"
Act like you know.
Like, you gotta pop on him. Quit playing.
Okay. All right. You must know some folks in the area that, you know.
I get you plugged up, man. Get you right.
Come on, Rich.
Hey, listen, if Harbaugh comes out here to coach the Chargers, maybe it'll get a 2-for-1 deal.
Easy call.
Yeah, it was amazing. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever felt that. I was at the Rose Bowl with my family, with my wife and my kids, seeing that there at the Rose Bowl, beating Alabama, retiring Nick Saban, then going ahead and getting the Washington coach.
But stop in Alabama.
Stop in Alabama.
That part right there. Come on, Rich. How was your heart beating in that play call?
Oh, my God. I did my cardio just sitting there watching it, Snoop. Oh, that was really off. I couldn't even believe that we were there at the Rose Bowl and beat Nick Saban, and then he retires, and then the job is taken by the guy that we beat the following week in Washington. So, you know, we retired a couple coaches.
Good job, baby.
Does that sound? I'm not saying it with my chest.
Great job. You saying it with your chest.
Thank you. So what's your 2 cents on the Cowboys sticking with Mike McCarthy?
I got a lot of friends that are Cowboy fans, and they are mad about it. Like, all of my friends that are Cowboy fans, they mad at the quarterback and they mad at the coach. I'm not a Cowboy fan, so I just watch football for that reason. But I have a lot of friends that play for that team, and I, hope they can get over the hump sooner or later, because they do have a good team, and we expect more from them because they're America's team.
Who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? Who's making it and who's winning it?
That's going to be a hard one, Rich. I don't know right now because it's not a for sure like one to me. Like, nobody's a 1-1. If you think about the Packers and the 49ers, right? The way the Packers just played this week, I wouldn't be surprised if they shook up Frisco. Then you think about the Buccaneers and the Lions, right? Baker Mayfield on one right now. I'm looking at all the under teams. I ain't looking at the over teams.
Well, it's your movie's called The Underdog.
Exactly, so I got to go with the underdog.
Understood.
And then you talk about C.J. Stroud against the Ravens. That's a hell of an underdog right there. But CJ may do it. His team may do it. They young, they inspired. DeMarco, he's got them pumped up.
So who's the underdog between the Chiefs and the Bills? It can't be Mahomes, can it?
It's never P. Diddy, baby. It's it's Josh. Because Josh ain't did it in that moment. He's done it in the regular season, but this is the moment, and the pressure's on him. To me, the pressure's on Josh. Patrick got how many rings?
2.
Say that again?
2.
Okay, then. So until you do, you have to. He's the monkey on your back. I'll say this. Joe Burrow did that. Even though he didn't win the championship, he took that monkey off his back because Mahomes is like what Brady was in the AFC. You have to go through him to get it done. So until you beat him, you ain't gonna get it done.
So if your best guess was who's going to make it in Vegas?
Vegas, I would go with best guess. Baltimore, Frisco.
Yeah, I took the 1 seeds too. Look at us; we're literally lockstep. I took the 1 seed. I took the 1 seeds too, but it's so rare that the 1 seeds make it, let alone in back-to-back years. That was 1 seed versus 1 seed last year too.
Real question.
Yes.
How do you think that 2 weeks off is going to affect the Ravens and the 49ers playing these two hot teams they just played?
Great question.
It's really 3 weeks off because neither of them played.
That's true.
In Week 18.
3 weeks?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Ravens hardly played. I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's
I know
okay.
they
We
still
just
want
talking
it.
about the weeks.
But that's his point. Is a lot of the starters didn't play Week 18 for both the Niners
Is that
and
good
the Ravens.
or bad?
Well, for McCaffrey, who was hurt, I think it's good. It might be bad. I don't know. These are great questions because you want to talk about hot teams, Texans and Packers.
And their rhythm is on. They in
Right.
step. They route running. Their defense. Their place to be. Like it's not a catch up. It's like I'm there right now. I've coached football, and when we have a week off or something like that, somebody drifting away, he ain't paying attention. He ain't as fast as he was. He ate too much. He didn't stick to the script. Something is gonna go off in them 3 weeks.
And also, they're taking on not just hot teams, but young teams that don't know what they shouldn't know.
Don't care.
Right.
They don't care.
Right. Okay, so I'm with you on the Ravens and the Niners too. But man, it could
Anybody could do it.
It could be Texans versus Packers
or Lions versus Chiefs.
It could be just all of that, just like Week 1. By the way, I loved when you did the media stuff for my show in Super Bowl 50
with Peyton Manning.
Yeah, with Manning, you went because I knew it. Not only would you be great at it, but sending you in on a Thursday when the guys are done answering, they interviewed you. They probably interviewed you more than you interviewing them when you stopped in there.
I had a blast.
Would you ever want to do that again?
I would love to do it again. And just so you know, Rich, I thank you for that because since that moment, I've been doing boxing, football, hockey, any sport that has been available to me. I believe that was like the opportunity that they seen that I could actually do it. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to show that I could.
Are you kidding me? You were awesome. Like, you were legit awesome at it. You knew the right questions to ask. I mean, and you're Snoop. I mean, you walk in there and you certainly are going to be able to cut the line. You know what I mean? Not that you did that, but when you walk in, everyone notices you when you walk in the door. So I'd love to see if you're up for doing that again.
I'm down to do that. I would love to do that, man. That's like a dream come true for me to be in the crowd and all of a sudden be like, hey, so Patrick, Snoop over here.
Hey, Snoop. No, Snoop for the Rich Eisen show.
Exactly.
Like that's for the Rich
Snoop
Eisen.
from the Rich Eisen show. Yeah.
That's the win. I would do that.
Man.
Okay.
You know I represent for you. I had the tag on and everything. Rich, I was representing
we
for you.
credentialed you.
That's what I went in with your credentials on. Like, watch out now. I'm with Rich. Move.
Are you going to be in Vegas? Do you have plans to be in
there,
Vegas?
so let's figure it out.
Okay.
I know you ain't got nobody like me right now.
There is nobody like you.
Okay, well, let's talk about it.
Forget about right now. I mean, just in general and in life.
It's a 101 right
We'll do that. No, for sure. And because Vegas is just going to be
That's
nuts.
a good spot for a Super Bowl.
I agree. It was great for the draft. There's nothing like it for the draft.
You know what it was great for, too? The Pro Bowl last year.
Pro Bowl?
I was there at the Pro Bowl. Mm-hmm. This was the most exciting Pro Bowl I've ever been to. They had flag football. They had competitions with the strong guys, and it just was so fun. Tricks with the receivers, and it was like a little league event. They made it fun, like they were big kids. I enjoyed myself.
I enjoyed it too. So again, everybody, how can anybody get involved with the Snoop Youth Football League?
Snoop Youth Football League. Hit us up at SnoopYouthFootballLeague.com. If you're in the LA area, you can reach out to Coach Wadu or Nakani, and they will plug you up and get you and your kids right into our system. And we also have the Snoop Youth Special Stars for kids with special needs and disabilities. So we have a program for those kids as well. So we're looking out for all of the kids out here. So let us know if you're trying to find something for your kids to do.
I love it. That is awesome.
Yeah. That's still.
You're the best, man. The Underdogs, again, available for streaming next week, Friday, January 26th, exclusively on Prime Video, which is available right here on the Roku platform.
I got Roku. I used to watch you on the NFL Network. Now I watch you on Roku.
I like it. You can't avoid me, Snoop. You can't avoid me.
You're everywhere.
I like popping up in places
I
you
see
don't
you
expect.
popping like over Redenbacher.
And I guess I'm getting a Michigan tattoo, guys.
You got to get the M on your arm. I need to see that.
Told you that
Next time
last
I don't
see
think your
you.
mom is too happy.
Okay, so we have a to-do list. I guess I'm getting ink. And then
Block him.
got to get you credentialed. We'll talk about this. I'm serious. I would do that again in a heartbeat if you are up for it.
Me too. I love that.
Send you into the locker rooms of the AFC and the meeting rooms of the press conference
Remember, I
rooms
did
of the
the
AFC
Pro
and the NFC.
Bowl, so I was in there with the Pro Bowlers. So a lot of those guys are going to be.
They know. Please, everyone knows who you are. Anyway.
Imagine not knowing.
And then we watch the underdogs. I'm coming to Susie and my wife and I are coming to the premiere next Tuesday.
I love it.
2 J's.
We're in.
Susie, what up, baby?
She will love the shout out. She will love it. And you got great people right here at Constance, as you know that.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I cherish when you come here. I really do. I really mean it. Sue.
It's a second home for me, Rich. You already know what it is. When I get done doing what I'm doing, I'm going to be up here working with y'all. So save me a spot up here.
Okay, anytime. But you're never done. You'll never be done.
I'll be done soon. Don't worry.
Oh, really?
Don't say that, Snoop.
I always say that.
1992, Deep Cover came out. To see that you're still doing your thing after so many years, man, it's so beautiful. It truly is. It's awesome.
Thank
to
you,
see
brother. I appreciate that. You make me don't want to stop. I gotta keep going now.
You can't stop, dog.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop, won't stop. Well, except for now, because we're running out of time. The Underdogs available right here on Roku next Friday. Check it out.
See you.
Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. These are words I never thought I would say in my life. Bill Belichick has a second interview with the Falcons this weekend.
You think he wears a good suit?
How does Bill go with it?
Bill does. Bill looks fresh though.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic says they're flying him in Atlanta on one of Arthur Blank's private planes last night. Dinner last night, more meetings to come. This is done, folks.
This is done.
Air Arthur, they're going to dinner.
Mike, did you just pick up on that? One of his private planes.
Oh, is that right?
It's like me. It's like one of my boats.
That just means he's got multiple private PJs.
I get him.
It's exactly
one of my boats.
This is done.
The other one's to pick up McDaniels, right?
I don't know if Falcons fans want Josh McDaniels.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? You can get Belichick and Josh McDaniels. Are you kidding me? You can do that. Is that what you're saying?
Come with that package? Or?
No, but go and get somebody for whom that works. Hey, listen. Say what you will about
great OC.
Dude,
he's a great OC.
Correct.
Yes.
Say what you will about Josh McDaniels, but as Belichick's offensive coordinator, that works.
I think so.
That works. And then
I wonder if his sons are coming.
And by the way, they are, because you see that the Patriots are interviewing others for, coaching roles that you would think that might be filled by a Belichick if they stay. What, Dad's going to go to Atlanta and they're going to stay behind in New England? No way. I don't see that. But it looks like Bill Belichick is going to land in the ATL. He has on one of Arthur Blank's private planes.
One of those.
Yes.
If we set that at 2.5, like over or under there?
Oh, private planes?
Yeah.
Oh, under.
Yeah.
2's enough. 2's a lot.
Primary and backup.
Even for billionaires, 2's a lot.
Well, I'm sure the team plane is probably his too, so maybe that's counting as
No.
I think
No.
Bill, I'll send one of my jets for you. It's a flex.
Definitely.
The Patriots have two.
And they're picking up dinner.
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
And if you're Bill, you're just like,
give me that Home Depot money.
yeah, right. Screaming Eagle.
Yeah.
I know that's the Rams boss.
Sure.
Sure, on Flowery Branch.
Marsha probably owns a winery, right?
Dude, going to Atlanta. This is done. You're not flying him in on one of your private jets and taking him to dinner and not hiring the guy.
Done deal.
And Bill's not getting on the plane. Okay. Oh. When is this going to pop? When is this pop? That sounds like that's about to pop. When are the Chargers going to make their move? When are the Raiders going to make their move? What is happening? Because everyone's interviewed. I mean, the cycle's pretty much through.
Do you think
Right
Jerry
now.
talked to Bill? Bill said, I'm going to Atlanta.
No.
And that's why he kept McCarthy?
No. You heard Gene Slater say, and that she doesn't even think they talked. I don't think they talked. I don't think they talked.
Most importantly, do you think there was any Atlanta celebs in this meeting? Like, was
Ludacris
there? Was T.I. there? Was Usher there?
I'll
was
tell you what's ludicrous.
JD there?
Belichick going to Atlanta. That's ludicrous.
Was Outkast in the meeting?
Yes, I need Big Boy and Andre 3000
Were they there?
in the meeting with Bill. Also, who's going to be the first Atlanta rapper to put Bill in a song?
Right?
Yeah.
This is all things that are going to happen. I mean,
wanna
is
put that
Andre
on a poll?
3000 playing the flute in the corner?
You know what I mean?
This is what I want to know.
Atlanta's no longer on the air, right? The show?
Yeah, I know it's done. But hey, maybe Donald Glover brings it back.
Bring
now.
it back, put Bill in the first episode.
You know?
Saying. Run back Florida, man.
Wow.
If Soulja Boy wasn't in the
Okay.
meeting, then I don't know how
Hasn't
we'll get
happened
this
yet.
meeting.
Everybody calm down. Hasn't happened yet.
Luda.
When's it all popping? When's it popping? Not going to happen this weekend. They're not going to name this stuff during divisional playoff weekend. I don't think.
Why not? Right when the Bucks kick off, Arthur, forget about Tampa. It's about me.
No, I don't think the league appreciates that sort of stuff. But Lurie and Nick Sirianni are meeting today. According to Ian Rappaport, I'm seeing him talk about it on NFL Network. Definitely not. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
All right, Chris, what do we have over there?
Hey, guys, happy Friday. Let's
Same.
go. Excited for the football. Let's do it. What's more likely? Who's the more likely Big Saturday road dog to pull the upset? Texans, Packers.
I'll go Packers, not just because Louis Riddick chose that. I'll take the Packers. I will take Green Bay going into Santa Clara. And
big dogs, both 9.5 right now.
I get it. I don't know. I mean, they just went into Dallas and did it. They're the first team to win in Dallas all season long. The Texans did it at home. It's just a different ball of wax to go in the bank and do that rather than the Packers, who are just like, yeah, we went into a spot where nobody won, by the way, in the last 16 games. And not only win, that was convincing. I mean, the team that we're playing started preparing for us in the middle of the second quarter of that game. So there's that. I would choose the Packers over the Texans, unbelievably, as what's more likely.
Brockman, when you said road dog, of course, the first thing I thought was Jesse James and Generation X.
Of course.
Oh, you didn't know?
Oh, you didn't know? Okay, you better ask somebody, guys. 2020 draft class, QBs, it's stacked. It's loaded. Only one is still alive, Jordan Love. Which 2020 draft class QB more likely to win a Super Bowl first? Burrow, Herbert, Tua, Love, Jalen Hurts.
Oh, boy. Jeez, I'll go Burrow. I'll go Joe Burrow.
He hasn't finished a season in
I'm
2
aware,
of his 4 years.
aware of that.
Okay.
I'm aware of that. And David Shaw is going to be great with Justin Herbert. Or whoever Vrabel hooks up.
Right.
Wait a minute. Harbaugh might be going there? Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll go that way. I would go Cincinnati. You know what? Cincinnati looked like Cincinnati, even without Burrow, more than what we saw. Whatever that zombie Eagles team was this year, right? And I understand I just chose Love as the more likely candidate to be in an NFC Championship game, which would leave him 2 wins shy of being the most likely quarterback on this list, since he's the only one currently still playing right now, as you pointed out. But I'll still go Joe Burrow, brother. I think they're going to figure out what to do with T. Higgins to fit him all in there and run it back. And then just let's get him staying healthy, guys. So, what else?
That would be nice. All
What
right.
else?
Obviously, the huge game in Buffalo. How about the more likely superstar pass catcher to go for 100 yards and a touchdown? Travis Kelce or Stephon Diggs? Now, some stats before you answer, Rich. Stephon Diggs.
It's been a while.
Hasn't had a 100-yard game.
Been a long
since
time.
Week 2.
You've been gone a long time.
Since week 2. Hasn't scored a touchdown since November 26th. Kelce hasn't gone for 100 yards since October 22nd. Hasn't scored since Thanksgiving.
I'd still go. I'll go Kelce. I'll go Kelce. I think that there's a potential matchup issue. Like L'Jarius Sneed is going to be on Diggs. I don't know who's going to be on Kelsey. I mean, Hoskins, you got any better guess? He's the Buffalo Bill honk here. It'll be everybody. I don't know. And plus, I think the football gods want to tell the toxic males, get ready for the cutaway shot. I'll go Kelsey right there. More likely than Diggs to go off.
Well, Rich, remember, it's our caller Kim from Louisville.
It's not just the toxic males.
It's not just toxic males.
Are you picking the Chiefs? Is that?
I'm not. You asked me what's more likely.
Okay,
I told you what's more likely.
Maybe that was an insight.
If I'm not mistaken,
that was an insight.
Tyreek Hill is going to be a finalist, I imagine, for Offensive Player of the Year in a few Thursdays from now in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I would imagine so.
Okay, fine. So, was he not the guy who tweeted out that L'Jarius Sneed jammed him to Cancun?
Yeah, I was the one who told you about it.
Okay, so
jammed his
you alerted me to that post.
Jammed his A to Cancun.
Okay.
All right, more likely quarterback to have more rushing yards this weekend, Lamar or Josh Allen?
Oh, I'll go Josh Allen on that one. Hell yeah. I'll go Josh Allen. I'll go the guy who surpassed Lamar's run against the Titans, which used to be the second longest playoff run by a quarterback in the history of the NFL playoffs, behind Colin Kaepernick's against the Packers in 2012. That is now Josh Allen. He's now second with that 52-yarder. I'll take Allen. He's taken off more than Lamar is, that's for sure. More rushing yards. How about this? Lamar may have more passing yards than Josh Allen this weekend.
It's snowing in Baltimore, so maybe not.
I gotcha. I can't wait. I just want Lamar to ball out and shut up everybody that's still talking about him as the running quarterback
I'm
only.
so with you on that, man.
He needs to ball out. Hasn't been good in the playoffs.
All right. Well,
all right. More likely former number one pick.
One last thing is the offense that's been brought in has been brought in to rectify exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I predicted him being an MVP finalist.
What I'm saying is what you said. He hasn't done well in the playoffs.
He hasn't.
It's been brought in to rectify exactly that.
Let's see.
And we saw it in the regular season to the point where they're the 1 seed. So, we'll see.
He's had 3 weeks off.
No, I know.
Former number one pick, guys, more likely to throw for 302 touchdowns. Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff.
I'll go Goff. I'll go Jared Goff.
He's
at
home. It's two
and
number one picks squaring
no,
off.
I know.
By the way.
And it's not just that. Again, it's two former number one overall picks that were traded away
on different teams.
Right.
Love it.
Well, or Mayfield was released, right? Because he asked for it. Correct?
Well, he played for 3 teams last year.
Well, I'm just trying to. It's kind of forget. Was he? The Browns didn't trade him anywhere, right? They just let him go.
And then he signed with Carolina, and then they let him go, and then he went to the Rams.
You kind of forget it.
It's been kind of a wild run.
But the bottom line is the 2 number one overall picks that, that won playoff games, 4 or 8 playoff game in the case of Mayfield, going to the Super Bowl in the case of Goff, and both teams said, yeah, maybe change of scenery works for everybody.
Yeah, bye-bye.
But I'll go Goff. He's at home, like I said earlier this week, I have a notion the Lions' plan for Todd Bowles' blitz scheme, starting once the buses pull into Ford Field, will be better than what the Eagles had dialed up. So, what else?
More likely to be the higher total. Home teams advancing this weekend, or Brock Purdy touchdown passes.
Home teams advancing this weekend, or Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brock Purdy touchdown passes. Home teams advancing. So if I go, I'll go home teams advancing.
You think all 4 advance?
I don't know. You're asking me what's more likely. You didn't say give me the exact number. You said higher total. I'm giving you the higher total.
I can see Purdy throwing for 4 TDs.
I can see him doing that too. But I am also going to say home teams advancing, because I don't think Purdy's going to be I think there's going to be a lot more assistance for Purdy, where he might not have to have one of those 30 attempt games and he's winging it. I have a feeling this is a McCaffrey contest.
More likely to be the Cowboys head coach in 2025, Mike McCarthy or anybody else.
I'll go anybody else. Honestly, he's got to make the NFC Championship game next year. You can't be giving out any more press releases about how great he is in the regular season. Am I right? We're done with that. We're done with that. And if he's not going to get a year, if he's not going to get a year extension, if he's really going to go into this season in a prove it scenario, and by the way, many NFL players, certainly former NFL players, will be like, huzzah, because that's the way we've, as players, had to navigate a playing season many times. Prove it. Joe Flacco, right? In the year that he won the Super Bowl MVP, it was just like, you know, didn't Steve Bisciotti say, put a bag on my desk, I'll fill it up?
Yep.
And he did.
Both of them.
So,
and he's won a lot of games.
I would go more likely as anyone else, because why would I sit here and think, you know, buy into it, right? Like that was that was his message to fans. Buy into it.
I'm going to have to push back, guys, because clearly next year is our year.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Well done, TJ. All right, last one. More likely to make the playoffs.
Good thumbs up, too.
Next year, Bill
By the way,
Belichick.
can somebody gif that, please?
I will.
You smiling at the screen and giving a thumbs up?
I got it.
More likely to make the playoffs next year, Bill or Jim Harbaugh?
I'll go Jim Harbaugh, because Michigan's made 3 straight playoffs. So, and there's 12 teams next year. So I would say it's more likely that Michigan's one of the 12 teams next year, as Jim leads the team into another Big Ten championship after the defense solves Bill O'Brien's play calling. I would go Jim. Wait a minute. You're talking NFL playoffs, or because you say to make the playoffs?
I mean, I purposely left it ambiguous.
Oh, did you really, or am I just finding that loophole that you didn't know you put out there? You specifically did?
Who are you talking
Because you say to make a playoffs would be the one that would...
The playoffs.
The playoffs, okay. Yeah, I'll go with Jim Harbaugh. More likely. I mean, 4 straight years that would be for him. And 4th straight Big Ten championship.
And you're really hoping, huh?
I'm not. What do you mean hoping? He's under contract right now.
With who?
The University of Michigan Wolverines. He's under contract. They're just talking about giving him a new one,
That was
Chris.
super higher register.
You
No.
did. It was a glass over there that just broke.
No.
Somewhere a dog is howling.
No. What else? Honestly, but thank you for allowing me that opportunity to give you that answer.
Sure.
Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. He was there on the night the Lions played their first home playoff game in 32 years, and Calvin Johnson is a Pro Football Hall of Famer, as well as a 6-time Pro Bowler, and the co-founder of Primitive Performance, which we always talk about with him when he joins us, as he is now. Good to see you, Calvin. How are you?
Rich, team, good to see y'all, man.
It's a pleasure to see you as well, right here on our Zoom. So let me just give you the floor. What was it like to be in Ford Field on Sunday night?
Man, I was like a kid. I tell everybody, I was standing still, but on the inside, I was jumping up and down. And I have to feel like everybody in that stadium was doing the same thing. Everybody was on their feet, like half the stadium, if not more, was full an hour before the stadium, before the game. So it was an exciting time, man. I'm just happy to be here in this moment, because like I said, it's been 32 years, like you said.
Exactly. So, and I'm sure while you were playing for Detroit, you were dreaming of what it would look like, right? Did it in your mind's eye look like the way you saw it in person?
Yeah, I mean, the loudest I ever heard Detroit was, I think it was 2011. We had a Monday night game. Chicago Bears came in town. They had like 11 false starts that game, but it was just rocking. I felt like personally, Detroit was probably one of the loudest stadiums I've ever been in the NFL. I think Detroit kind of proved that last week, and that thing was rocking. That thing was loud in there. That roof was just reverberating that sound, and the sound hit the roof and come right back down in the field, and my ears were hurting and everything. I think I'm gonna have earplugs this week too.
Okay, so yeah, I mean now that you'll take precautions for Sunday's game, is what you're saying.
For sure.
All right.
Take precautions.
Okay. So did you see Stafford as well? Did you see Matthew?
Oh yeah, man. I had to make sure I saw Stafford, man. I had to do whatever I could, to help the home team, man. Try to bring down, take some of his energy or do something. It didn't really work. He didn't throw any interceptions or fumble for me, but we at least got the win.
but I mean, again, it's just awesome to watch him play at such a high level. Calvin.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, obviously the level at which he can play, but to see him in this environment as the road villain, right, in this spot where clearly, his emotions had to be playing with him, and we're seeing a photograph on the screen here with his right thumb taped over, and he was bleeding, and he's taking hits, but I don't know if anybody throws a prettier spiral than Matthew Stafford, Calvin.
Yeah, man. Before they were talking about the Patrick Mahomes sidearm, no look stuff, Matthew was doing all that. We just in Detroit, so we didn't get all the love and media attention, but Matthew's been doing all that stuff. So, and like I said, when Matthew was here in Detroit, we knew we had a Super Bowl quarterback. And I think I said it before, once he left, the first year after he left, he got a Super Bowl, so we knew what we had, man. But Matthew, man, dude, yeah, he drops dimes. He put it anywhere on the field.
And what do you think? He won't say it publicly, but what do you think was going on in his brain and his heart that night when he strolled out to Ford Field?
Oh, he wanted to put it to us. I know it. I know he wanted to come home. He wanted to come home and put it to us. He knew we were going to be booing him. I know he wasn't there. Was on point. I think he played a pretty solid game. But it was just at the end of the day, Detroit was just too much.
We've got Calvin Johnson here on the Rich Eisen Show. And speaking of guys that I'm wondering if you went up to, did you go up to Sean McVay and tell him that the award that he got for, what was it, the best prep player in Georgia back in the day when he won it over you, Calvin? Did you have that conversation with him at all, Calvin?
So, I think I recently just found out, the truth behind this story.
Okay.
So McVay was a year ahead of me. All right. So it was a whole year ahead of me. So I think it was McVay that might have started this whole story himself. He might be the root of this whole story because we weren't even in the same year.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't lose the award to him? Is that what you're saying, Calvin?
Yeah, I didn't lose it to him. I don't know who. I don't think I won. I didn't win the award. I don't know who I lost it to, but we weren't even the same year, so we couldn't even be up for the award together.
You know what? It doesn't matter then. Because I was watching the national championship game with Marshall Faulk, and we came up with the idea of having an almost Heisman house, and how the people in the almost Heisman house had better careers potentially than those in the Heisman house. Calvin, you know what I mean?
Heard of that. That's good. That's good.
Would you be in the almost Heisman house too, Calvin?
You know what? I had a couple votes, so I guess I would be a potential candidate.
You're in. I'll talk to Marshall about getting you a room in the almost Heisman house. I love that.
Oh, man, that's funny.
Calvin Johnson here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, so what's your relationship with Amon-Ra St. Brown? Do you have one? Do you talk with him? I'd love to know whatever information you're willing to cough up here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, don't know too much more than, the average Joe. I just started getting back into the fold this year.
Okay.
I haven't been around a whole bunch of practices. I've been around a few. I've been able to, sit down, and we haven't had too many crossings, but I've talked to the kid, and I love the kid, man. Humble, hard worker. And I think that, we get to see that hard work, every Sunday, because it don't just happen on Sunday. You got to put it in during the week. I know that. And I'm happy to see that he's putting in the work because, he's killing guys in the middle of the field. He's a hell of a player.
I was going to ask you, what do you think makes him so good?
And, I think, he's smart. He doesn't lose leverage, and he has strength. I think when you combine those things, you got the savvy, and then you're strong, and then you have a will. You have a will not to lose. You have a will not to give in. You got a will to outwork everybody else. That can, all those things combined. That's how you put out 1,400 yards on a season and put up 1,000-yard seasons consistently in a Pro Bowl. And obviously, he got snubbed this year, but that's what he's doing.
I mean, he got snubbed for the Pro Bowl, but not for All Pro, which, as you know, that's kind of the one you want anyway. If you had to choose, obviously you want it all. But he is that good. He really is, man. And I just love watching him play, and it just the way that he catches it. it stuns me if it drops, right? I mean, I'm used to seeing him catch and turn and know exactly where to go every single time.
I love him because, like, when he catches the ball, he's just looking to do damage after he catches the ball. You never know what's going to happen when he gets the ball. He's another one of those guys just like, shoot, he can take it to the house anytime he touches it.
Calvin Johnson here on the Rich Eisen Show. Okay, so let's talk about Primitive Performance and your business. What's the latest on that right now, Calvin?
Man, 24 should be exciting for us. We're going through the process of what's just called NSF for Sport Certification, which will allow us to have our products in collegiate and professional locker rooms. So you have the top tier athletes being able to consume our product. And like I say, man, we started from an authentic place. We just wanted to bring things, things that we use when we were players. We use topicals. We use a whole bunch of rehydration drinks for our recovery and for our performance so we could be on the field. And so when we started with the topical and with the rehydration mix, being able to add an anti-inflammatory component to those, which they didn't have before. They might have had a little bit of heating and a little bit of cooling, but not necessarily that anti-inflammatory component. So if we could bring that to the masses, obviously bring it to professional athletes, that's exactly what we're aiming to do. And obviously, for anybody that has, whether it's arthritis or just everyday bumps and bruises, wear and tear, it's good for all of those things too. I got family that has, I have rheumatoid arthritis and in different ailments, and it's been successful for those people. It's just all about helping people live their best, quality of life.
PrimitivePerformance.com. Check out all of that. Before I let you go, our radio audience doesn't see it, but we can see. Is this your office you're zooming in from, Calvin?
Yeah. I was talking to my wife, and they need to upgrade this thing. I feel like every time I haven't touched this thing in like 2-3 years. So,
well, it seems like you have. Is that a miniature replica of your Hall of Fame bust behind your right shoulder? Is that what that is right there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also. Is that an actual Megatron up there? Top right shelf, right up there. Is that
somewhere right over there?
Is that it? Is that what that is?
It's actually an award I got from I think it was a Canadian news channel. Oh, the Megatron Award I got.
Damn! Look at that. That is sweet.
Was the team in maybe? That's from.
Is that a one of? That's a 101 right there. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the game balls. Where are the game balls from? What are the game balls from?
Just random games. I got one of them. They might be my kid's birthday.
Okay.
One of them might be a record-breaking moment, whether it's a franchise or NFL records. So I got a couple different ones.
That
the
doesn't
ones
sound.
I cover the most are. I cover the ones the most are on family birthdays or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you appreciate Giannis wanting the game balls on those moments in the NBA? Calvin, is that what you're saying?
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, man, to be able to do those on the moments whether it's your family's a special moment for somebody in your family, or it might be a birthday of a kid or something like that. It's always special.
All right. Well, listen, this has been great to catch up with you. Is it true that you came back from a ski vacation? Is that what you're coming back from right now, Calvin?
Well, I snowboard.
You snowboard?
Ski.
What in the hell?
I came back from Park City. So, this is the thing. Look.
Okay.
I went to Jackson Hole the week before they won the first playoff game.
Okay.
I went to Park City this week, so I might just have to keep it rolling. We win this week, I'm going somewhere. I don't know where I'm going. I'm getting back on the mountain.
So you're going to have to, okay, so this is part of the reason why the Lions are on the run that they're on, is because you're snowboarding before their big games, and they keep winning. I understand that. What in the hell does it look like with Calvin Johnson snowboarding? I mean, that has got to be.
I got a cool picture on my Instagram. I got some more stuff to post I took this week too.
Okay.
I got to do some editing first.
All right. So
I love it.
Shred, is that the word I should use? Is that what you do? You shred? What do you do?
I am carving up powder, baby. We got a foot of snow yesterday. We got a foot of snow over the last 2 days in Park City, man. It was amazing. It was freaking amazing.
Okay, so at Megatron to see you, what do you say? What did you do to powder? What are you doing? You're shredding it up? What are you're carving it? Okay. So, well, I don't mean you were rolling your eyes. I mean, I'm not a snowboarder, man. I'm Calvin, I am a gold medalist at après ski. I am the best après skier you will ever come across. ever. Because I don't care. I don't care. I will put on a terry cloth robe. I will smoothie it up. I will red wine it up. Just give me a fire and give me something to put my feet up on. Honestly, I will. I shred that. I carve that up. That's what I carve.
I love it. I love it.
So let me last one for you. What would it mean for the Lions to win this game, make an NFC Championship game, and keep this thing rolling, Calvin?
Man, I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm in a perpetual dream state, along with the rest of Michigan. We don't know what to expect now. We're just trying to, ride this thing as long as we can right now. But the good thing is that we got a good backing. We got a good foundation, and what Brad and Dan and the whole squad and over there with the Lions are doing. So it ain't for no reason. It ain't just happening out of nowhere. It's the reason why we're here. So we're excited.
Calvin, thanks for the time. I do hope to see you maybe in Vegas. There's no powder there on the mountain, so you'll have to be careful on finding a spot to go snowboarding before that game. But I'm sure you can find something in the mountain time zone to help you out with that. Okay.
You know it. I know it. It's good to see. If I get out there, I'll make sure I
please
come by and see.
And if not, then Canton. I'm gonna need help at the jacket dinner this year. Maybe you can help me out too, because Michigan has won it all now, and for me to go into Ohio coming off of a Michigan national championship and be handed a live microphone in a room full of Buckeye fans, it could get ugly. I'm not going to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I may need your help.
I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
All right,
I
so
get it.
look for my number.
For you.
Thanks for the time, Calvin. You be well.
All right. You too.
Everybody check out Primitive Performance at primitiveperformance.com, and of course at Megatron on Instagram to see him snowboarding. How's that look?
It's pretty awesome, actually.
Sure it is.
He's pretty good.
Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. I totally understand why there's a conversation about Nick Sirianni being on, if you will, a slippery slope, hot seat, whatever you want to say. Because it is the number one job of an NFL head coach, period, end of story, to stop a slide, to identify a problem and fix it. Now, is it something that's fixable with the Eagles? Again, I'm not in the building. We do not know what the hell was going on in that building over the last 2 months. We just don't. We don't know if Sirianni was actually holding the team together better than anybody could give him credit for. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But you just know that there's a veteran in Fletcher Cox that maybe he's just living on planet Fletcher, and he was just stunned at the notion here. And you heard Jason Kelsey say that he's the man too, Sirianni. But when you can't stop a slide, and then you change play callers defensively and it gets worse, and then offensively you're trying to replace a coach that showed he's got some chops in Indianapolis, although the irony of that narrative that we were talking about all season long with Shane Steichen being the play caller that the Eagles missed, the Colts season goes down the tubes on a big old head scratcher on 4th down. But be that as it may, I think the general narrative that both coordinators becoming head coaches elsewhere is something the Eagles could not overcome, or was part of the mix that they couldn't overcome. Well, who hired them, right? I'm sure it was a collective effort, but that lays at the feet of the head coach. It just flat out does. Certainly if the head coach is somebody that everyone relates to because he's barking at, opponents, and he's, flipping off opponents, right? Literally. Right? There was that one video where during a challenge or something like that, he's standing next to Jalen Hurts and he's flipping off the other sideline and smiling at Jalen like, look at me, and those are funny moments when you're 10-1, but when you're now 11-7 and boat raced out of the playoffs, That's why it's out there. And again, if he does not have an answer with Jeffrey Lurie in the building, in the meeting room that they're apparently in as we're speaking right now, the owner could flip and say, "You're out. Let's get Vrabel in here. Let's get a whole host of interviewees in here." But like I said, that is just an endeavor that is just a misery to go through. A misery. And churning coaches is just something you don't want to do as a franchise, and that's why an owner doesn't have his stomach for it. And in terms of Jerry Jones, because clearly that's the other highly disappointing first-round exit NFC East team that's in the same boat, or was. In the case of Jerry, he didn't want to fire his offensive play caller as well when every single other coach that's going to be entering the fray in their new spot is going to be looking for an offensive coordinator as well. The Bears are looking for one. As you know, Steelers announced they're going to go outside the building. You want to put yourself in that mosh pit too. But if you're the Eagles, you're already going to do that. You're already going to do that, we're assuming, even though Brian Johnson is interviewing in other places for head coaches. And so Lurie's going to be like, well, those two choices that we made maybe collectively or lay at his feet didn't work out. Let's get another guy in here to figure it out. I don't know. My spidey sense says they're going to leave him in place. There's 2 more years to go. They made the Super Bowl last year. Let's figure out whatever needs to be fixed and fix it. The only other pushback on that is what is already an accelerant in the Dallas Metroplex about the decision to retain Mike McCarthy is the group of candidates who are sitting out there as possible successors is as decorated a group of men. And I can remember being on the coach carousel right now. Man. And so, of course, the most popular player on a team is the backup quarterback, and the most popular person right now in a fan base that's livid with the way a season ends and maybe wants to lay it at the coach's feet. The most popular group of individuals are those sitting on the coach carousel. Well, wait, Vrabel wouldn't be better? Harbaugh wouldn't be better? They'd be more expensive, and they would be bringing change. I don't know if that's what you want to do. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
So, Lamar, we could start with that.
Yeah.
Of the national championship game last night. It's Washington, it's Michigan, both undefeated and only one.
The potential big names out there, and none are any bigger than the greatest coach of all time, Bill Belichick himself, who completed a second interview with the Falcons on Friday. That to date is the only team he's interviewed with so far. He waits to see what else Atlanta does, because Atlanta wants to speak to other people during an open search, including Jim Harbaugh, who they'd like to meet with later this week. There's been no date scheduled as of late last night. They'll see if they can get together. Harbaugh also talking with the Chargers and the Falcons while he has an offer from Michigan to become the highest paid coach in college football. The former Tennessee Titans head coach, Mike Vrabel, interviewed with the Chargers. He will meet with the Falcons this week. The Seahawks also have shown interest, and he figures into this coaching carousel with likely an opportunity coming somewhere. We wait to see where Vrabel, obviously, his next opportunity comes with the Falcons this week. And all signs continue to point to Nick Sirianni returning with the Philadelphia Eagles. It's now Sunday. They lost Monday. They haven't done anything. There are expected to be widespread changes on the assistant coaching staff, but now we're almost a week since their last loss. Sirianni remains, and it seems like the signs point to him staying on there
in Philadelphia without a head coaching change, as is the case in Dallas. The difference here is that Mike McCarthy will head into the final season of his 5-year contract. He is not expected to receive any sort of extension this offseason. Jerry Jones thinks that people, when challenged, often do their best work. And that's what he is hoping will be the case with Mike McCarthy, who talked this past week on the expectations for this Cowboys team.
But my message would be this. We have established a championship program. It's just not the world championship yet. We know how to win. We know how to train to win. We have the right people. But we have not crossed the threshold of winning playoff games. And it's extremely disappointing to be sitting here talking about it. I know how to win. And we will get over that threshold. I came to Dallas to win the world championship. And that's why I'm standing here, and buy into us.
Rex, hearing that, knowing the decision that Jerry Jones made, do you think it was the right choice to keep Mike McCarthy?
I absolutely do. I mean, this guy, it's just amazing how I just think he's so underrated. Look, yeah, they laid an egg. There is absolutely no question about it. They laid an egg in that playoff game. But, I mean, the man has won 12 games, 3 straight seasons, all right? He took over the offense this year. Well, they were top 5 in points scored and in yards. Like, Dak Prescott was playing at an MVP level until that last performance. So, to me, yes, it made perfect sense. And here's the thing. It's funny when you look at just the numbers. All right, he's had 167 wins, 102 losses in the regular season, 11-11 in the playoffs, 1 Super Bowl win.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. But let's compare him to Mike Tomlin.
No,
Mike
it doesn't
Tomlin,
matter.
I'm going to say
it doesn't matter.
Please.
No, it doesn't matter.
I would like to finish.
Okay.
Mike Tomlin,
all right.
Mike Tomlin
Different.
is a first ballot Hall of Fame coach.
Well,
when
Tomlin
you
won a
look at
Super
their
Bowl?
So is McCarthy.
When I'm just
Not
going to
with
say
that
this.
team.
Guys, Mike Tomlin, 173 wins, 102 losses, 8-10 in the playoffs, 1 Super Bowl. They're very similar. One guy we want to throw away. One guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer, which he should be. He has lost 5 straight games in the playoffs. All right, so to me, it ain't so easy to win in the playoffs.
Okay,
all right, we get it. There ain't too many
Rex,
Tom Brady, Bill Belichick combinations.
If
This
they
guy
do,
right here is a hell of a football coach. You're going to throw him away. Makes no sense.
Then where's the contract extension? I say, okay, well then give him a year. Give him another year, because Jerry Jones is making an assumption. He is assuming that his players are mature enough to handle playing for a possible lame duck head coach. So what if they happen to be 2-3? What if they struggle out the gate, or during any type of losing streak? The maturity of your leadership and your veteran leaders have to come in and still stay the course. Looking at Mike McCarthy, do you think these players can be that way and say, we're still going to play hard for this coach? Or, man, this coach is out of here. It's like, let's make sure I'm okay for myself. Okay, and then it becomes that way. Show some loyalty, some commitment to the coach if you want to give him that opportunity to coach by himself. Because for some players, I'll say for some players, Rex, looking at a guy that you think, you're not going to be here next year anyway, Jerry's just going to get you out of here, because Jerry is the overwhelming voice and shadow over this organization. It's not the head coach, and especially a head coach with just 1 year left.
Well, I mean, look, I totally agree with you on that thing. I think a lame duck coach is ridiculous.
I played for Pete Carroll when he was just in his last year in the contract, and it was like, you could tell Pete was talking as if he knew he was out. That gives you no motivation as a player. You're not going to win championships that way. So these players have to take charge and still have the same type of feelings you have towards McCarthy while they're playing that year, knowing that if they don't do it, this is it for him.
Mike McCarthy is the coach of this team. And the reason why, you talk about the best players on offense, and Mike McCarthy brought the best out of everybody in that offense. Record year Dak Prescott, record year CeeDee Lamb. I sit up here and talk about the wide receiver position week in and week out. And I told y'all, CeeDee Lamb had his best season. 28 more catches than last year, 400 more yards, 300 more touchdowns. So Mike McCarthy is the right guy for this team. Longevity, I'm not for sure. Earlier in the season, they traded for a first-round quarterback in Trey Lance. With all this stuff that's talked about Dak Prescott, the quarterback position may not be the right fit, Jerry Jones might have something in the back pocket with Trey Lance. Y'all just wait and see what's brewing in Dallas. It's something.
He better have something else in his back pocket, because to me, this was far more of an indictment on Jerry than Mike. Like, I think Mike is a good football coach. Look at what he did with this offense. CeeDee Lamb career year, Dak a career year. They got 48 points hung on him at home.
Yep.
42 on the defense, right? And I know Dan Quinn's doing head coaching interviews. Like, you were at home. This D-line was supposed to eat and dominate, and they got embarrassed at home. This wasn't on Mike McCarthy. Dan Quinn, who probably is hired by Jerry anyway.
Sure.
Right?
Rex, what is the first thing we say coming out of that matchup between those two quarterbacks?
I mean, an all-time classic. Again, like every time these two cats go at it, and we mentioned just them because it really is about the two most talented guys we've ever seen play the position. But, I mean, the game lived up to everything we were wanting it to, and unfortunately for the Bills, it's just a few missed opportunities and a couple of deep balls. They just make a play on one of those things. Are we looking at a different game? It's just, but man, oh man, as a fan of this game, I mean, I wish we get to see it again, you know?
It sucks that someone has to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all didn't do what y'all was supposed to do.
All right, you want that?
That ain't. Have anything to say. Let him go. This game was what it was supposed to be. This game was about the two most talented quarterbacks in the entire world going back and forth. And we've seen it before. We saw it in the divisional playoff round a few years ago, which was why we named this the new Brady-Manning competition, right? The new Brady-Manning saga. But when we look at this game, once again, Patrick Mahomes beats Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And we sit on this show and we consistently say how great Josh Allen is, and I agree. But we start to grade Josh Allen on a curve. When we were on the call this morning, it felt like I was listening to LeBron fans before he took his talent to South Beach. It was Josh did this and Josh did that. We were on the phone for 20 minutes, and Greeny didn't even know I was on the phone because y'all waxed poetically about how great the loser of this game was.
He is great.
Rightfully so.
He is great.
He was
RC, this is the second time we've watched this guy go head-to-head against Patrick, and he's been inarguably, at worst, the second best player on the field, if not the best player in the field, and lost both times. Both times because he was let down. He was let down a couple years ago by the defense with 13 seconds, and he was let down yesterday by 3 massive drops in that football game. That the difference in this game in many ways comes down to one quarterback, Patrick, had his guys make plays, and one quarterback didn't. That's a perfect throw to Sherfield down the left sideline. That ends up in a drop. Kansas City defender does not touch that.
So Watson wasn't there to make that Amari catch.
That's a perfect throw to Sherfield on 3rd and 15 or something.
I ain't never seen a perfect throw where you had to lay out laterally to catch it.
This is a perfect throw to Stephon
That's a perfect throw.
Perfect throw.
That's a perfect throw.
The one to Sherfield, the play, that's a perfect. That's 65 yards in the air.
Hey, that's a perfect throw.
But we don't make one of those.
But so here's my question.
Yeah.
Right? Because we want to come here and we want to defend Josh Allen. You don't have to defend him.
Yeah.
You could say straight up, Josh Allen is an absolute dude.
Right.
Josh Allen has shown up for this team when he's needed to, except for when he's needed to most. Josh Allen took the checkdowns the entire game.
Yeah.
I get it. To you, it's the right throw, and it can be the right throw. But if it's the right throw, you have to make it. And yes, Bass misses the field goal, but if we take the crosser and we get a catch and run and we get a little further, we now give ourselves more downs so Patrick Mahomes doesn't get the ball.
Yeah.
And if we do kick it, it's not kicking it from where it is in the elements. Here's the truth.
Okay.
The last 2 years, right, the Buffalo Bills have done what they've had to do to have the divisional game in their stadium.
Yep.
Joe Burrow came there, he walked into your trap, and he took over your trap. Patrick Mahomes came in there, he walked in your trap, and he took over your trap. At some point, Josh Allen is going to have to beat the other great quarterbacks in the AFC. Everybody else, the other quarterbacks, we're 5-0. 0-3 against Patrick, 0-1 against Joe, and the one against Joe is at our crib. At some point, y'all gotta say he's coming up short. We don't say Tom Brady is the greatest of all time because he's the most talented.
But in part,
it's because he's the best when he needs to be the best.
But in part because Adam Vinatieri made some huge kicks when they mattered the most. RC, there's no way that we watched that game and yesterday, just to put it into context. Listen, I'll give you the 3rd and 9 throw. I'll give you that Josh needed to make one more throw or one more decision. He's going up against a top 3 defense without, I don't think Steph has played like a #1 receiver right now in football.
Okay,
Gabe Davis not in it. So he's out without at least his number 2. Steph not playing to that elite level ball. Kansas City's top 3 defense, 27 first downs. That's the most anybody's had against Kansas City this year. No sacks. No one's done that against Kansas City this year. They scored on 50% of their possessions. They ran for 182 yards, and they had 3 drives. 3 drives of 75 yards or more to touchdowns that no one did against Kansas City.
I understand and that all started with James Cook.
But as a huge part of it, that we're not. But I'm not going to let you.
Josh Allen ain't rushed for 182.
But I'm not going to let you sit here.
I'm not blaming
Mahomes and not say Pacheco.
I'm not blaming the loss on Josh Allen. I don't believe that Josh Allen is the reason this team lost. I don't believe that. Right. You know what the greats are? The reason the team wins.
So you
and
think
for Josh Allen, I don't care. It does not matter that he played well. What matters is that he's at his house. That's what matters. For whatever year it is, Josh Allen is at his house. And we could talk about Adam Vinatieri. You could say that kickers make kicks, defenses show up. That's not why we give people these gold jackets and put them in different places in the Hall of Fame. It's not why when it's time to present Tom Brady, his presenter is going to say, hey guys, I present to you Tom Brady, I rest my freaking case. Josh Allen is an immense talent, and Josh Allen will probably win a Super Bowl one day, but we have to say that he's coming up short as far as it pertains to greatness.
He's done every dang thing but win those things. The last 4 losses. The last 4 losses, but the last 4 losses, they averaged giving up 34 points a game, and that's Josh Allen's fault? Like, Josh, this is a crazy, like, here's a little number here. Second best TD to interception ratio in the playoffs, in playoff history. Yeah. Except for Patrick Mahomes, right? 21-4. 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. By the way, he also gets 56 yards a game rushing. Yeah. Like, so to me, the kid does everything but play damn defense. Right. And that to me is like, that's where I look at, like, guys.
You know what?
You would have killed for this damn guy.
James Harden has hellified stats, too.
RC, yeah, but
James Harden has a lot of great stats as well.
RC, this is Ali Frazier. And one day, Frazier's going to land the left hook, RC, and he's going to beat one of these damn guys.
He's been knocked out, Josh Allen and the Bills, because we can't say that he's coming up short. The Bills, absolutely. They have lost to Kansas City 3 times. They've been knocked out by Kansas City 3 times. In those 3 games, he alone is 306 yards of offense, 22-1. There is one quarterback in the history of the NFL that has had a season, including the playoffs, to account for 50 touchdowns and not get to the conference title game. Josh Allen's done it twice. Twice. There's no way that we could walk away from yesterday's game and sit there and say, Josh Allen came up short. I will give you the 3rd and 9. I'll give you that, and I'll agree with you that. But he was let down.
He's not perfect.
What did you always tell me? You know what? When the defense came back on the field, they were winning. Josh Allen left the field, and they was not this time. This time, he had the ball in his hand. He had the opportunity.
I'm going to give you that.
Let's look at the 2 plays. Let's look at the 2 plays. Yeah, let's look at the 2nd and 9. Dan, this one here. Is that on Allen or not?
No. Josh is trying to go win the football game. If he throws that shallow cross to Steph, maybe he gets 4 or 5 yards. Dawkins is getting pushed by Chris Jones. It's a great battle. That's why that throw misses. This is the 3rd down. Now he resets to the middle field. We're going to break this down in detail. He resets, ends up throwing away. I'll give you that you'd love to sit there and say, get to Kincaid in the slot, not to the
difficult.
Guy.
That's tough.
Get to Kincaid in the slot. Now maybe it becomes 4th and 1 and 4th and 2.
Here's the tape.
So here's the plays. Now watch as Steph goes in motion. You're going to see there's a post by Shakir in the slot. Now The linebacker saying push it. He's trying to find that ball. If he doesn't get pushed back, there's enough air to get that ball to Shakir. Again, if he throws it to Steph, I don't think it's a first down at all. Now watch Kincaid, because he's going to peek to the bottom of the screen. He's got a go route. It's not there. Look at the slot. He's maybe trying to move for Steph on the post. If he gets right now to reset to Kincaid, I think it becomes a bang-bang play with him in that middle linebacker Bolton of does he get the first down or not? And then I think it becomes decision-making time for McDermott. Do we go for it or not? I think they would have. That's the play where I'll sit there and I say, he was unbelievable. I think he was the best player in the field last night. I need one more decision. I got to do my job, honestly. One more decision, I'll give you that.
See, the one I think the
second
Chris
down?
Jones hits runs into Dawkins.
Right.
You wish that Josh, because I've seen him do it a million times, feel the pressure a little bit, buy just a little bit more. Tom Brady used to do it all the time, and then pow, it's a touchdown. Like, I would have loved to have seen him do that. I think that's the one he's going to regret more than any of them. Yeah. And then, and not alibiing for the guy, but I wish they would have sat back and said, you know what, hey, possible 4 down. I think if the coach reiterates, hey, possible 4 down. What I mean by it, it's a 3rd down on the play that you showed the scramble.
Sure.
He's clearly looking for touchdown there.
Right.
All right. However, if you say possible 3rd down, now I'm more likely to take that underneath and now face a 4th down. Because why? RC, we know we don't want to give Patrick Mahomes the ball with a minute 40 left.
Right.
No way, no how. So to me, I'm thinking, I'm not looking field goal here. And neither was Josh. Clearly, Josh was thinking touchdown. But in that situation, look, the worst thing that happened is we can take some money right there and then set up a 4th down.
The fine line is the play in the red zone when he scrambles to his left and has that unbelievable throw and catch to Shakir. You could sit there and say, well, why don't you throw a check down? This and that. That's the world you live in with those guys. Like, he's Patrick, Lamar, Josh. That's the world you live in where you sit there and say, rare, super talent, unbelievable throw. And it's hard to sit there and go, well, you should have taken it. You know, because if he makes another play, you sit there and go, oh my gosh.
That play's not even human. Here's the thing, RC.
I played with a guy like that. Right. And Ben wasn't as talented as Josh, but Ben's a Hall of Famer. And we would sit on the sideline, and there were some times Ben would get outside the pocket or he'd do something, and we'd say, well, you got to live with it. Because we've seen him so many other times win us games in that manner. The thing was, and yes, we were great defensively, the thing was Ben won games, right? We're playing against the Baltimore Ravens. Yes?
May I? You had the best defense in the whole freaking league when Ben was winning all those games, RC.
That's right.
They wouldn't have stopped Kansas City yesterday if you would put you on the field.
Squashes your point
and James Harrison and all. Look, something has to be said here, okay? I was doing talk shows after all those Brady Super Bowls. Do you know how many Super Bowls Brady could have won? He could have won 9 if Wes Welker catches 1 ball. My husband can't throw it and catch it at the same time. If David Tyree doesn't have 1 stick to his freaking helmet, and if his defense makes 1 stop against the Eagles, Brady threw for 500 yards. His team didn't punt, and they lost. And we didn't come in here the next day and say Tom Brady didn't get it done. Josh Allen was brilliant yesterday. His kicker missed a kick. His coach ran a fake punt for no reason I can ever think of. His best receiver dropped the ball that he absolutely should have caught. And his defense will never, if they were still out there now, they wouldn't have stopped them. Kansas City would have scored 100 points in that game if they had
guess what? Guess what? It was the same thing for the Bills for the first 3 quarters. The Bills were going up and down the football field for the first 3 quarters, as were the Kansas City Chiefs. And when the Kansas City Chiefs finally get a stop, was Patrick Mahomes on the sideline upset because McCole Hardman does something that's a cardinal sin within the red zone, which is try to reach across the goal line when you have another snap. No, you had to go back out and play football. I'm not saying that Josh Allen is not a very talented quarterback. I'm not saying that if you told me you get to go play with Josh Allen, I wouldn't strap my helmet up every day and say, we got a Mickey-Ficky chance to beat anybody, because you do. But when we're going to sit on here and just continue to just say, Josh Allen is this, Josh Allen is that, Josh Allen is one of the greatest, at some point, you have to be great enough that when those things go wrong, you find a way to win. And he had the football in his hand with a chance to win. And as great as he'd been the whole day, when we said, no, we're not going to be able to turn around and hand it to 4, he didn't make the plays. He can't kick it. I agree with that. But I feel like at some point we have to start asking Josh Allen when, in those moments, against those people, and when he does, we get to say all the things we want to. That ain't happened yet.
But the
it
downside
hasn't
RC
happened
is
yet.
2 years ago, he did outside of 13 seconds. Yesterday,
what was the score of that game?
When you walk off the field throwing a game-winning
199.
touchdown with 13 seconds left. 13 seconds left. That game is over.
And last year,
100
okay, so question.
Last
So question.
year, Joe Burrow walked
I have a
in,
question.
and there was a line of scrimmage.
So I have a question, right? Let's say that game, because Kansas City ain't stopped Josh and them either. Gabe Davis, 200-plus yards.
Right.
Were we going to come in here the next day and be like, poor Patrick, you scored 33 points. You had all of these yards. Your defense, no, you wouldn't have.
No.
You wouldn't have said that. But for Josh, we do.
But we wouldn't have said, we would not have taken anything away from the greatness of his performance.
Right.
And that's what I'm concerned about. Obviously, Allen's team didn't win the game. Obviously, he didn't win the game.
Great performance, Josh.
But there were so many reasons they lost,
Hey,
and
Josh.
none of them are
He
him.
said the same thing
Josh,
about
take
Elway,
that.
about Peyton Manning. Eventually,
Josh,
he's
take that
going to
home and
land
smoke
the
it.
I'm
hook.
going to have to bring the jersey over here.
Smoke,
At some point this
smoke
morning,
your stats at your
the
house and
Allen
your
jersey.
hookah, Josh.
All right.
I said to Greeny, I go, watch this be where Belichick ends up. And meaning that, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying,
Buffalo?
I've heard it.
I'm just saying it, and because
Not the first time I've heard it.
no,
It's not the first time I've heard it.
I'm saying this: if you think like ownership, all right, they fired me, I was 500. They fired me because they didn't think we can go any further. Well, I'm saying if ownership sits back and goes, you know what, this guy's done a great job as a coach, but is he the right guy to get us to the next level? Whoa. I'm just throwing it out there, and I know it's, and believe me, I'm not just being reckless when I'm saying it. I go, if you're going to move on from him, make no mistake, it's for one guy. It's for Bill Belichick.
Is it that Sean McDermott can't do it, or the fact that you could get Bill Belichick that makes
No, but I think having Bill Belichick as a free agent may open the eyes up for ownership. Look, Sean McDermott's a damn good football coach. I'm not saying he's not.
Sean McDermott is infinitely less accomplished in the big picture than Mike McCarthy is. He has a better quarterback than Mike McCarthy has. We have obliterated and fired Mike McCarthy on this show every time they underachieve in the playoffs. And we just went through all this litany of how many times they have lost and fallen short. Yeah. I'm not in any way suggesting Sean McDermott deserves to be fired. I am saying, however, that every team in the league, we had Adam Schefter on here the day that Belichick left New England, every team needs to assess, do we get better if that guy becomes our coach?
This is what I know about Buffalo. Sean McDermott coached his absolute freaking butt off this year.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That team was decimated by injuries.
Right.
Everyone left them for dead. They went and basically pushed the second best team in the AFC to the brink.
They are the second best team in the AFC.
Okay, but Kansas City beat them, so we can't say that. Would Belichick take it? I mean, would he actually go from New England to Buffalo?
Does Belichick
have
look like
Josh
a guy
Allen? Yes.
like a guy that cares about friends?
Yeah.
Like, Belichick ain't never struck me as, you know what, I don't want to have to beat the Patriots. Belichick strikes me as, watch this.
Oh, absolutely.
Watch what I do when I ain't got Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi. If I'm Belichick, I jump at this job. The opportunity to, we were speaking about the fact that he should try to be the Los Angeles Chargers coach because of Justin Herbert.
Are you kidding?
To be able to get Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is it would be by far the most attractive possibility.
I'm aware of that, but he has the greatest run in the history of the NFL in New England.
Yeah.
There has to be some type.
Who else knows the AFC East better?
I mean,
Bill Belichick ain't got no damn emotions.
I don't know, bro.
The man is emotionless like Drake. He ain't got no emotions.
I won today. I don't know. Emotionally, I feel like there's got to be some type. To do that to Robert Kraft?
Are you kidding me?
For Robert Kraft, do that to him.
Hell yeah.
That's exactly right.
I don't know. What happens is, by the time he wants to, he's got pressure. And then we got to go.
Watch out.
Stephen have a microphone. Stephen, get in
He's
here.
thinking post.
Stephen,
He's thinking Stephon Diggs on the phone.
Absolutely.
Slim, dog. I see you. I see you. Get you a microphone. Here we go, right there. Go ahead.
We have more Josh Allen excuses.
No. Yeah, I'll let you go with the Josh Allen excuses. I wanted to interrupt the proceedings. Good to see you, Coach. Good to see you. What's up, baby? This is important to point out. I never thought I'd see this day.
What is it?
Even with all the NFL action going on in football, we know the Cowboys are done.
Yeah.
Do you see Cowboy fans turning against Cowboy? It's beautiful. They're turning against each other. They're turning against each other.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't eclipse what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that right now.
Yeah.
But I just wanted America to know it's gotten to the point where Cowboy fans have turned on each other. I'm gonna take that as a badge of honor.
So you did that? First take coming up in 2 minutes. Don't miss a second.
How are our Lions looking? How those Lions looking?
Finish this here, Dan, if you can, because...
I came to the conclusion last night, Patrick Mahomes is underrated. He is. He is. He's underrated. Because when you watch him, there's never a feeling of, oh, I wonder if he can do it, or, he's going to get loose here and do something that, is not normal. Even if they kick the field goal, make the field goal, you still give them a minute and 45 seconds and 2 timeouts. How many players do we have in all the sports where you go, yeah, well, somehow he'll make it happen?
He only needs 13 seconds,
There's something about him when he takes the field. It feels like he's one step ahead. Now, he's not, but there's a looming presence of they've got Patrick Mahomes. And the only other time I really remember that is Tom Brady, where you go, oh boy, they gave him too much time. Maybe if you go back to a previous generation with Joe Montana, he did it twice in the Super Bowl against the Bengals, where, last second, last minute, they end up winning those Super Bowls. But winning a game, a big game, an important game, a playoff game on the road, I never, ever doubted Patrick Mahomes. Now, I can doubt the Kansas City Chiefs. I can doubt some of their receivers. Maybe Andy Reid with some of his decisions. But when it comes back to the common denominator, the bottom line, it's Patrick Mahomes. Here's Mahomes after beating the Bills in Buffalo.
I've been on the other side of that. It's tough. You put in so much effort and work every single game to play in these playoff games, and he played his tail off and gave them a chance to win the game. We were just able to come out with the win in the end. But that's 2 great football teams, 2 great offenses, defenses, everything going at it, and we were able to come out on top this week.
Yeah, he's talking about Josh Allen, who had a couple of touchdown runs. And I was trying to figure out what was Buffalo's game plan, the philosophy here. They were running the ball. And then nobody scored in the second half. Buffalo decides they're going to pass in the fourth quarter. And I was just trying to figure out if they knew what was going to be successful. Or, hey, we're going to surprise them. Hey, we'll have a surprise punt. No, that's not good. You didn't need to surprise them. I thought Buffalo was able to go toe-to-toe, run the ball, control the clock, and beat them at home. But then all of a sudden, you play a game of, chess, and then you start to outthink yourself. And I kept wondering, why is Buffalo changing up whatever their philosophy is? They had a chance to send it into overtime, or at least the possibility of overtime, and this is how it sounded with the potential game-tying kick.
44-yard attempt from the right hash. Snap by Ferguson, hold by Martin, kick by Bass is on the way, and it is no good. No good, wide to the right.
Big time miss by Bass. He struggled a week ago. And so now the Bills go out there on defense, and they only have 2 timeouts left in this one. They have got to make a stop.
So that's Tyler Bass, and that was the Bills radio network with the call. So they advanced 27-24, and now they go to Baltimore. And here's something that I think for most of the year we've talked about Lamar Jackson. Hey, get that contract, and Zay Flowers loved him. Nobody really knew who he was. He played at BC, and you still have maybe the greatest kicker in NFL history. John Harbaugh is going to be a Hall of Fame coach, and it was not about their defense. Their defense is elite. It is great, and I think if Baltimore is going to win the Super Bowl, they will win not because of Lamar Jackson, but because of that defense. Now, do you need Lamar Jackson making big plays? Absolutely. But we tend to focus on the quarterbacks, and Lamar has done, he's going to be your MVP. But that defense is great. And that is a very, very interesting matchup of Baltimore's defense against Kansas City's offense, and it's in Baltimore. But the Ravens over the Texans, and it's one of those seasons with the Texans where you go, wow, congratulations. I know that they got blown out, or the appearance of being blown out, but to get where they got, and, here's C.J. Stroud making it look easy. You found your quarterback. The Niners over the Packers. Packers were a better team. They were that night. They were a better team. But the Niners made the plays when they need to make the plays on that last drive. Brock Purdy didn't look great. Didn't look good. And Jordan Love, you press a little bit there. We don't need to go Brett Favre. We don't need to act like Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers. Be yourself. He tried a little too hard there and had the interception. Had a couple interceptions. Lions over the Buccaneers. If I'm the Buccaneers, I feel really good about, what my team did. And maybe you found your quarterback in Baker Mayfield. Certainly looked like that. And that was a little closer than I thought it should have been, where you're going, all right, Lions, what are you doing? Because Tampa didn't seem that threatening. And then all of a sudden they were threatening. And then all of a sudden they're looming, they're hanging. And then you go, oh boy, you imagine Buccaneers go into Detroit and ruin all of this? Here's Dan Campbell talking about the environment at home.
Well, I think it's important, right? You can't, it's not the first thing you think of if you go to LA or just in general, right? You got the sun, you got the beach, you got plenty of other things going on. And here, man, it's harsh winters, right? Auto industry, blue collar, things aren't always easy. And I just think that's what we're about. And that was, you want something the city can be proud of. Though you can look at those guys and say, man, I can back that guy. I can back that team. I can resonate with those group of guys. They're kind of salty. They don't quit. They play hard. And so I feel like we've done that. And I think these guys, they have a kinship with this city and this area. And they love it.
Yeah, I hope so. Because you had people who had an entire life where they didn't have a playoff win. Or maybe they had one. And now all of a sudden you've had two, and now you go to San Francisco. And I know Dallas has self-proclaimed America's team. It might be the Detroit Lions. That if you're looking for that team, if your team's not in, it's Detroit. And Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs is awesome. Whew. In space, as the analysts like to say. Now, when he was coming out, my college football source said, hey, he's going to be the best running back in this draft, and he's going to remind you of Marshall Faulk. So, remember, Detroit took him 12th, and then people were like, oh, my God, you don't take a running back that early. Well, I'm watching that yesterday, and I'm going, yeah, maybe they got him where they needed to get him. And what a great draft by the Detroit Lions. But Jahmyr Gibbs, his ability to make you miss, in a phone booth, it's really, really impressive. And that's a fun team. It's a fun team to watch and a fun team to root for. But going out to San Francisco, where they're a 7-point underdog, and the Chiefs will be getting 3 against the Ravens. All right, we say good morning. If you're watching on Peacock, you can download the app if you haven't done so. Our radio affiliates around the country as well. Best and worst of the weekend. We do that every Monday. What you saw that you liked, you didn't like. Seton O'Connor's responsibility, at least one of them, is to come up with a thought-provoking poll question.
More of a poll question curator
okay.
these days, Dan.
All right.
I like to get the group involved.
Okay.
This one's from Paulie. Which hurts more? What happened to the Bills yesterday or actual pain? One don't hurt.
Yeah. See, this is where the cold, harsh reality, literally the cold, harsh reality of, okay, no more football, Now we have winter.
Season's over.
Yeah, you have winter in Buffalo, but when you have football in Buffalo at the same time, you're like, yeah, we can put up with this. It ain't that bad. Now all of a sudden it's like, dang it, it's cold. This is really cold. If Detroit had lost, it would have been the cold, harsh reality of, man, this is cold. But, you know, I would say that pain can go away from the standpoint if I injure myself, okay, that eventually goes away. I don't know how long this takes to go away.
Because it's taken a while thus far.
And of course, it's wide right. You know, there's part of you that would rather be blown out than to lose in a close game. Yes,
it feels like to have that kick go wide right, which I don't believe that's the reason that they lost the game. It's just an unfortunate, an unfortunate occurrence.
Yeah.
But to have that kick go wide right is one of the cruelest things I can think of the sports gods doing to a fan base.
And I kept thinking, if you're going to miss it left. Like, do not miss it right.
And the way that it, like, it's like it was on a string, and at about 10 yards before the uprights, zip, because it catches, I don't know what kind of, like, spin was on it or whatever, but it hangs a sharp right. Not even...
It's like it had a blinker, turn signal on.
Yeah.
Here is Jim Nantz with the call on CBS.
The game on the line, he will. 44 yards, Bass. No, he doesn't make it. Wide right. Wow. The two most dreaded words in Buffalo.
Yeah, great call by Jim. Great call. So what else do we have? Other poll questions there, Seton.
That is just absolutely cruel.
Yeah.
We got two from Todd.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will Josh Allen eventually reach the Super Bowl? Yes or no? Again, these always read as statements for some reason.
I know. This is where Todd. So it's not a question. This is your opinion. You don't think Josh Allen's going to make a Super Bowl?
I would like to see him reach a Super Bowl.
No. You would. That's not the question.
I had a bet right now. I'm going to say, unfortunately, it's going to go the way of no Super Bowl.
Okay. All right.
Just setting up that way.
Yeah. You have statements. You project. Okay. What's Todd's?
He's likable, and
No. That's not what this is. You don't. Likability doesn't get you to the Super Bowl.
That's true.
Okay. All right. What else? What's Todd's other statement?
He's got another one that feels more rude. I'd rather him read it.
How tired are you of the Chiefs and everything that comes with them?
I get all of that. I understand that.
And everything that comes with them is the added part of it.
Okay, what's this based on?
That could be based on the commercials with Andy Reid and Mahomes and Kelsey and girlfriends and wives and press box and suites and they keep winning and beating up my team on top of that, and the choices are very much so slightly in Chiefs Kingdom, baby.
Well, you have Travis Kelsey, who he looked banged up, but he did have 2 touchdowns, and his brother was there with his shirt off in the suite.
He was there?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was there.
They're not shy of the camera.
The
Kelsey pros.
They are not.
They're not shy of the camera.
You know what? This is business.
Yeah, it is, and they're making. I mean, their podcast is like off the charts.
This is a business game plan decision.
Straight cash, homie.
It's like Peyton and Eli. It's a game plan here with the Kelseys. But Travis had a couple of touchdowns, and then he gave the heart. Okay. I'm like, okay. Like, I was okay with it because if you're going to do it, then go all the way.
See, I thought at first.
And I love love.
You do love love. I thought that he, at first, he blew the kiss and did the heart thing to the Buffalo fans. I thought he was doing it to Bills fans. Because he, touchdown, blew a kiss. You know that they've been, getting on him the whole game.
Yeah.
And talking all this trash, probably the whole week leading up on social media and all of that. I thought that he did both of those things to Bills fans.
Yes, Marvin.
If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, the cover of Forbes magazine, Roger Goodell, the Kelsey brothers, Taylor Swift. Just a nice big, you know what? We all made this happen, everybody.
Okay.
With the Super Bowl trophy right there.
Yeah. Well, I don't think his brother gets on stage.
On the cover of Forbes magazine, I was talking about.
Okay, but they wouldn't be all, Taylor would be up on the podium with Travis. I don't think that's happening.
No, I don't either.
No. It'd be great, though, if I was handing out the trophy and I had that opportunity Because I'd ask Taylor probably, 3 questions, and then Travis 2 questions. And then maybe one to Andy Reid. Yes, Todd.
Are there any legal issues with those that were throwing snowballs directly at the Chiefs to find them, or only if one of them would have actually got hit or injured or hit in the face? Because Mahomes a couple times looked like he came very close to get hit right in the face with a snowball. What do you do about that? Let that wink it that the home team is allowed to throw snowballs?
Okay, everybody's got hats and gloves on.
But they have a way of zooming in. They know who stormed the Capitol. There's ways to get, I don't know, you could find out.
Storming the Capitol?
I'm saying you can zoom in. They have the technology to find out who's throwing snowballs, and there should be some punishment for that. You could really hurt somebody with that.
Okay, why don't you send a note to the NFL?
I think the local police
Or
department.
maybe the local police. Maybe I just ask them if they plan on pressing charges.
But they may be, hey, it's our Bills fans. Good for them. I'm glad I wish they would have hit a couple of them.
Yes, Seton.
I mean, we did bring it up after the Steelers game too.
Yeah,
where people were throwing snowballs.
Yeah. I don't know if, now that was after the game. Look, I don't know if they're going to try to single people out, enforce that. The local police are going to do that. But you can, check with the local police there if you want, or the NFL, or Mike Florio. Send Mike. He loves hearing from you, Todd.
Seems like that. Yeah, he does. Seems like that is part of the, something that you don't get with the ticket. I'm sure there's got to be something written on the back that you can't be throwing snowballs at people.
Thank you.
I don't know what else to say.
Other than just like, ooh.
I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. Other than the fact that, it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. That's the way I always view it. And you've got a unicorn and alien at the quarterback position, as we've been calling him all day, and you need one of them in order to win. That's why your window will always be open. Joe Burrow said it the other, last year, our window's always open if I'm here. Your window's always open if Josh Allen is there. I just don't know what happens to this team in the final 2 minutes of playoff games. I don't understand it. If it requires a seance, an intervention, I don't understand it. When they went to the 2-minute break of this game, that clearly you could see it coming. We were all just biding time until the end to see who was winning, who was losing, or if it was tied, who had the ball, who could keep it the longest, or keep it until there was no time left. And how would those strategies play out? I sensed it at halftime. I sensed it just, at the break, when it was 3-3, first quarter break, they're kind of sparring, and then they start throwing haymakers at each other, and leads start changing. And then Allen has a terrific 2-minute drill at the end of the first half. And then weird stuff started happening, like a fake punt on 4th and 5. Romo said there were 10 men on the field for Kansas City. I never saw that, but he said there were 10 guys on the field. And even if it is 10 guys on the field, what are you doing fake punting? You still have a better chance with Josh Allen with the ball in his hand, trying to get it to one of your playmakers rather than a safety who's carrying a ball, in a surprise situation, but then they get the ball back 2 snaps later because Mecole Hardman, for some reason, has the ball in his hands inside the 3-yard line, and he reaches for the pylon and fumbles it through the end zone, and I hate that friggin' rule. But I almost like that. If there's any point where I kind of liked the rule, I felt like the Chiefs needed to be punished for giving the ball to Mecole Hardman. Honestly, that's how irrational I was thinking. That's why I'm like, you've got the greatest quarterback known to mankind at present, and the greatest tight end known to mankind at present, who are the greatest touchdown makers together in the history of postseason play at present and all time. And you're not even handing it off to somebody else who could score, who's a running back, but you give it hard. Okay. But the Bills get the ball back, no blood. Everybody's trying to go to Vegas. It's kind of like, what the dealers do. No
harm, no foul.
Shift change. I'm out.
Yep. Break time.
So that weird stuff happens. And then the defenses start to hold in the fourth quarter, when in quarters 2 and 3, everyone was just giving up points, which is why Sean McDermott said he wanted to go for the fake punt. He didn't say after the game it was 10 men on the field. He said that, we were thinking we were having trouble stopping them.
Yeah, they couldn't stop him all night.
So he's trying to steal a possession on his side of the field on a fake punt. It was just weird stuff happening. But the Bills got the ball back. They did force a punt after a fresh set of downs was rewarded by an officiating crew that called pass interference on what appeared to be a hit in the legal hit zone.
And ball
still in his hands. Yeah. Let me just say this while I'm on the subject matter. To me, that should be reviewable in the same way you can review a pass interference call and have them pick up the flag if you can review it and see the ball's been tipped. Why can't you review the ball was still in the quarterback's hand and we can see by rule that hit is in a zone where he's allowed to hit him if the ball's still in the hand? So why are we going through with this? That should be challengeable. Now I'm off my soapbox to continue how the Bills had an opportunity to win this thing. And they went to the 2-minute warning. 2nd and long. And I thought to myself, run it here. Even though you're having trouble running it, make the Chiefs start to burn timeouts, because even if you're going for a field goal here, you want to leave Mahomes in the worst position possible. Plus, let's just say you get a couple yards here. It's 3rd and manageable. Now the playbook opens a little bit more for you here.
Also, Josh Allen was averaging 6 yards a carry.
Run him. So many different things you can do. Yeah. Because I kept thinking they're in a perfect position if they can somehow score a touchdown with less than 13 seconds to go. You're in a better position than you were the last time you played them in the playoffs. They had that opportunity, and instead, Allen looks downfield for a kill shot, which wouldn't really be a kill shot because you're leaving way too much time on the clock, but you're still trying to go up when you can. And Chris Jones throws his tackle into his area, and he can't follow through. Incomplete. 3rd down. Threw it again. Incomplete. And bring out Tyler Bass. For the worst of all possible scenarios, one would think, being tie game, too much time left on the clock for Mahomes, and now you're playing for overtime again. But hey, at least the way that you went down the last time changed the overtime rules. Not even a touchdown in overtime to start by Mahomes would cause you to lose the game. You just have to answer it. And all those things are going through your head, at least for me. I'll be straight up with you. I wasn't thinking missed field goal. I know every Bills fan was. I wasn't. But the 2 words, this is what's particularly unfair for Bills fans, because, yeah, you got the quarterback that's supposed to end all of these curses. And yeah, they were 6-6 and on a heater. Hot streak, winning streak. You did get the Chiefs in your house finally. You finally got Mahomes out of his house. It's like those friends that never, ever do anything except invite you over. And when you invite them over, they're like, oh, they got things to do. And that one time you finally get the friend of your house, you know? You finally got him out of his house. You're supposed to be using your house to be the horror for him, and not your house turn into your latest house of horrors. That's not the way it's supposed to go. And certainly the last 2 words should not be wide right. Wide right. Like, of all the places for this field goal to go. Couldn't go left. Couldn't be tipped and then blocked and just wind up shy. Honestly. So, Allen today. I'll give you your choice, Mike Hoskins. You're the Bills fan. What do you want to hear? Which one do you want to hear from Josh Allen today? How he was feeling after the loss on Sunday night.
Yeah, I mean, it's surreal. On the bright side, we woke up this morning, right? We're all here. You know, losing's never fun. It's a part of the game. It's the worst, well, second worst part of the game. Obviously, injuries are the worst part of the game, but it's the reason why you play this game is because you don't want to feel this way. But when you do feel this way, it makes winning all that much more special. And you know, this isn't something that we're going to run from. It's not something we're going to hide from. You know, we gotta take it on the chin and continue to learn and get better. And I know that it's not what people want to hear. They want to see results. We want to see results. We're just like you guys. We want to win. You know, and that's the fact. And at the end of the season, there's one happy team, and we're gonna keep fighting and keep working as hard as we can until we are that one team. So long road ahead, long off season. Got to continue to keep putting in the work and getting better in the off season and getting together with guys and figuring out what we can do to get over the hump.
Just wonder if Stephon Diggs had his last game as a Bill. Got to wonder that.
Feels like
I mean, that ball where Allen threw it a country mile and it seemed to go right through his hands is somewhat of a microcosm of the season, where the two of them just couldn't connect, and then off season of them not actually connecting and wondering if there's anything up between the two of them. And then the other aspect of this season, I don't know how they even made it this far. I mean, I saw Matt Milano carted off in London after Trey Diggs the week before gets injured for the season. One after another, after another, after another. Gabe Davis didn't play in this game. Last time they played in a playoff game, he set a record with 4 touchdowns. I mean, that's significant. Khalil Shakir, who had a big conversion on that final drive, he got knocked out for a bit.
Good player.
He sure is. And so is Dalton Kincaid, so is Cook. There's some serious keepers there, man. And
Buffalo's a good Mike Evans spot.
That sounds like one.
T. Higgins.
But, you know, just I'll tell you who's also on that is Michael Irvin. Literally, he said that 15 times during game day morning yesterday as we were showing Mike Evans shots. Bills are 28th on the clock and favorites to win the AFC East going into next year, even with the way the Dolphins performed this year and Rodgers being healthy. We hope. But man, wide right. For the season to end like that, that is not
just
cool.
Condolences to Buffalo.
I know. That's one way to say it. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. All right, let me address the Jim Harbaugh stuff. Jim's having a second interview just up the road.
Right here.
Come out to the coast.
Had a second interview with the Falcons already.
Here's what I will do. For all you Michigan Wolverines out there, if he's going to have the interview just up the road from us, and I'm not on the air, I will get a boombox and stand outside like Say Anything and play and play. No, not that song. The Victors.
Oh, okay.
And just blast it. I'll do that. Now, Jim was at a no, stop.
I got them.
That's what I'll play. Jim spoke yesterday. He was asked at a March for Life rally in Washington, D.C. on Friday. He said he was asked what he's been up to.
Yep.
Hey, Jim, what you been up to?
Hey.
But, I mean, we saw what he was up to. He was at the Ravens victory. He's paying it, you know, he's all the Harbaughs are there. Now they're on the John circuit. We're on the Jim circuit, now we're on the John circuit. All right. Quote, just back to work, getting ready for the next season. And now here's the bite that everybody's hanging on. There's a passing of the torch that's awesome. He's passing the torch, right? He's not going to stay at Michigan. He's passing the torch to what? Sharon Moore, who is the offensive coordinator, who would be the coach, we imagine, because if Jim leaves, they got to go with the guy who learned he was coaching against Penn State at the last second and won that game, and then beat Ryan Day in the Ohio State, which is apparently spending 8 figures to retain their squad and get
Bill O'Brien's in there.
Bill O'Brien in there, and the kid from Alabama. Justin Saying, is that his name?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the quarterback from Alabama, 5-star. Just saying.
Hey.
We've won the last 3 in a row. Anyway, hey, listen. I speak fluent Harbaugh. I think what he's saying, there's a passing of the torch that's awesome. He's referring to J.J. McCarthy leaving, and he's talking about the next quarterback that's there, that maybe, just maybe, he's there to coach.
That's kind of how I read it.
Ah, so many people. He's passing the torch. He's moving on.
Or he's helping transition.
Uh-huh. Until it's done, it ain't done.
You're really hoping.
I'm not hoping. It's a fact.
Well, you're hoping he doesn't leave.
Well, and by the way, do you know how many candidates the Chargers interviewed? 15.
How about the Falcons? Same. A ton of people.
So, and one of them's Belichick.
Although I'm hearing
What?
he doesn't want to work under Rich McKay.
Oh, is that right?
That's the scuttlebutt.
Who are you hearing that from?
Scuttlebutt.
From
What's that? It's on the web.
It's got
sources. It's on the web. I got some sources.
So I'm not reading that quote saying he's gone just because he's having a second interview. I don't know. This is crazy. It's taking forever. Come on.
Well, this is the week teams can finally interview in person.
But you can't interview any candidates involved in Championship Sunday, including Ben Johnson, Todd Monken. You know, I'm definitely skipping a few here. So this process is going to kind of screech. It's kind of next week.
Yeah, this is going to be a big Bobby Slowick week.
Is it?
Things have never been said before.
Big Bobby Slowick week. Yeah. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. Joining me now is a Pro Football Hall of Famer and pleased to call a friend and a friend of the program, Steve Young, joining us here after a wild divisional playoff weekend. How are you, Steve?
Rich, great to talk to you, buddy. You know I love being with you whenever I can.
Thanks. And I love chopping it up with you. As soon as I'm in the middle of watching that Chiefs and Bills game, and I'm like, who can I get on this show to talk about this game, as well as certainly something involving the 49ers on Saturday night? And then you were the one that popped into my skull, so I'm thrilled that you're here. What are you thinking about when you're watching Mahomes and Allen sling it like that?
Well, there's a lot of things. First of all, just selfishly, watching the game that I could only dream about playing. You know, I was the oddity 20 years ago, and now my game is now the prototype. That's how you do it. It's the guys that are just dominating the league. And in fact, my theory is you cannot get to the Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl unless you have one of those guys. Watching them go back and forth and put the Superman cape on, but yet also the key is that they're willing to, they have the sophistication in the passing game to be able to stand in there, call a play in the huddle, decipher through the defense, and get the ball out in a really effective and efficient way, yet be able to put the Superman cape on here and there whenever it's useful. I would say specifically about the game yesterday, I've always said that Josh Allen is asked to do too much. He needs more help. And because of that, he has to put the Superman cape on more often. And then what happens mentally in the complexity of what I'm at, what my game is that when do I go? When do I run? When do I go out there and try to do something spectacular? And a lot of times you'll leave the play that was called in the huddle kind of left short because you're so used to getting out there and being Superman. So that's the complication of what those guys face every week. But watching them do it, you just tip your cap. You go, oh my gosh! The game has become a game of these superheroes, and if you don't have one, you can't go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and just watching the end of that game, and Romo was pointing out after the 2-minute warning, 2 pass plays, one for the end zone, and then one on third down that didn't convert as well, where Allen seemed to be trying to. And even if you do get those chunk plays at that point in time, you're still leaving way too much time for Mahomes. I honestly thought they had it right where they needed it. 2-minute warning, Chiefs on their heels, the defense on its heels, and they went for a couple chunk plays, or at least Allen did. I'm wondering what you think of, because that did lead to the eventual game losing, if you will, field goal miss as opposed to a tying attempt. But that still would have been too much time for Mahomes, Steve.
Too much time for Mahomes, then enough time for Josh to come back again.
Maybe.
I mean, that's just the NFL is the NBA. where you know, you kind of you dance around all day, and then all of a sudden, the last 5 minutes, these superstars, these superheroes, just go back and forth, and who has the ball left. So I agree with you. I think that Tony has a good point. Part of the efficiency of just getting the ball out, making just making them make the tackle, moving the ball very effectively, and chewing time is fine. And I think that you get to the end of a game like this against each other, because that's what I said 3 years ago. The next 10 years, you're going to watch Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, or Patrick Mahomes win the Super Bowl. And they're just going to trade it out. Well, Joe got hurt this year. Josh hasn't gotten there because he's got beat by Patrick Mahomes. And now I think that if you think about Lamar Jackson has now kind of entered that space because of a fundamental shift in what the Ravens are doing. But going back to those couple of plays, he gets bumped. He doesn't get run over, but he gets off of his platform and has to throw the ball. And if you're going to throw that long ball, and that he was open. I mean, it was, they would have scored early, would have given the ball back. But I go back to, give the ball back and see what happens. Then you get the ball back, and with 22 seconds left, and you go kick a field goal and win it. So that just seems like there's a fearlessness to being in that role. And you're saying, Rich, I wish that they were a little bit more tactical. And I agree with you. I actually agree with how you're thinking about it. But that's the hard part, right? I'm fearless and tactical. Those are two things that don't necessarily go together. And that's why the mastery of it is being able to do both is what's fun and what I resonate with. That's how I think about the game. And so, a guy that did that, I find myself watching that game and feeling a visceral kind of reaction and understanding of what they're going through.
Steve Young here in the Rich Eisen Show. You just mentioned about the difference with Lamar Jackson now entering the chat in this AFC Championship game. The first that Baltimore is hosting since 1970 when the Colts did it. That's how long ago the folks in Baltimore have seen an AFC Championship game. The Ravens have only been on the road for an AFC Championship game in their existence. So what are you seeing from Lamar that's different, Steve?
So I think it's more what the Ravens had decided to do. They had been the most sophisticated running game in history and were mauling the rank and file people in the NFL and getting to the playoffs and then running into a wall, because you cannot have the most sophisticated running game in history and go win Super Bowls. It just doesn't get done that way. And so that's what happened over and over again. It was like insanity. Like, are we going to keep doing this? And they kept leaning into what Lamar is great at. What he's great at is that quickness and that ability to make people miss. It's uncanny. And but what I was saying is, you cannot get to a Super Bowl unless you develop into a sophisticated passer of the football. That's how you get there. You put the Superman cape on like these other guys, but you have to have this other part of your game. And they fundamentally didn't train that and weren't leaning into it. They didn't have the talent and wide receiver. They hadn't had the philosophy from the offensive coordinator. They didn't have, all the way down from the owner. You have to decide who you're going to be. And the Ravens were bully defense and smash you in the face offense, and just wasn't going to get it done. So they fired the coach. They got new talent at wide receiver, and they fundamentally said, we're going to throw the football. We're going to develop Lamar into a sophisticated passer so he can join the conversation with Patrick, with Josh, with Joe, with others. And I think that it's been a work in progress this whole season. But I really tip my cap to Lamar, because he just craves what I just talked about. He craves to be that guy. And there might be some shortcomings as he develops, but right now he looks exactly what I described 3 years ago, what he could be, as a guy that's unbeatable because he can do it all.
Yeah, first player in NFL history with 2 or more passing touchdowns, 2 or more rushing touchdowns, 100 on the ground, on 100 in passer rating in any game. Nobody's ever done that, and that's what Lamar just did to the Texans.
And I always say this before, in years past, before they made the rule changes for safety and changed the game and made it more wide open, right? And that's what's happened for offenses. You used to be able to get a killer defense like the Ravens had with Ray Lewis and go win a Super Bowl. Those days are over. You can't just pack it, the best defense in the league, and do it, because these guys are waiting for you and they're going to beat you no matter how good you are. But now you have one of those guys, and you have one of the great bully defenses that looks like they could, kind of aid that. It makes them, I guess I'm influenced by what I watched on Christmas Day when they played the 49ers here at home. how much I think about the 49ers and how good they are and how stacked and packed they are with talent, like unprecedented, once-in-a-generation talent that's been collected in free agency. It's been amazing by John Lynch. They just mauled them. And I think that's what I was just like, wow, this is something different.
Well, you helped me transition, Steve Young, to the 49ers, which I wanted to talk about.
I want to help you there, Brad.
I appreciate it.
We're
you know, you make
carrots, you and I.
Steve, it's in your DNA to make everyone around you better, you know? So let's move to the 49ers here. And you've mentioned a couple times in this interview already about the quarterback needs to put a cape on and superhero and things of that nature. So where do you place Brock Purdy in this conversation?
Well, there is the anomaly of somebody who is so incredibly efficient. And the efficiency mavens, that's the wrong word, but the efficiency aficionados are still in the game. They still have a place, but they need a lot of help around them to be able to kind of go up against those guys. And so I think that Brock, I would put Kirk Cousins, I would put, there's the efficiency kind of aficionados that Brock is amazing what he's accomplished this year. And he's going to, I don't know, I mean, next week's a big game, obviously, against the Lions, but getting into the Super Bowl in this era with those guys, with how he plays the game is, I tip my cap to him. I mean, there's some of the stats, what he was able to do from an efficiency perspective. You might be able to make the case that there hasn't been a more efficient quarterback in the history of the game, you know, in how he played this year. For example, one of the stats that just was the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life is that the 49ers lead the league in yards per attempt if you just took the passes from the line of scrimmage and behind. Rich.
Yeah.
Those are 100% completion percentage, almost.
Yeah.
With zero risk or with very low risk, you're leading the league in yards per attempt against everybody else in the league. And that just goes to show the innovation. What we haven't talked about is the innovation that that there are maybe, I'm going to say under 10 of the innovative minds that are out there calling plays and coming up with new ways to attack these open spaces in the NFL that have showed up maybe 5 or 6 years ago with rule changes. And one of the most amazing innovative minds is Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I mean, in that respect, though, Steve, I mean, the end of the first half was a head scratcher with what they were doing with the play clock. It honestly looked like they were trying to play for a long field goal that was going to get blocked. I mean, it was one of those horror movies where you could sort of see it coming with your hands over your face. And then Purdy, he did turn it on in that last drive. There's no question about it.
What happened? He became Mr. Efficient. The ball came out. They made the completions. They made the plays. He did everything that you would want a Super Bowl quarterback to do in the key moments. And he's young. It's amazing. There's going to be a movie about him. There's going to have to be a movie about him at some point. And I've interviewed him and know him, and he's just a fascinating human being. And again, I think he's one of the best in the league, and he does it in his own Brock Purdy way. And I've said for over a year, let Brock cook. Like, give him a play, let him figure it out, and he will figure it out. He's got a special mind that can figure stuff out.
So you don't come out of that game against the Packers concerned at all? This has nothing to do with Debo's. Has nothing to do with Debo's health.
Because there were so many passes that you're like, what? Like, it was a confusing watch, and it was an unnerving watch, because of the first time you thought, well, wait, hold on, I thought he was Superman in his own way. And all of a sudden, there's just weird stuff happening. Balls coming out. They weren't even close. And then you got thinking about, he's wiping his hand as he's dropping back. Like, is there a rain thing? Is there because we're getting to know him. We don't know him. And is there somehow a wet ball? Some guys just look. There's guys I play with just didn't like the wet ball. And who loves it? Nobody. But then you got thinking, well, is that the kryptonite? And then, then also just they've been off for 3 weeks. I mean, Brock had not played in 21 days. That's an eternity. It's a hard restart for a quarterback, I believe, to be gone off of that competitive edge that you have to have week to week. So anyway, there's a lot of things to try to explain it, but it was unnerving, and it really, the 49ers were beat. I think they sensed it. There's a huge sigh, I don't know how you can make huge bigger than huge, but like a massive, huge, enormous nuclear sigh of relief that happened when they got that last drive done, because if that would have ended right there with that talent and all the people they put together, that would have been somewhat criminal.
Yeah, you want to talk about an unkind cut, you know, from this weekend. Yeah, obviously the Bills, that's one of them, and that Jordan Love's remarkable breakout season ends with a rookie-type throw. He called it a mortal sin to throw the ball that he threw that ended the game.
In many ways, the 49ers were beat, and with somebody who had more of a history, more sophistication, they would have closed that up. You know what I mean? They were beat, and they were just going to, someone needed to come close it up. And I think, fortunately for the 49ers, they ran into a young quarterback that could make those kind of mistakes still. Because you get in those big moments when you've got something kind of done, then you gotta handle it in a certain way. And so yeah, you watched him in that game when he's one of those guys that's going to join. It looks like we'll join that group of Josh and Patrick and now Lamar and Joe, and I think when I watch him drop back, and he's just big and he's strong and he's tall and he's athletic, and he gets the ball in the shotgun and kind of just looks over everything and kind of just starts to throw it all over the field. I mean, even early in that game, even though he was young, even though it was his breakout time, I felt like, well, he's going to be one of those guys. There's only a handful every year you're going to be in the Super Bowl or in the thick of it, because you have one of those guys. And it looked like feels like to me he's going to be one of those guys, and he had a tough learning experience, but no question, it was a revelation to see the Jordan Love show and what it's going to maybe look like into the future.
Yeah, that throw he threw from the opposite hash for the touchdown to go up, and it looked like with so much trash, it looks like he threw it through like 4 tires to his tight end. I couldn't believe it, and he kind of threw that off platform too. I mean, whoa, that was.
That's what. Hey, wow, Rich, that's what they do.
I know, right? That's what they do now. I hear you, Steve.
And again, I tell you, people say, "Oh, that's awesome," but you still have to have all these guys around you. And I think the game is kind of commoditized. Incredible talent, but like, take any of those 4 or 5 guys I talked about, 6 guys, that just put them around the league, and now that team is going to the Super Bowl. Teams that have no chance. There's 25 teams in the league that fundamentally, day one, do not have a chance at Super Bowl. Do not, and people are going to go crazy. Oh, Steve, you're crazy. I'm telling you, okay, let's say 20 that have no chance day one to get to a Super Bowl because they do not have that guy. That used to be in the old days, before the rule changes, the game opened up so much, became more college-like, you could do it in a lot of different ways to get the Super Bowl. No longer. It is all about that guy.
So then I guess in the minutes I have left with you, Steve Young, where do we place Jared Goff coming into the house now in San Francisco with the Lions, and how you see that matchup?
So I kind of, Jared's he's an efficiency aficionado, right? Like he is, and they are intentional. The Lions, they have a coach that would call you old school, man. But yet, at those key moments in the game, in the red zone, and then any kind of risk averse moment, they have a coach that's very aggressive. And I think that in the red zone, it really shows up. Play calling, when it's 3rd and 14, and they figure out you think that the Lions would be a little bit more static in how they accomplish it, because how they approach the rank and file part of the game, the middle of the game, and obviously early, but it seems like anytime there's a 4th and 4 or red zone or something that's high risk, they're all in, they lean in, and that makes the difference. So the Lions are dangerous because of that, and shorten games with the running game, and Jared's just incredibly efficient, and also very bold when it needs to be. I think Jordan, in many ways, Jared has been, I don't know, that's a revelation in Jared Goff. I think that we don't appreciate him as much as we should.
So I guess it's going to be Superman versus the efficiency aficionado in the Super Bowl, since you got the efficiency aficionados in the NFC and the superheroes in the AFC.
I think Jared doesn't have the help that others have. He has good players and a very good team, and but if they can come out and beat the 49ers, I think it'll be a little bit of an upset, right? Mm-hmm. And I think you're going to see the 49ers with that collection of once-in-a-generation talent that you can't do in free agency. John Lynch's not supposed to be able to do this. Mm-hmm. You're not supposed to be able to just, Christian McCaffrey, one of the best players in the league. Oh yeah, come join us. Chase Young, you don't have a place. Come join us. Trent Williams, back in the a few years ago, was like, could go anywhere. Come join us. And people want to be here for a good reason. And I think that they're going to be, as long as they stay together with great Brock Purdy, I think they're going to be tough to beat.
Okay, so who do you think makes it before I let you go?
The 49ers are going to, at home, riding the ship. I mean, if all of a sudden the game opens and we're starting to do the same stuff when it's not raining, and they have played in the last 7 days, then you got to start scratching your head and say, look, we got some problems. Houston, we got some issues. Right? But short of that, this is a team that is significantly better than everybody else. And then they go back to either the Chiefs or the Ravens. I think the Ravens do win. I think they are different than they were 3 or 4 years ago. I think Lamar's a different player because of how he's been deployed, what they're asking him to do, and with that bully defense, I think it's a rematch of Christmas Day.
Steve Young, you the man. I love chopping it up with you, brother. You are.
Anytime, Rich. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get riffing. But,
I love it.
I don't talk about it enough. It's like cathartic. I come and sit on your couch.
Come on. Anytime. Look for me again. Look for my text again, Steve. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Anytime, buddy.
You bet. Steve Young, the great Steve Young, Hall of Famer, right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Catch The Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
He's Kevin James, actor, comedian. He's got a comedy special, Irregardless, premieres today on Amazon. His Owls Don't Walk tour begins February 3rd. Tickets available at kevinjames.com. So you're joining us from Kelly Clarkson's studio, and then you're going to go on her show?
Yes, I'm backstage now. I'm in one of the dressing rooms here.
You ever been in a bad green room?
I've been in a very few good ones. Yeah, most of the ones, a lot of the ones on the, these beautiful theaters you play, when you're doing stand-up, they're over 100 years old, and I think the green rooms are 150 years old. They're tiny little, they're tough. They're pretty tough, but this one's actually pretty nice. It's not too bad.
Now, do you have things in your rider when you do your stand-up special? You go city to city. Any demands there that might surprise us?
Yeah, it's not crazy like you'd think. It's just I just think coffee or something like that. Literally nothing. I'm pretty easy. We bring stuff. My diet changes every 3 minutes. So, I'm into agave, and now I'm not. Now honey, you can't have honey, and now. So it's like we just bring our own, whatever it is I'm trying to do, whatever wave I'm trying to catch to get in shape next.
I was wondering, when you did cameos on Everybody Loves Raymond, right? Mm-hmm. Now, did that lead to King of Queens?
No, it helped.
Not connected.
Not connected in that way. No, I had a development deal at NBC, and we were developing the show. But what really helped me solidify it, I was at NBC then when we were starting the process. They passed on the show, The King of Queens, but because Ray invited me to write an episode with him, we wrote one on golf. That was the one that I was able to write and get in on, and CBS saw it and said that they were okay giving me my own show. So it helped. He was such a big help in all that.
When you do stand-up and you go out and test this material, I'm assuming you go out to smaller clubs and test, but if it doesn't go well, is the joke removed or rewritten?
It depends. I mean, it depends on, I will, sometimes I'll force things and I'll be like, nope, this is funny. That audience was not great, and I'm going to try it again. And sometimes they prove me wrong, where I'm like, oof, I've tried so many times. It's just a pain in the ass to get this thing going, and it's just not working. So, I'm pretty good at knowing, I think this is going to work for me. But I've written bits like way too long, and done the whole thing, and it ends up, I lose the audience with it. So it's like, it ends up just being a really short bit, but it's still in there. It's a funny punch, and then you're out.
Tougher to start a comedy show or end a comedy show?
That's a good question. I think start, because when you come on stage, they give you a couple minutes. They're just excited to see you, which is nice, and they're really, really happy with you. But if you don't hit them with the first few jokes, or you miss, or something's a little off and your timing's a little off, you can lose them. It's more dangerous there. By the end of the show, you've kind of built up a relationship with them, and they kind of know, they hopefully like you at that point. So it's a little easier, I think, to end. Although I've missed endings, like I've gone to my big closer and it didn't go, so I've got to go on and try to find another one. It's like you try to get out on that last big laugh, and if it doesn't go, you got to find another.
Also, you go into extra innings with this.
Yes, it's extra innings. It's not fun, and I'll torture them, because I'll just stay as long as I can, as long as necessary.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not leaving until you guys start laughing. So.
Yeah.
When you were younger, did you ever follow somebody who crushed? Like, do you remember that feeling and who it was?
Oh yeah. I mean, I remember seeing Sandler. I first met him at the comic strip in New York, and I just went up to him, and he was really nice to me, and I watched him just crush. And Ray was one of the first ones that I saw crush too. It was. I was hosting you remember the Young Comedian special, the HBO Young Comedian special? They were doing, auditions for that, and I got to host it. So I was on all night long emceeing, and I watched these guys come up, and I was trying to be seen myself to see if I can get on. And all these comedians would come on, and they would just hammer. And then Ray came on, and I'm like, how is he going to follow this last guy? Whoever it was, just destroyed. And Ray's just very low key. So, but he did. He changed. He taught me a lesson that, like, he just settled into the audience. Like, he just did he stayed at his pace, where I would have tried to amp it up and try to get him going, and just be louder. He just stayed at his pace, and the first joke didn't go as well, but then he got him and he crushed, and he ended up getting that special. I didn't.
Norm Macdonald had a unique delivery.
Crazy great. Yeah.
How would you describe that style? I mean, it's not traditional.
No. It was so unique, and that was just so, he was so committed to it, and there was nowhere else to go. That's the thing. It wasn't like he went into a character and delivered a joke that way. That was him, and I loved it so much that he's again so different than anything you've seen or will see probably. It was that that style.
He didn't care that if you cared. It was like,
right.
Hey, I care, and if you don't, that's okay. Like, move on with this. We're talking to Kevin James. He has his comedy special, premieres today on Amazon. It's called Irregardless. And his Owls Don't Walk tour begins February 3rd. Tickets available at kevinjames.com. Family-friendly stand-up on Amazon?
Yes.
How important was it to do it that way?
It was important for me 30 years ago. That's what happened. It's like I used to curse like a crazy man with all my buddies, and but I realized that it was more out of laziness. Like, I didn't want to change my set if I ever got the Tonight Show or if I got a TV spot. I just started saying, I got to write clean. I don't want to have to change my material. So I don't do any like political stuff or current events. Like, I didn't want to write stuff that I'm going to lose it after it's done. So it's like, to build a universal act for me was like, it was important, and it just kind of settled in that way, and I just, I try to write that way. I don't think about it like, oh, I got to right clean now, but it just happens that way, and it can be challenging sometimes, but it works out.
Recap your year as a New York Jet fan.
Oh my gosh, it's just getting more and more depressing because I'm saying the same thing every year. It's
And I didn't lead with this, Kevin. I waited till the very end.
Oh, I know. By the way, I was there opening night, for
Rodgers.
Yes, and I didn't make it into the stadium before I was in the parking lot walking in, and it was over. You just heard this massive, the energy just left the stadium, and I was like, you knew something was wrong, and you're like, whoa, what was that? And of course, we find out, I think it was 4 plays in or something,
Yeah.
and it just,
Yeah.
I mean, it felt like it felt across the whole NFL. I mean, everybody, it was an exciting thing to go for, to root for and to see how it's going to turn out, whether you're a Jet fan or not. And when that was taken away, it just, I don't know.
Would you have given up one of your healthy Achilles to keep Rodgers in there?
Oh yeah, like it was like a kidney thing. Yeah. Yes. What am I doing?
You're not using your Achilles.
No, I haven't used it in years. In years.
Okay.
You can have both, by the way.
We have an undercover skit idea. Paulie?
Okay, so King of Queens, we all know the role you played on King of Queens. What if you went as a mean-spirited UPS driver undercover, where it's you, but you're not the nice guy from CBS. You're not the nice UPS driver. And see if people figure it out and their reaction as they confuse you as the celebrity to just a UPS driver. Hilarity would ensue.
That's the elevator pitch there from Paulie, my producer.
By the way, I couldn't be more confused myself right now.
That's part of it. You play an undercover UPS driver.
I'm an undercover. Okay.
But people may recognize you as your role from King of Queens.
Right, but I'm not that guy.
No. More mean-spirited. Because you're kind of look tough right now with the bald and the goatee.
With a little bit more edgy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I got to smile more.
Yeah. Is that what your wife says?
Yes, all the time.
Smile.
She's like, "What are you doing?" Yeah, it is a little bit. I don't realize that without the hair, you look a little like you're angry.
There's a wrestler feel to you.
Yeah, a big show kind of like yes.
And you played a wrestler before.
Well, yeah, a MMA fighter.
Oh,
I didn't play.
Okay,
but yes,
wrestle.
Yeah,
you wrestled in high school.
I wrestled 1 year in high school. I wrestled against Mick Foley. Mick Foley was on. He went to my high school and my college, by the way. But I was a running back in high school, and our team needed a heavyweight. So they brought me in. I'd never wrestled before. I was a strong kid. So I had like a double leg takedown. That's all I had. So if I could take you down and squeeze you, I would win a lot of matches. But if you knew anything about wrestling, you could beat me easily. And I remember one match, it came down to that because I think Mick was hurt, or I don't know what it was. They needed me, and it was a big match that was going back and forth. And when you're a heavyweight, you wrestle last. So it was an away game or away match, and I was going against this big kid. And I remember I was so panicked because everybody like turned to me, and it was one of those like in a sports movie where it's just everybody looked at me, and it was like, you're in. And it was like Vision Quest, I take the head, you put the headset on, you get in there. I put my foot on the line, and they're like, go. And I double legged him, and I went back on him, and then he rolled me immediately, and he was so big, I couldn't breathe. I was suffocating under him, and I was fighting like crazy, and he ended up pinning me, and we lost, and it was the worst. I just remember the bus ride home. 2 things. I remember everybody being quiet and probably hating me. And I remember, number 2, I smelled just like that guy. So I had the smell and a quiet ride home.
You didn't mind being called a heavyweight. I always wondered about that. Hey, you're the heavyweight.
No, I was in good shape. Like, I liked it because most heavyweights were, back then, I wasn't ripped, but I was in good shape. I was like 200 pounds maybe, or 195 or whatever. But I was like, you'd go against these guys that were just, grass-fed, big guys.
But luckily, you've gotten over that embarrassing moment that you had.
Just now. Yeah.
Have fun with Kelly Clarkson. And
Thank you.
Good luck with the special. Irregardless premieres today on Amazon. Family friendly. And Owls Don't Walk tour begins February 3rd. Tickets available. KevinJames.com. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Hi, buddy.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Kevin James. I think we've been in like 5 movies together.
Like Redford and Newman, you two.
Well, not exactly that.
Oh.
We were in a now pronounced Shoot, Chuck and Larry. I was in Grown Ups 1 and 2. I was in Hubie Halloween. And I think there's one other one that we were in together. And we were in a few scenes together. But is there another one that you see, Paulie, on his IMDb that I might have been in, since I've been in, I think, 20 of Sandler movies?
I mean, technically, we've all been in a scene with Kevin.
Pixel.
Pixels. He was up at the podium.
Yes. We were in that movie as well, up in Toronto. Stat of the day, brought to you by Panini America, the official trading cards of the Dan Patrick Show. Tyler says he's getting all kinds of phone calls that people want to rate our looks. You got to have a sense of humor to work on this program.
Robert emailed and said, this rating is like driving. Everyone thinks they're above average.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair. Melinda wrote in, Dan, she's got you as a 10. Ask women, Dan is hot. 50% is the voice.
Yeah.
She also rated Todd as a 2. Sorry, Todd.
Wow.
50% of that is also the voice. No, she didn't say that.
Damn. Okay, but you know that Fritzy is going to have a terrible day the rest of the day.
I'm very sensitive.
Okay.
And he's got to go home, too, and be like, you're not that much hotter than me.
No.
That's what he's going to say to his wife. That's what he's thinking.
I'm actually going to be staring at myself in the mirror for hours.
No,
later tonight.
you're going to go
That's not going to help.
You're going to go to your wife and you're going to go, what would you rate me on?
Because if you look at Todd's comments from before, he wasn't upset that like people were like, wow, your wife is really good looking. It was that she was so much better looking than him. And he's like, I'm not that bad looking. Yeah. I'm not that, what the hell? She's not that much hotter than me.
Yeah, I made it about me for a change.
And this is the wrong guest to have on right after this
conversation. This guy?
Yeah. Mark Sanchez joining us on the program. Yeah. Mark, how would you rate yourself?
I'm obviously not Big E, wherever he's from, my man. Who said a truckload of it?
Yeah. That's the truck driver from Indiana. Yeah, one of our callers.
Dude, I'm obviously not Big E.
No, who is?
Yeah. I don't know, but this is really funny, and I feel bad for Fritzy, man.
No, don't.
I got a 5 and a 2.
Yeah.
These are some of the numbers we're throwing around.
Yeah.
Add them together, big guy.
That's right. There you go. Mark's got my back.
All right, so Mark Sanchez, Fox NFL analyst, former NFL USC quarterback here. All right, we asked this question yesterday. Will Josh Allen win a Super Bowl in his career?
Yes. I absolutely think so. I think I saw the whole debate yesterday with Orlovsky, with Ryan Clark, with Rex. I saw it with Shannon and even A and all these guys. And some narrative that's coming out like Josh didn't play well enough yesterday or Sunday to win. I can't subscribe to that. I just can't. I think he played well enough to win. Look at I thought Ryan Clark made a really good point about when you go get that gold jacket and when you give your acceptance speech, whatever, like the person presenting you doesn't have to say much. But everybody in the crowd, when they look at Tom Brady, is going to remember the Julian Edelman catch, some big kicks by Vinatieri, some amazing throws by Tom Brady, amazing reads, amazing deliveries, diving catches by Gronkowski, defensive stops and interceptions that put him in a good place. And he took advantage of it. Yes, he's the trigger man. Yes, he's the guy. And he's going to get all the blame and all the praise, and that's the way it goes. But this notion that Josh didn't play well enough, that's just crazy to me. I mean, he played well enough to win twice now and got let down by the rest of the team. And he wore it, just wore it on the chin, no problem. And he wore it on the chin early in the year when he wasn't taking care of the football. And people said, oh, he's trying to be Superman. He needs to just chill and run the system and then pick your spots to make your big plays. Well, that's what he did, and now he didn't play well enough. So that I just don't like the double standard there. And then somebody made the point about Patrick Mahomes. We wouldn't be saying this about Patrick. We'd be saying he didn't play well. That's not true. We said his guys have been dropping the ball all year. So one's I have a hard time stomaching that. I think he needs a little help. He's got a guy walked into his lap. His left tackle who's battling in the game, he gets walked into his lap, affects the throw. 3 huge drop passes. And how about Cooks? He makes up for the drop to Cook. That's a walk-in touchdown on the halfback angle before halftime, so he runs it in himself. Like, don't tell me Josh didn't play well. Come on, man, that's crazy. So I don't know. I think he's a heck of a player. I think he's going to be just fine. They just, in those positions, I mean, they were decimated at linebacker. Their defense, Kansas City walked the ball up. They had 5 third downs, Dan. 5 third downs? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's how well they were moving the ball on first and second down. You don't even need third down. That's a quarterback's dream. That is like, it's easy. I don't know. That's wild to me. Against a really good defense, so I don't know.
Help me understand the drama with the Cowboys, with C.D. Lamb and Dak Prescott, and relatives are now involved in this. That it feels like CD's mom criticizing Dak and Dak's brother criticizing CD, and how do you bring that, some closure? So you already have enough drama because you played for the Cowboys, but that's bad.
That was going to be my first point. So that goes. It's not inherently good or bad. This spotlight that comes with being a Cowboy and wearing the star, okay, and being the quarterback there. Ask Tony Romo. But it's like fire. Fire isn't inherently good or bad. It can warm you, it can cook your food, and it can burn down your whole damn village. So how do you use this fire? How do you use this spotlight? How do you take advantage of it, and how do you handle the negative parts of it and create barriers or safety measures so that you don't get burned by this white hot spotlight? Well, the family on Twitter, which is the bathroom wall of the internet, anybody can say anything, like, come on. For a good time, call Big E and then put his phone number in there. You know what I mean? Like, you can put anything on there. That's ridiculous. So now that the families are involved, it's just taking this to like this other level of, I mean, do we need to all sit down in the living room and not know why they're there? And then somebody walks in and is like, we're all here because we love each other.
Yeah,
like,
but Kevin Burkhardt said there was something that was tangible. There was tension going on in that game between these two.
You could see it on TV. It was like Dak had to force him the ball later in the game, and they got off to a weird start. Listen, I've been there where you're just off with the player and had nothing to do with off the field stuff, but just you're off. He went to 10 yards. I thought he was going to be at 9, based on the leverage or coverage or whatever. I thought he was going to break at this route or whatever, this depth or this move, or that showed me this. And we just kind of are off. And I'd literally go to the coordinator and say, hey, just hand him the ball, snap him the ball, put in the reverse to him, whatever, throw him just a quick ball just to get back in rhythm. You know what I mean? Let's just get on the same page, and then we'll figure out the rest of it. And put one good positive deposit in the bank. It really was tangible, palpable through the TV. So I can only imagine what it felt like at the game. Yeah. But it just looked off. And now you got family members like perpetuating this thing. It's just, I don't understand that. I know, and the point is, the good thing is the family cares, right? They're 1, the family's around. 2, they care. So like, let's say something positive about it. But 3, okay, you got to understand what these comments mean to other people and how, like, it's hard enough to win a game. It's hard enough to convert a third down to get a scoring drive orchestrated. But now you're going to, throw shade at the guy trying to give your kid the ball, or you're like, it just doesn't help anybody, and it's really too bad. It's a good thing that these mediums and forms of media like exist for people to get their talent out there and opinions out there, and there's some good stuff you can get from it, but also there's some negative that comes with it too, and it's really too bad for that team to even have to, like, how do you even start talking about that? All I want to do is we just want to go win games. That stuff, I don't got time for that.
If you're Kansas City, can you try to make Lamar Jackson either a passer or a runner? Like, can you make? I mean, your goal is to make him one-dimensional. I'm guessing, but it doesn't really work. Yeah. But what would be your mindset, Kansas City's
Well,
defense approach?
He's gotten better as a passer, which is the problem for defenses. And even since his MVP year was much more of the scrambling, the wow plays, it looks like a Madden football game because he's so dang talented. Now he's starting, especially in that second half last week, he's starting to get to a place where people never knew he could get to, meaning drop back, 10 to 15 times a game, go through your first couple reads and get to 3, 4, and 5 with a quick little pocket movement. That's the NFL. You know what I mean? Good teams, good defenses will force you to do that. So in my opinion, the best you can, keep the clamps on the run game, and he's going to get a couple, right? You're playing Jordan, you're playing LeBron, you're playing Kobe. They're going to get some. You got to do your best to just mitigate that and try and take away one of his best targets. Try and, force Mark Andrews out of the game. Control Zay Flowers. Pick one of them and make somebody else beat you, and then that's going to be your formula to win. Essentially, if they do these things, if he drops back 15 times and gets to his third read, 12 of those times and completes those balls on our defense, he deserves to win the game. And that's what Chris Jones, I need a play. I need one play. You know what I mean? These guys up front, Tranquil, who I love, McDuffie, come on now. This is your game. Second year, dude, I love. He was an All-Pro as a nickel. Are you kidding me? This McDuffie kid is a baller, man. I love him. Like one of those guys, you got to make the game-changing play without doing anything outside of our system. One's going to come your way. You got to capitalize on it, and that's what I would try and do. Force him to drop back 15 times, convert these third downs, go on long drives, converting third downs on those multiple third downs on those drives with his arm, and see if he can do it. And if he can do it, he deserves a win.
If the Bears called you and asked you what to do with the number 1 overall pick.
Oh, boy. You know what? We're going to have to do this one. I need to go watch it. And here's the other thing. I mean, you see the USC stuff in my deal. Like, that's, I love my school. I love,
do you want to do this in a month?
Everything about it.
Do you want to wait a month?
Yeah, because I got to go really grind on these guys. I got to figure out, like, what, pause. I got to go grind on their film and figure out who I would legitimately take.
But you did
no
pause.
bias.
You did pause. You did pause a while there. So what makes you nervous about Caleb Williams?
No, I just because I don't want to say, yes, I would go Caleb Williams or I would go Drake May or I would go anybody without really watching. I've been to 2 of Caleb Williams' games. They were against San Jose State and maybe Nevada. So it's not a real good.
Would you move on from Justin Fields? Would you move on from Justin Fields?
Once again, formula to win. Could I come up with a formula for him to win? Heck yes. It's going to be a lot more design runs. It's going to be a little more of the earlier Lamar Jackson stuff until I can get him to a place where he's going to be one of those, not necessarily, he's never going to be a pure drop back passer. That's not a game because you're kind of taking away his stinger if you do that to him. I think you can get him to a place and in a system that has the proper structure to where, look at Kyler Murray towards the end of the season. He's not running nearly as much. Lamar Jackson not running nearly as much. There's players that you can teach and mold. Look at Mahomes even. I mean, that's a structured system, and he learned from a drop back guy in Alex Smith his first year and saw how it happens. Now, when it's time to move around, I mean, there's nobody better, and you let him use his instincts and go beat the other team, and you're not necessarily beating scheme at that point. You're beating players. It's a player beating a player, not defeating a scheme. The scheme was right. The defense had you nailed down. You were done. There was nowhere to go, but you make a play, and that's where you kind of get over the hump with Justin and just keep continuing to groom him. But once again, that is arguably, and I played in New York, that might be just tough, if not tougher, to play there. That is a rough media market, man. They are on you. I mean, it is at least New York, you get a little bit of deflection with Giants and Jets. You got 2 teams there that can take a little bit of the blow for you, but Chicago, man, it's and they're starving for a winning team right now. So it's a tough place. But yes, in a month I will have a full breakdown on the QBs for you.
All right, quickly before we say goodbye, how does this weekend play out?
As much as I want the Lions to win, just just because of the story. Like the memes about this game. Have you seen the Eminem rolling up in 8 Mile, and that's Jared Goff rolling up to the game with the Lions? Like that one killed me. That one was so funny to me. I just, that's the feel good story. They're going on the road. Like that is a tough group. And Dan Campbell said this is what the team's going to be, and everybody kind of laughed at him and wrote him off. And they're in a smaller market, so whatever. I mean, can you imagine those guys in the Super Bowl? That place was nuts. I mean, the whole city of Las Vegas is going to be all of Detroit. Like, so that I just don't know if they can do it there. I think the 49ers, the big thing for the Niners, they got to pressure Goff, man. Where are these guys up front? The Bosas, the Armsteads, the Hargraves. You picked up Randy Gregory. You picked up Chase Young. I mean, that is a star-studded cast there. Like, I need some production out of those guys. I need at least 3 from you guys, right? Like, and a couple tip balls. Eric Armstead's like a redwood tree, man. He's massive. So that guy's got to affect the game. They got to shut down Gibbs. I think San Fran has the advantage. And then, this is the year. This is the year the Bills should have caught KC. This is the year that Lamar Jackson's got to handle his business at home. Once again, he played an excellent second half. And you could tell he took over that thing. So I could see San Fran and Baltimore handling this thing. You never want to bet against Mahomes, and I might regret it. But if I got to pick, I'll go San Fran, Baltimore.
Great to talk to you. We'll have you back in a month, and then you could tell us what you think Chicago should do.
Tell you who I'm drafting.
All right,
love it.
All right. That's Mark Sanchez, Fox NFL analyst, former NFL and USC quarterback.
One of my highlights of the entire NFL season was to be in Germany, in the booth for Dolphins-Chiefs, the first of 2 such battles this year in Frankfurt, Germany, and it was awesome. And part of the reason why is who I was calling the game with. It was Jason McCourty, my colleague from NFL Network, and joining us from ESPN, the great Dan Orlovsky, back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, Dan.
How are you, bud? Good to connect. I share the same sentiments, man. That was fun. We got to do it again, hopefully, dude.
That was good. And while we were there, that was deep in the narrative of the Chiefs having issues on offense. That they had just lost a divisional game, which is like a comet flying in the sky for Mahomes, and we were wondering about what is with the offense. And sure enough, they got a defensive score and couldn't score in the second half. And so I ask you, that's the big long-winded setup? Is the switch flipped? Have we finally found the switch, and have they flipped it on offense, Dan?
As long as they play clean, I think that answer is yes. And this is one of these moments when a lot of us who cover the game and talk about the game on a consistent daily basis, one part we were dead on about the Chiefs offense in the way that we saw it and the way that we talked about it. And in the same aspect, there is that level of tip your hat and appreciation, acknowledgement to Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and Matt Nagy. The reason why, Rich, is this. When we talked about the Chiefs, it was, hey, the drops are bad. There is a lack of focus on their offense. Patrick's trying to do too much. Their tackles are not playing well. They're trying to find out who is that second reliable pass-catching option. Those were all real things in the moment. And as this season's gone on, especially as you got into December, that started to show itself. They started to figure out how to help their tackles with some of the chips with tight ends. Patrick started to kind of settle into who he could both trust when it comes to catching the ball and seeing it the same way with some of the nuance of pass catching stuff. Rashee Rice absolutely emerged both in his performance and the way that they used him. And I just remember almost on a weekly basis, Patrick, Andy Reid, and Matt Nagy all saying, we got to stop beating ourselves. We got to stop beating ourselves. We got to stop beating ourselves with the penalties and the drops. And it got to a point where, at least I know, I said, at some point that has to actually happen, though. It can't just be like the coach speak. They were right. I think what's happened is some of those things have gone away, at least when it's mattered the most in the last week of the season and certainly over the first 2 weeks of the playoffs. And they've started to figure out who they can rely on and who they can trust. And obviously a daunting task this week, but I think it's one of those rare things in the league, where our view of them was accurate, while you have to credit them for staying the course and not panicking and figuring it out through the bumps.
So before we turn the page to this week, then let me ask you about the Bills. Your 2 cents of advice about where do they go from here after they lost to the Chiefs again. This one at home. I understand the defense, though. I mean, they lost one guy after another, and they're playing Klein at linebacker when he was going on vacation a week before, you know. Yeah. So, but what would you say about Josh Allen and the 2 cents of advice about what to do there on offense?
Josh Allen was absolutely fantastic in that football game, and I get sick and tired of people killing a guy that makes one decision that we sit there and say, I wish you would have thrown the underneath throw. Mm-hmm. Number one, they're not in the divisional playoffs if Josh played like that over the last 6, 7, 8 weeks. Number two, they're not in a situation to win that game if not for the 3rd and 13 or 3rd and goal from the 13 throw to Shakir that Josh, Lamar, and Patrick probably are the guys that can make. So I'm for everybody that wants me to stop, you know, making excuses for Josh, I'm not. I'm giving reasons, and I'm not going to stop for Josh or any other quarterback, because we sit here and say it gets me, and I've been this way since I got into this business. I'm not going to stop defending quarterbacks in the end result without giving the context of the journey of play. It's impossibly hard, and we're judging a dude because he's not perfect when he plays against the best quarterback that we've seen over the last 10 years and maybe ever. So I think that's my viewpoint on that game, and it's not going to stop. In totality for a team, Rich, I think Sean McDermott was fantastic this year. Do I think that they have to reassess how they want to play defensive football? You know, because in that game, Rich, Kansas City decided to play with 3 tight ends on the field, and they were going to run right at Taron Johnson, who's a tremendous nickel. He's awesome, but he's outmatched. I think Sean is going to have to adjust as teams' personnel adjust in the next couple years in the NFL. And offensively, I think it's fair to say that they have to figure out what they view as Steph Diggs as. I think they have to see if they believe he's a bona fide number 1 receiver still, and what they're going to do with Gabe Davis. That's going to be one of their biggest question marks in this offseason. Last thing, stop asking me if the Bills' window has closed. They have one of the 3 best players on planet Earth on their team. Their window is open as long as that guy's playing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Dan Orlovsky right here on the Rich Eisen Show. So how do you see the Ravens performing right now? It does look like Mark Andrews is right around the corner as well. The second half different than the first. What did you make of the Ravens' performance and how they match up against that Chiefs defense?
Yeah, it's going to be a great challenge for Kansas City defensively. I think Steve Spagnuolo, the defense coordinator, will have to have one of those wow plans and executions to stop this offense. I think what we saw in that game was the biggest difference in this Baltimore Ravens offense this year in comparison to the one that we've seen in the first 5 or 6 years in Lamar's career. This is not a shot at all to Greg Roman, who was there as their offensive coordinator previously. I think he was fantastic in many ways, got them a 1 seed, Lamar MVP, all that. One of the issues was in game, they would consistently struggle to adjust. I remember, Rich, doing a breakdown on NFL Live, I think 2 or 3 years ago, in a post-game after they played the Steelers, where Lamar said we had become predictable, and the Steelers knew our plays. And they ran the first play of the second half was the first play of the game. And the first 3rd down of the second half was the first 3rd down of the game. If you go watch the Houston game, the halftime adjustment that their new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, made was awesome. Simply put, Houston was playing a lot of what we call match coverage, which is like zone defense until a person on the offense gets in your area, and then you match them like it's man-to-man. And he said, okay, if you're going to keep doing that, what we're going to do is create designed quarterback runs for Lamar, or we're going to create kind of rub or mesh concepts to flood an area and give you too many people to cover. That didn't happen in the past. And I think you sit back and you sit there and go, that's exactly what was the needed change for this offense. I love Kansas City. I think the story is awesome. I think the resurrection of Matt Nagy as their play caller post-Chicago has been really impactful. Andy Reid's awesome. I think their defense made some big stops. Rich, one of my jobs, as you know, this is like, you got to figure out Like, you got to figure out how teams are going to get beat, or you got to anticipate what teams are going to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do with this Baltimore defense. I don't know. Like, I sit here and I say, you got to get big and pound the football against them. You can't. You got to spread them out and make them tackle in space. Hamilton's unbelievable.
Yes.
You got to take shots down the field. Sounds good. You got to be great on third down. Their simulated blitzes are ridiculous. So I think that's the huge challenge in the game as well.
Dan Orlovsky here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's get to the Niners. Your assessment of Brock Purdy's performance is?
He was bad for the first 3 quarters until he needed to be great, and he was. And I think that's going to bode them well in this game. I think that bodes them well if they can get to the Super Bowl, and it's certainly going to bode him and them well in his future. He hasn't been in that moment. He was a little bit in the Cleveland game, and he leads them to the field goal and they miss it. But this was a, hey, if you lose this game, you go home type of feeling. This isn't, well, we'll learn from it and move on. And he was bad. Now, I don't know how much of it was the weather, Rich. I think that certainly plays its part. But more than the missed throws, because that's not who he is. He almost throws the early on pick 6 to Savage. Mm-hmm. And if you watch in that game, there's moments when you go, why didn't you throw that ball? Like, I have clips, me, I'm this weird note taker. You have clips where I sit there and I go, why didn't, on the third quarter, 9:27, you didn't take the shot down the field when it was there. I've seen you do that. Third quarter, 8:44, you didn't take the shot with the rail. I've seen you do that. Third quarter, 40 seconds, you don't throw it to McCaffrey when he's wide open. I've seen that. Fourth quarter, 10:38. And so I think that is something that they're talking about, post film, and he's giving them answers. It's like, hey, did you hesitate a little bit and not want to make a mistake after that pick 6? Again, I have to be fair with the weather conversation and some of the misses, but when they needed him to be great on that final drive, he was. You can't take that from him, and he made some big-time throws. So I do believe that bodes them well.
So, yeah, again, I said, I know you said, hey, this is win or go home time. It's not like, well, we'll learn from it. But maybe he did learn from it, because you're right. I mean, in the playoff game last year at home against Seattle, Seattle definitely was in the grill of the 49ers until they started, slipping away, and the Niners survived in somewhat of a rocking chair towards the end of that game. And then, as we all know, the game against Philadelphia, he was knocked out darn near right from jump. So yeah. This is kind of the first time he's going through this crucible, and you could say that he's still growing. I mean, he's still a pup, basically. Yeah. And that's I think the issue here is that you had the vet in Jimmy G, right? And now you're going to go through some growing pains that he's not like Big Ben, just right out of the box, and he's going to take you to a championship game, although this is his second year in a row doing that. He's kind of a conundrum in a way, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and I think, Rich, again, we get to these points, part of our jobs, certainly part of mine, and one that I take a ton of pride on. You get to this point, you're trying to nitpick both players and teams. You're trying to figure out and educate the fan and talk about the game of not only what just happened in that game, but also the foreshadowing aspect of it. One of my pet peeves when I watch a game is too often we as announcers, we go backwards and just explain to everybody what just happened. Mm-hmm. They have eyeballs. So part of the things that I take pride in is trying to foreshadow what might happen or why it might happen. And so, yes, for the 49ers fans, we're nitpicking Brock Purdy here. Of course we are. Just like we do with Josh, and just like we're going to do with Lamar, and just like we're going to do with Jared. That's part of the gig. And, I think Brock has proven over the course of 2 years, he's a really good quarterback. I very rarely, if ever, try to hold who he's playing with or what offense he's playing in against a quarterback. I know you need them. What do you do when you get them? And I think there's two groups of quarterbacks when we're talking about the top 12, Rich, top 15. Hey, when things aren't ideal, either play caller, you lose a guy, we're not completely healthy, we give up 30. Can you carry us? Like, can you win for us type of thing? And then, hey, when things are really good, when it's ideal, can we go win a championship with you? I think Brock is firmly in that second grouping of, hey, when things are really good, we can go win the whole dang thing with you. And so this is a little bit, I mentioned before when I got into it, I blame Patrick in a good way. I blamed Tom Brady in years past, man. You knew it. Like, if you weren't Tom Brady, it's like, well, you're not good. It's a little bit of Patrick's fault because Patrick is so ridiculous that if you're not Patrick Mahomes, you stink in many people's eyes.
Well, and I kind of am seeing down the pike our conversation for the Super Bowl when we're, bored next week when there's no games, right? And then we're ready at Super Bowl week, just parsing everything out. The conversation's going to be, you've got an alien at quarterback for the AFC, and then you've got in the NFC quarterback spot an efficiency expert and somebody that when the game's going well, can you win a championship? Yes. Can they carry the day if the alien starts landing the spaceship, in Vegas in a way that he can? I mean, I think that's, we're kind of seeing that right now. So for the NFC Championship game, give me the Lions' key to victory here.
Yeah, so I don't know who's calling that game. I don't know what guy gets the privilege of calling that game, but I would bet a ton of cash you are going to hear the phrase pin pull 20 times in that game. I think the Lions, and that's a blocking scheme, or a person from the outside pins like the edge defender, and then they pull people around. I think the Lions have a pretty solid advantage in that. I think they can run the ball on the perimeter. One, that's a flaw for San Francisco. Everybody who's had success against them this year has done exactly that. Green Bay did it. Arizona did it. So I think that's an advantage for them. Baltimore did it. So I think Detroit's got a big advantage of that. I think if Jared can, Jared's got to walk that fine line, Rich, of like, hey, when am I proactive and when am I reactive with my eyes? Because when Jared is proactive, he tries to move guys and trusts his eyes. Like, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I've said this, when you protect him, he can throw it with anybody. That's Jared's superpower. He doesn't have a memory, whether good or bad. So like, Jared just being in that ideal state of proactive versus reactive is a big deal. You're going to hear the phrase choice concept 1,000 times for both of these teams. I think the Lions have an advantage because they have 3 guys who can do it. Both Laporta, Gibbs, and Amon-Ra can do it. So there's a lot of good for Detroit. I said this yesterday. As I sit here today, I think I'm leaning Detroit in this game. I think it'll come down to how well, in part, Brian Branch plays. Their nickel. Branch is going to have the game of the season in coverage and in space. So it's going to be an awesome matchup.
And then what do you think about the AFC Championship game? Where you're leaning there? Ravens? Did I hear you talk about
Kansas City, the fact that they're here speaks volumes. They got to catch Baltimore on a subpar day. If I'm just being candid, I don't know if Baltimore plays their 9 out of 10 game or a game. I think they're relatively tough and/or impossible to beat. So they got to catch them on a little bit of an off day. Patrick is going to have the game of the season when it comes to second reaction plays. Some of the scramble plays down the field, he's going to have. And then I think defensively, they are going to have to come after Lamar and hope that he makes a mistake or two. That's the blueprint. The difference is Lamar's been prepared for pressure a little bit more over the last 2 months. They're going to have to come after him and hope he makes a mistake or two.
All right, one last one for you out of left field before I let you go. The hiring of Shane Waldron as the offensive coordinator in Chicago, does that inform you in any way of where they're leaning about their quarterback decision to stick with Justin Fields and flip the #1 overall pick, or maybe even cash it in for Marvin Harrison Jr. potentially, or you think this means Caleb? What do you think?
Yeah, I still think that they're going to end up drafting Caleb Williams. I go back to Ryan Poles, their general manager, end of the season press conference when he said, I think Justin developed a lot, and I think Justin can lead us, but. Whenever he said but, I was like, oh, he's done. I think that's the mind was made up. I think Caleb's got a chance to be a super, super talented young player. I think Waldron's signing is twofold that I like. Excuse me, Rich. Number one, he was in LA when Sean was there developing Jared. When he was a younger player, he watched Sean develop him and Zach Taylor develop him, Matt LaFleur develop him. So I do think there's value in that. And then also, he comes from a little bit of the Mick Shanahan tree. Harbaugh coined that, the McVay Shanahan tree. I think today, nowadays in the NFL, man, like if your play caller doesn't have a background in multiple personnel groupings, multiple formation groupings, motion and play action pass is the foundation of their offense, I think it's really hard to consistently be good.
And is Will Levis high-fiving whoever's near him because Brian Callahan got hired in Tennessee?
If he brings his dad. I think if he brings his dad, man, that's a big one. I was with Callie in Detroit. I think I'll give you a real quick on Callie. Sure. He's been a part of like 3 pretty good offenses. You know, he's been a part of Zach Taylor's offense with Joe Burrow. He obviously knows the Shanahan tree offense because his dad, Cleveland, and his dad has been in it for a long time. And then he's in a little bit of like the Indy Peyton Manning offense with being in Detroit with Jim Bob Cooter and Matthew Stafford and whatnot. So I think there's, you love the fact that he's been a part of that. He's a great listener. I think he's got a great ability to understand, hey, like I like this, I don't like this from his players. They got to go do for Will Levis what, they did for Brock and Jimmy Garoppolo in San Francisco, what they did with Tua in Miami. They got to get a lot better on the outside for him.
Dan, you're the man. Greatly appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bud.
Right back at you at DOrlovsky7 out there, and he's a must follow as well as watching on ESPN whenever he pops. Dan Orlovsky here on the Rich Eisen Show. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern for free.
Alright guys, I am finally done. I made it. Yep. With my Mac Anthem, with this nice palm tree paint job. I'm here in Eureka. I went to there all the way from Beaumont, Texas. Yeah. The longest trip going from west to east, really. Last year I did the longest trip from south to north. Yeah. I didn't deliver anything, but that's okay. Yeah, I know I crashed a few times towards the end because I was falling asleep. I am getting tired. It's literally about to be 4:30 a.m. so I'm gonna go to sleep. This stream is about to be 8.5 hours. Wow, that is the longest stream I've ever done for this game. Perfect for the 8th anniversary. However, there was a time where I was on break for like 2 hours. Wasn't playing the game for like 2 hours, but I was listening to the football stuff. But still, and the first 3 hours I wasn't playing the game, I was just talking about the history and stuff. But anyway, yeah. We're done. I don't know when the next stream of this game will be, but I think the next thing I want to do is go back to $1 million again, and then possibly purchase a trailer and hire drivers. So yeah. Anyway, I'm glad the stream went well the entire time. That's right. It did. That's great to know. So, that's it for the 8th anniversary of this game. Can't believe it. This long, right? Yeah. Till then, that's basically it. So yeah. Thank you for watching. Whether if you saw some of this live or not, or watching this part as an archive, that's great. You are awesome. So yeah. Alright, that's it. Bye-bye. Good night. See you next time.